Hello, hello. How are we doing? Hello guys, so just getting a couple of things sorted and get ready to roll. I'm gonna go solo versus Milky Cow first round. So this is the Korean ROYALE qualifier. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna do my best to find enough players to play in this. Might change the format of the tournament if needs be. But I think with invites we might be able to get enough people to participate. So that's what we're kind of doing. So it's gonna be a pretty short qualifier, followed by a qualifier into the Crank Team League replays. We're gonna start doing some of those today. So we're gonna have actually a pretty nice stream. We're probably gonna do like 6-ish hours. It's just gonna be starting off with a shorter qualifier. We do play the finals, so a couple hours qualifier, 4 hours of Crank League. Is kind of the plan. And as you can hear, we're bouncing on into it. We're going to start up on ley lines for this opening match. As, Solar, Rogue, Hero, definitely the big signups. This is Korean server, by the way, so the Russian players who have signed up do have to play on Korea. Similar to the European League, we had basically the rule that anyone can participate. It's an open event, but the server restriction is obviously what's going to limit people from truly participating. In this case, the server restriction is Korea. In the European League, we had a couple Koreans that came out and played on Europe and so on. The Korean League, obviously, we're expecting this to mostly be kind of a Korean affair. It is set up like this in such a way so that you can actually just have, like, anyone from Asia kind of just participate, and they should be able to have a reasonable server to play on as well, so, yeah. As we kick off and we get underway, Soul on the bottom left, Milky Cow in the upper right, who is just going to straight up proxy a barracks, and Solar is just like, no nonsense, man. He is just like, no nonsense, I'm going to throw down a pool first, and that's just going to help him to negate any early pressure, pretty much is the idea. As we just have the third barracks coming down, so yeah, Milky Cow is committed. And Solar is obviously in a good position to defend this. We'll see exactly how it goes. 3 barracks coming up again. Green server, probably expecting just some cheesy stuff. I mean, I guess why not try, though? Why not? Maybe you RNG your way into some money. It's not a terrible, concept. Marine on the way out, 2 extra barracks continuing through. Just having a couple of Marines continue to gather up there. Just going to be seeing a couple of Marines coming through, the 3 barracks coming up. And just going to be seeing a couple of Lings, the Overlord and the Queen, coming about as well. Those Marines are going to start running forward, the Lings are going to start running about, SCVs and the Marines are going to be there. Just going to get our bunker going down as we just drop that straight into place. And we just start to do some damage. So, a few shots coming through. Queen actually going to run back a little bit as well. Gonna see a couple of Lings running over. The Marines are going to be there. SCVs go back the other way. Just going to see the Lings trying to get through. Marines obviously have the chance to jump into this bunker, and so bunker gets up. I mean, Solar is knowing that this is very committed as well, so he's not in a major rush to deal with this. He's actually trying to deal counter damage as well. Ling's trying to deal with any Marines that pop out over here, forcing some of those Marines to turn the other way. I love that Marine just holds position and hits for the moment. The rest of those Marines is going to settle down. Just going to be seeing the extra Spine Crawler coming into place. A couple of Queens still gathering as the Hatchery will take some shots. But I mean, this Hatchery not already being dead is an issue. We're actually going to build a command center behind this for Milky Cow, funnily enough. Extra Spine Crawler will just finish. The few Zerglings going to set up at the front. A barracks will move through. And at this point, we've kind of held. We're going to cancel the next spine, which is the correct call because no SCVs have come. It is a command center building, so you don't need the extra spine. Just going to see that depot raising. Just going to be seeing a few Zerglings starting to move out as well, heading towards the center. Barracks going to lift off. This barracks floating through. Going to be hitting the main base as the rest of the Zerglings go to the upper right-hand side. So across we go as the Marines is going to be sat there on the ramp. As CVs are pulling, I mean, I don't know why. I guess because he was afraid the Lings were going to stop the depot raise, and so we're going to need the SCVs to deal with them as well. And then those Marines just gather. CC about to finish. Orbital Command going to morph in. Let me just get that underway. What's up, HRDE2? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you, thank you. As our barracks get home, Solar is just in a very comfortable spot. Like, he could afford the defense that he made because it was so committed from his opponent. Just gonna see the Queens coming about. Gonna go and nibble at the barracks. Try and land the natural. That's going to be the issue, just getting control against these speedy Lings. It'll take a little while. It's going to see that orbital lift off and move back toward the main, as we do have a third CC ready soon. But like I say, that's all well and good. But Solo is just droning like crazy. You can't really move out onto the map just yet. The Zergling runs up. Just going to be seeing the Marines pushing it back the other way. I'm just going to be seeing a Hatchery coming through. Queens settling down for the moment. Stimpack 1-1 upgrades will continue through. The Hellions and the barracks coming about. Spine Crawlers to power up at the front. Queens will gather for the moment. So 4 Queens together, just going to sit outside the front of the third base. As a couple of group teamers will spread themselves out and push on through for a little bit. Again, Lair, Bane Nest, a few drones, and the Queens coming up. Stim and the 1-1 upgrades all going to be a part of that as well. Feeling is just going to go and jump onto a set of rocks over here. The couple of Hellions out the front will settle. And we do have a couple more of those Hellions, the Marines, as well. Like, we'll get into a playable position for Milky Cow, but hard to really say it's going to be great, especially considering a longer game here on the Korean server against someone as good as Solar is likely not going to be super ideal anyway. But we will see. Like I said, I think Solar's doing a lot of the right things right now. 61 workers in play. 28 army supply on either side. The few Hellions just going to go after and get a couple of Zerglings as well. So get a bit more damage done over there. The Queens will be out and just going to be having them push the Hellions back the other way. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield building. The orbital command going to float over toward the third base. Just going to try and get that landed in location here for the next couple of moments. And get that set up. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting WardiBot a sub. Yeah, WardiBot sub got cancelled a long time ago for some reason, and I never I realized it wasn't worth having WardiBot subbed, so thank you for giving WardiBot the sub a life. WardiBot can use the emotes again. Some of the commands will make sense once more. Incredible. Thank you for the gifted sub. A few Hellions will gather and reduce the Lings and Banes coming about. Carapace and Baneling's speed continuing to come up and online. Marine, Marauder, Medevac all continuing about. Combat shield coming through. And the extra Marines are just going to be heading down the right-hand side. So just going to be stepping over for a few moments, getting underway. So a good amount of bio, as you have Bane speed about to finish though. Seeing that Marine stepping forward, a couple of creep tumors going down. We're seeing the Hellions going to go in after the creep tumors. Just going to see the Lings are running through. Hellions in the bio, pulling back to the center a little bit. Ling Bane going to roll up. Those first Hellbats are going to eat some of the Banelings. That does get rid of the kind of the tanky front line, I guess. Now it just leaves the Marines, who are up in attack at Braid at the moment, at least. The rest of those Marines going back around the other side. Gonna go around the left. Just gonna see if Marines over here. Just gonna get rid of that Overseer as well. So just gonna try and push through. A little bit of damage being done. There wasn't enough space in the medevacs just to go for a straight lift here, so we had to wait a couple moments. And unfortunately, waiting, we obviously ended up in a little bit of trouble. Ling Bane heading to the top side. The medevac's going to retreat. Just going to see the tank sieging. And the circles continue to move through for the moment. The Ling's still getting deflected. The Marines are coming around. And just going to be having the Ling Bane on the bottom side, moving about that medevac, taking a chance to move around. Hive is halfway done. My land carapace just continuing through. Overboard speed is going to be finishing. Marines and medevacs ready to stem forward as we get after some of these creep tumors here. So a couple of creep tumors going down. I'm just going to see the Ling Bane going to run forward and try and approach this fight. Honestly, this this game's gone a bit longer than I already thought it would, but I still feel like Solo's just in a super comfortable spot with Hive Tech now down. You've got yourself, Vipers on the way through, Adrenal Glands, Ultras Cavern. This run by is already going to do some good damage as Milky Cow has to pull back to deal with it. Solo might actually commit to the fight here. Going to try and roll through, get the Banes up toward the Marines. They mostly get cleaned out. Running toward that portion of the army was maybe a bit of a mistake, but still 19 SCVs go down. The rest of the Ling Bane was thinking about maybe doing something, decides not to in the end. Maybe seeing the Marines get turned away. Adrenal Glands +2. Just gonna see the few ultras popping around. Just gonna see the chitinous plane coming up as the Lings get to the top side. Finally, gonna go down. The siege tank falls. The Lings gonna get back onto the mineral line there as well, and we get a couple more kills. A couple of creep tumors going down. Widow mines will begin to burrow. It's gonna have the Overseer setting up overhead. Those Widow mine shots going off, just making sure they don't do too much. Solar dealing with them comfortably, and now we'll move down this ramp and aim toward that army a little further. So we're going to push straight in over here. The Marine's going to load into the medevacs, jump toward the high ground, or at least we thought about it, decides not to in the end. A couple of these Lings still running forward. Widow mines going to try and get burrowed up as we split ourselves apart a little bit. Siege tank still flaring where possible. The Lings and the Banes coming through. The Center Tower already going down. We'll see the rest of the Banes continue to knock on through here. Knight's Blind Cloud going to hit a few of those units. The Widow mine going to be in some trouble as the couple of Lings continue to nibble. Those Banelings connect. I think that's going to be GG. Honestly, not a bad showing for Milky Cow. Considering you're playing solo on the Korean server, all odds are basically stacked against you. It could have been a whole lot worse, to be honest. So, not a terrible starting point for the series as we'll get into Game 2 in a couple of moments. Alright, so let's wait for Solo to host this up and we'll go into this, guys. We'll go into this. What's up, Optimus Hyde? How you doing? As we just get game number 2 started here. Get everyone in, and we can kick off into some action. Toad Bear, thank you so much for the 1 year resub. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Always great to see. Thank you for being here a year. I was just thinking about this just before we start, guys. I was like, man, it's crazy. We are only like a month away from the WardiTV tree making its return yet again. Very exciting for the tree lovers in the stream. Bottom right, I read Zerg is going to be Solar. Top left, our blue Terran is Milky Cow. Get game number 2, this BO3 on the way up. Spawn pool coming in, a couple of dronies on the way up. Rex and the gas coming through. And let's just have SCV. Overlord heading through to the top left-hand side. Feelings on the way up. Reaper in the orbital. Coming by. As we have our queen coming through as well. Just get rolling. Again, no shame in the pool first when you're just making sure you're not going to die against someone who's likely going to cheese you. But it is pretty standard here for Milky Cow to begin with. Feelings heading around that left-hand side. I'm just going to be seeing the Queen drone hatchery coming through. Factory coming about. Reactor coming online. Just going to see those few Zerglings going to head their way up the left-hand side. Zergling speed coming through. Just going to see the Reaper grenade going down. A couple of Lings going to get bopped. And the Reaper going to start taking some damage. And double CC on the way out. Just going to get that straight into play. Play the triple command center here. Get that rolling. The Lings and the Queen to gather up. Marine just going to push through. Starball coming up, a couple of Hellions on the way, and the SCVs and the Command Center coming by as well. It's just getting a lot of that on the way out here currently. The hatchery going to be building up on that third base. The couple Queens going to be good to get rid of the Reaper. So the Reaper will go down. And we have ourselves a Hellion pushing towards the bottom side of the map. So Hellions out to the south, third hatchery all setting up. We got ourselves a creep teamer there immediately, and a couple of Hellions going back around that right side. Third hatch setting through, a couple of Queens and drones on the way in. Hellions, Viking, and the stim pack coming online for the moment, just getting that ready to rumble as the extractor comes down. Just going to be seeing the Queen going to get over there. A couple of Hellions get turned around a little bit as well.
Game paused.
Okay, I'm gonna pause, maybe just some lag. Yeah, obviously it is Korean server, but obviously sometimes the lag can get worse a little bit than it typically is, so take a moment, no issue there. As we get back to it, we're still building a few drones on the way. Queen and the Overlord continue coming down, Stim in the barracks, all coming through. Again, the reactors on the way by at the moment here from Milky Cow. The Hellions will make their way to the bottom, as we're going to be seeing a couple of those drones are going to get in some trouble as well. Things going to come through. I mean, we have 4 drones. It's a nice little initial dive in. The Queen's obviously getting up into protective positions, so going to do a good job of that as well for now. It's just going to get started. That's the barracks and the engineering bays. And you get going. Planes back to the center. Come back in again. Planes will come a bit, just gonna get pushed back around. Seconds is gonna be coming through. He's going to be seeing the Hellions going back the other way. He's going to be coming back over. Against me coming through. The Spire is coming up. He's going to be seeing the 1-1 upgrades, the Medevac, and the Marines continuing through as we have the Spire about to finish very shortly. The Hellions coming back around the left. Sling's going to continue to nibble at the rocks. That is a much bigger lag spike this time, as mentioned, Milky Cow is
game paused.
Having a similar issue to before.
Game resumed.
8 meters. On the way up, I'm just going to be seeing the +1 flyer attack upgrade, the Bane speed coming in. Evolution chambers will come down. Just going to drop those into place as we get the Hellions and the Medevac down to the bottom side. Get that hatchet picked up. Three Queen's going to be in there. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Banes gathering on the right side. We pull back, so no space here for Solar. He's not going to be allowed that as Milky Cow. I think he has a pretty okay push going for himself here. I am worried about these Banes connecting. Obviously, the Muters going across the map as well. SCVs go down now, going to come across into the natural. We're going to get ourselves some more SCVs, so obviously these Muters going to do a lot of work for you here as Solo, delaying a lot of A reinforcements from coming across the map. B, missile turrets going down so you can keep these mineral lines open for a little bit longer. Marines, Halberds, Medevacs coming over that right-hand side. And just going to be seeing a couple of Lings coming through as well. A couple of Banes going to crash into Hellbats. I mean, that's a nice catch as well. These Marines are not getting picked up. Got a feeling because Milky Cow is maybe lagging a little bit again. As the Omni on the left side resets itself. Maybe have another look to see what we can do here in the next few moments. The Marines pull back. Again, the Queens, the Lings and the Banes will gather up. 2 upgrades and the combat shield coming in. Medevac and the Marines coming online. A lot of Mutalisks heading toward the upper left-hand side. Just going to see how Medevac is very nearly jumped on. It's going to get an SCV as we go. It's going to pull back over to the right-hand side. As we'll pull back. Again, 2 upgrades and the Medevac still coming through It's going to be seeing the army getting back to the bottom side for now. Just going to be pulling straight over. Infestation pit on the way in. Spore crawler coming online. Vintage upgrades and natural and claws all coming about. Bio units still coming up. The Thor on the way on the factory. We are going to get these Marines to come through and get rid of a couple of additional creep tumors. Ling Bane going to take the chance to step forward, and you see the Widow Mine able to connect. Some of the units going down there already. Okay, with this larger push, I do think the micro is going to become an issue kind of as we continue by. Just going to be seeing the units pulling back, just going to be seeing the bio units down the bottom side. Medevacs will settle as the Ling Meter ready to take a little bit of a chance to move forward. Clem is going to go in after the Widow Mines. Going to be seeing the meters coming through. Banes are going to be able to get in. Lovely target at that depot to open up the door for the Banes to get in. Now there's been relying on a little trouble here. Going to turn. I thought he was going to target down the Widow Mines there. Didn't go for it. There wasn't a lot of anti-air otherwise though, so I felt like there was an opportunity perhaps. You can see all the extra Marines only just showing up now as we dive into the natural. And there's a Thor shot and a couple of Thor shots going to go off to soften up these mutilas. They're still getting a lot of SCVs. 21 workers going down, the rest of the Lings trying to move through, just going to get turned around anyway. And again, the +3 armor on the way up. And as you can see, the Meridas are going back over and swinging into the natural, and now down to the left-hand side. The rest of the Ling Bay moving up over here. You can see some Widow Mines going to play the game of trying to hit the Lings, but the dodges are pretty decent. And Sola has done a great job of obviously just getting through, doing damage, and now just pulls back. There's no rush. He's got Hive Tech in play, and he's going to get Ultralisk Cavern going, Adrenal Glands online. Taking a fight a couple of minutes from now is just going to be way more beneficial to him than fighting in this moment. And it's also going to give more time for that economy that he's just killed off to really sink in and settle in and be a factor as well. That's 3-3 upgrades still coming through then, a little bit of bio. Back down to the bottom, we do see the Thor shot is going to be good, hitting a few of those mutas. Marines pulling back over to the sides. People overseers morphing at the front, and we just have ourselves the extra bit of production continuing through. Lingbane and try and run itself at the front door. So just going to try and push into this here. Those units already going down. The Banes are looking to try and connect. That is not a great time to lag. I can tell you guys that much for free. I mean, it is the Korean Royale. And that is the benefit of being on the Korean server, that you don't lag and your opponent does. GG's, as Sola is going to take Milky Cow down and out on that one. Alrighty, we'll go into, I guess, semifinals already. Oh, well, Rogue versus Soul is ready, so we'll get into the ZVZ right now and kick this off. So, get that ready to rumble, and we can go. Alright, so we'll jump into a little bit of ZVZ, would you believe? Don't see it too much, but we're going to get to see it a little bit here. So we're going to get that ZVZ started, get this on the way, and start in a couple moments. 70 Tokamak pylon torches taken out initially. 1,000 feet, and one more map veto. We'll have a map pick. We'll get hosting nice and quickly. Perfect. Alright, we're gonna go into this, get this started up, and ready to roll. Just checking to see if Rex is casting. I don't think he is, though. Alright. Kick this off into some ZVZ Solo versus Rogue action, guys. Get this underway and see who our first qualified player for the Korean Royale will be. Realistically, these guys are probably going to get invited anyways. This is just a chance for me to see kind of some general interest in who's going to want to play and stuff like that. And there was a bit of prize money at the end of the day for the winner, so keep that in mind as well. Once we jump on in to the bottom right-hand side, the blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. Takes on the red Zerg in the top left Solar as we get into game 1 of this best of 3 series. Couple coming by, couple of drones coming up. I'm just going to be seeing our workers building through as the hatch goes down. Just get settled in these early stages to see if anyone's going to do anything super crazy. Obviously, ZVZ can become aggressive in the blink of an eye oftentimes, so see how it goes. The Overlord moving across. I see a bit of what's up. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming through. Again, taking a few moments, getting settled down. Hatch, gas, and pool will settle down then. Get that underway. Wait to see where we're going. How's everyone feeling today? Happy Tuesday. Good to see you guys. Nice to have a little bit of action. Like I say, we're going to be doing this, the Korean Royale Qualifier, and then later on we'll be doing the Crank Team League replays. So we'll jump into some of that, so we can just continue through with it all. Should be some good fun, as a couple of Zerglings are going to pop out, and they're going to begin to take a little journey out over to the right-hand side, and a drone to take a third hatchery. Already here from Solar, which is not really too weird either. Hatch drops down, a couple of links move up. There's a third hatch from Solar, so really just mirroring each other still. Gas counts are the same. We see the bailing that's dropping from Solar. You can definitely afford that as from Rogue first, and then you could afford that as Solar, so Solar does the same. And Solar just continues through. Couple seconds extra time on that hatchery, but that's about it. The feeling's trying to poke about, but obviously there's lings in return, so not really getting too much. It'd be nice if you could scout, but there's a queen to help kind of block for the scout as well, and ideally you do want to try and, stop that as best you can. As queen throws an inject down, Overlord's still overhead, and a couple of lings will gather up too. Dude, 215p on the 15 stream watch streak. Crazy. That is WardiTV dedication, guys, in case you didn't know it. I'm really intrigued as to how these watch streaks keep going up. Like, is there a cap of how many they coded in as like a bonus or benefit or whatever? I don't know, man. It's interesting. Roach thrown down, by the way, from Stolas. Just gonna get that going initially. And Roach run starting up. Drones and the Queen coming through. It's going to be seeing the extra drones coming about. Extractor coming by also as we continue through on all of this. And the couple of lings trying to run at the front. Again, that's the benefit of having the Queen there, because you're making sure there's no scouting available. And that mainly means you just don't quite know what's going on here as rogues. You're going to try and keep this, as in the dark as possible. You've got this in here trying for the same sort of thing, but that also gets denied. Easy shutdown. And again, both players are just saying, no, 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 no. You do not get to see what I'm up to just yet. Let's just keep that quiet and on the down low for the moment. 7, 8 roaches coming up. Just going to get the overlords building through as well. Still having the Evo chamber finishing shortly. And the overlords coming about. Roaches, Lings, and the Banes split around a couple of different directions as we just see the Lings on the bottom side can move over too. Again, that layer is halfway done. The +1 missiles is starting out. Get a lot of that underway already. As you just see 28 Lings producing here from Solar. Nice catch. Random Baneling just finds the Lings running by and pop. They go down. And I at least saw the Banelings morphing in though, so you get a little bit of information there if nothing else. Wow, great Banes. They get rid of both the Spine Crawlers, so as Rogue comes in, sorry, as Solo comes in aggressively. I don't know why I keep thinking Rogue is red. As Solo comes in aggressively, he gets rid of both the Spines, and just like that, bang, boom, we're done. Game 1 goes the way of Solar. Easy business. Alright, game 2 coming up in a sec is going to be on White Rabbit. That hosted straight up. Get into our second game here. Oh, nice and deadly from Solar. As we're ready straight into game 2. Let's get this on the go. Get this on the go. Alright, right rabbit, right rabbit, white rabbit. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg. Down a game is going to be Rogue. Try and actually call him the right guy this time. On the top right, up a game. It's going to be our red Zerg player Solo. Early gas, early pool, aggression from the beginning. So looking for a quick sneaky win in this second game. Looking to get up 2-0 into the finals. Plain simple and easy, no problem at all. I saw an email pop up. It was like, WardiBot, you've been gifted a sub. Make the most of all these new benefits. That's crazy. You get emails about getting gifted subs nowadays from Twitch. Actual crazy business. Well, the lanes are coming through. The overlords across the middle of the map currently. Hatchcast and pool still coming in. We get ourselves a couple of drones coming up as well. Let's head down to the bottom left of the map. It's just going to go straight across down over in that direction as we have the Baneling nest coming through. Lings coming over. Ling speed's about halfway done as well. Things get down to the net, control, and they're going to start nibbling now that Baneling nest coming through. Rogue is absolutely correct to have the Spine Crawler coming down here. It is 100% necessary against the Baneling nest. So that's going to be a big help as we are trying to use the drones to play defense initially. There was some mine time to this. As the first Baneling start to morph in, obviously those Baneling connections are going to be huge. If those Baneling can connect on enough stuff, then there's going to be a very disastrous game ahead of us here. It's funny though, because every Bane you morph in is one less Ling. We're actually very Ling reliant right now. You don't have a ton of Lings. As we try to get rid of that baneling, we actually ended up just taking 3 shots. Now speed kicks in as well, so you're going to be better set with these lings. You're going to get a catch on the queen. That's not ideal. They were not the best baneling connections, honestly. We could have had better because they could have gone off towards the drones or so. Few lings left over. We're going to blow up the drones there and just get them low. Allows the lings to follow up and clean them out. It's now 11 workers each, and Solar is building a hatchery. I think this should be done. There's a couple more lings running in at the front, but the spine crawler is now burrowed. I don't think we can really go much further from there at this current point of time. Match still setting up. The lings coming through, and dronies continue to come by. Lings get back towards the top side. Spine crawler, a shot or two, a few lings coming across for the moment. We begin to make our way to the upper right-hand side there, so you're going to see a counterattack from Rogue. I actually don't mind his position, right? His hatchery's already finished. So we're going to stop and ask the question. It's going to be seeing the... Bane's Wolf defensively. Yakov, Rogue does not have the ling speed, so it's a little scary, but he knows that really Solar wants to be making drones right now, so by stepping onto the map, he does force a baneling or two, he forces a few more lings, and that allows him to kind of stay ahead on drones simply by moving across with units he already had, because he had to make those units defensively to begin with as well, right? So now an Evo Chamber comes down. That's going to be Rogue's next stop in this game. Going to get that underway. Rotron goes down. What's up, Jeff? Thank you so much for the 59-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. A couple queens going to be there. Lings get turned around. Banes get pushed back. Again, hatchery and a few drones coming over. Just going to be seeing ourselves playing defense. I mean, this wall's going to be nice and defensive. It means you basically don't have to spend the gas on Ling speed. He's just going to go straight into roaches. It means all of that gas he's saved up in this game can be spent on roaches. He's going to add the lair as well, which will spend some of that gas, but just in general, he's taken into a good position. This does mean as Rogue, you're basically saying, hey, I will take a much later third base, because I'm not going to try and take a third base against someone who has Ling speed when I don't have Ling speed. So that's why Solar will try and get ahead a little bit. He'll play behind on the roach tech, but ahead on the economy. So this is not a super uncommon situation for ZVZ to turn into. In fact, I'd say this is a fairly regular thing for ZVZ to turn into, so it is happening. It's obviously been an interesting way of getting here with the early kind of push and everything. But, yeah, still cool to see. Yeah, Jeff on the 59-month on the Prime, followed by Kronos on the 15 months on the Prime. StarCraft 2 forever, absolutely. You know it. SC2 forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Thanks so much for the Prime subs, guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so very much. There's a Queen in the Spine Crawler just going to be there. Ling Bane getting turned the other direction. Plus one missiles and that roach speed building through. And the Rotron coming up. The Zerglings is going to go stepping away. And we do have our extractor dropping down there from Solar. It's going to get our third hatchery into position. A few more Zerglings in the middle of the map moving across as well. Plus one missiles, roach speed continue to come by. Just going to have our Overseer coming up. Extra roaches coming in. Again, plenty of drones in production currently as that third hatchery is building from Rogue. At this point, when he's got roaches on the way, you feel safe enough to take a third hatch. So he's going to be able to get to that. He's about 4 workers behind, but obviously he doesn't have the third hatchery to mine from just yet. And you can see the timing difference on his roach speed, on his plus one missiles. That will hopefully transition into more upgrades as well. Right now, starts Carapace. I'm obviously thinking of, as well about the possibility of like plus 2 missiles. It's going to be at an advantage timing as well. So those things are all pretty serious. Roach gets up the left-hand side, going to be aiming toward the third base. Few lings, want to try to catch on the Queen. Hey, a nice kill. Nice little run by from Solo. Still using it, making advantage of the feelings he has and the speed on them. Failing doesn't do too much, but honestly, again, a queen is really nice. Forced the roach to come over as well. Pretty darn decent to say the least. Just gonna have our +2/+1 continue to come into place. What's up, Deadly Donkey Ken? How you doing? 13-month resub. Keep up the good work. Absolutely. Appreciate your 13 months, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Also, missiles, Roach Ravager still all on the way out. A little bit more Roach Ravager coming through. A couple of Ravagers getting morphed in over here as well. So it's going to get a lot of that setting up as, again, the Spine Crawler going to move to the front and just take position. The Roach Ravager will split a little. And we got the rest of this Roach Ravager readying to move forward for the moment. So up this ramp we go. A couple of Roach so is going to shoot back. Spine Crawler going to be firing away there as well. Just a bit more damage being dealt. Gonna see the rest of these shots coming through. Does Solo have enough? I don't think so. I think he's gonna get stopped here. This is pretty committed from Solo because he has no +2 missile upgrade on the way. Oh, is it enough? Defensively from Rogue? Maybe it's not. Oh, he is gonna get okay. He is gonna get stopped. Ooh. And it got a little scary there at the end. Solo did at least get rid of some Ravages, but yeah, pretty committed from Solo. He takes an extra gas now, but no +2 missiles means that any Roach fight in the coming moments is gonna be really, really rough for him. So it is definitely going to be a little bit of an issue. Just going to see that +2 missiles coming through, the Roach Ravager coming over. Yeah, +2 missiles, all the Roaches coming about. Just going to be seeing the army of Rogue heading straight up through the middle. The Overseer there going to be turned around. A lot of Roaches coming through there, guys. +2 missiles is halted a little bit as well with the Contaminate. So Rogue's going to delay the upgrade of Solo, which, funnily enough, is already bad for him. He's actually down a full set of upgrades, by the way. So this is an amazing fight for Rogue, where every Roach is going to be that much more powerful. As they come and take this fight. I mean, numbers-wise, Rogue's kind of even-ish going into it. But again, it's the upgrades that are really going to make a difference here. I think a good job by Solo getting rid of the first Ravager, which is nice, and Rogue is honestly just reinforcements away from running this out, where all those reinforcements you asked, they are running across, but taking a little while to get here. Rogue might have to actually step back and reinforce properly before going again, although maybe still has a defense in the making, man. Love the transfusion, anything you can do to keep a couple of these units alive, morphing the low HP Roaches into Ravagers, gives them a heal as well, so that's going to be, some of those lower health Roaches taken away and morphed into something that you want to have anyway. Obviously Ravagers are good, who would have guessed it. Defense on the high ground will hold as our +2 missiles is halfway done here currently. Just going to see the Burrow, Overlord, Speed, Tunneling Claws all continuing by. Again, a couple of Roaches and the Ravager coming up on both sides. The upgrades continuing through. Upgrade armies still spreading and getting ready to take each other on. Queen gonna fight. Overseer gonna take some damage. And +2 missiles and that Overlord speed coming up for the moment. The Roach Ravager coming through. Tunneling Claws getting contaminated as well. Let's continue to spread about. I mean, I like that we're using the Contaminates. Someone the other day actually... This just keeps... Every time I see a Contaminate right now, I just think about the other day. Someone was like, don't we think Contaminate should be used more? And I was like, I think Contaminates actually get used a fair amount. It's just like the scenarios in which you can get a high energy Overseer into place. And I feel like ever since that, I've seen so many Contaminates. It's almost like they were beckoned. Every time I think of them, I'm like, well, there's another one. Carapace is still an advantage here for Rogue, and he will also have the Tunneling Claws and so to take an advantage with as well. So he has a slight upgrade lead, he has slightly better, units that can do more. But in a straight-up fight, that doesn't actually matter too much. Obviously, the Carapace will matter. It's not as impactful as the missile upgrade was, and right now, Solo just dives in this. I think Rogue was just out of position a little bit everywhere. Maybe getting ready to start sending units all over with the Tunneling Claws and Burrow being done, and suddenly Solo just strikes through the heart, and Rogue has no answer. This hatchery's about to go down, so you're about to lose a 4th base. Ravagers are in the front line, so they're going down now. Mobiles coming in. The roaches keep on playing. A few drones going to unburrow. I think, I mean, killing the 4th base alone is already a pretty darn good situation here, right? From Solar. That's an incredible fight, though, just really showing up at his opponent's kind of weakest moment or so. I mean, I don't even know if it was really a weak moment for Rogue. Let's have a look back, shall we? Because I actually really felt like this was just... Rogue was fine, and then... I think, like I say, his upgrades just finished. I think he was just out of position. Like, Solar brings everything down over here. Army Supply is favoring Solar, to be fair, by a bit. It's a bad fight straight away because the Ravages are a little bit in the front, but maybe he rectifies that. The Roaches run on the right side as well. They already catch a few Roaches there quite nicely. Yeah, Ravages in the front getting target fired, so Solar does a great job of just diving on the more expensive units, and Rogue oversplit to the right side to defend this. Like, that's a lot of Roach Ravages to defend this army, and it will defend, but at the cost of a bad engagement over here. Yeah, it was just a really good 1-2 punch actually from Solar. We missed a little bit of the setup with that right side army coming in, but... And Solar's freaking good, man. Solar freaking good. Next semi-final Stars and Stars, Shameless and Yakov are still playing apparently, so that is going on. I'm gonna have to run ads because we nearly got ads during the game in that one, so let's just be careful with that. Oh, looks like Shameless and Yakov might have just finished actually. Are they going to a game 3 or something? Yep, okay, let's join that. Oh! Alright, so Yakov and Shameless are 1-1. I'm just letting Hero know that that's what's going on, so... That's set up, and we can go. Alright, so we'll join this at 1-1, as they just finished that game too, so it actually worked out really well for us timing-wise. So this is first round action still, so they're playing a long series, going to Persephone here for game 3. Let's see what happens as we have Yakov bottom left and Shameless upper left. This is obviously best 3. This has been played on Europe, guys, because if both players agree to play an alternate server, we're not going to stop them. Obviously, these are 2 Europeans. So the winner of this will have to play Korean server against Hero, but they are very much so permitted to play a European server against each other, which obviously makes perfect sense, so... Cool. So I'm actually going to get a little bit more content out of this than I thought today, because I did not really intend to hold both semifinals, to be honest. Or to do semifinals 1 by 1. So yeah, kind of actually just working out in our favor a little bit, because it means that we can actually get some games in that were unexpected. So yeah, we'll get Yakov Shameless, the winner versus Hero. Winner versus Solar is going to be our qualifier today. Solar's qualified, but he can play the first play for the first place finish of $50. So there is a bit of prize money on the line as well to benefit anyone that comes in and plays the qualifiers. We give them that chance to kind of take a bonus bit of prize money for playing on the day. Next on Sabacore coming through, just going to get that going. Overlord coming across. Next in the Cybercore coming up, the Assimilator coming through. The Overlord is going to go and rest for a couple moments. Queen's coming to bow. That Nexus will be finishing very shortly. He's just going to get that coming through. A couple of Queens will be producing. And the probe on a little bit of a patrol for a moment or so as well. Gonna get that going. That probably just heads across. Just going to have our link speed and the warp gate coming through, the Stargate in production right now as well. Just going to get that completed. As we do have our probe continuing to the upper left-hand side for now. Oracle and the warp gate coming through, link speed coming up for the moment. And we get a couple queens on the way as well. Stalker, probies, Oracle, warp gate, bit of everything coming through. That Ling wants to go and nibble at the probe here. The probe's going across, the Ling will take some damage. Probe's nibble, Stalker going to shoot. We get a few more Lings just out on the maps. Yakov just going to apply some light pressure here as we head up to the top side. Initially, we do have the Oracle pulling back down toward the bottom as well, so it's going to go and put some pressure on as we are going to combine that with the two Adepts. So Shameless looking to try and get some damage done initially. Drop a little Revelation down, obviously reveals some creep spread. Work our way through that. The Queen's in position to say nuh-uh to the Oracle, and just going to be having the couple of Adepts going to get back over, and once more going to try and just, again, find a way to be annoying right now as the TLDR on these Adepts and this Oracle. The more you can get done, the happier you're going to be as the Adepts end up shading over to the right-hand side. Fire Council Gateway coming through, Nexus and the Probe coming up. More gates getting into place, Overlords in production, and drones in production. Again, just a lot of little bits and pieces coming through for the moment. If our Oracles get turned once again by a Spore Crawler, we're going to keep on trying to find some damage on those as long as possible. The Queens and the Lings just joined together here. Nexus building through, get the couple of gateways added on with that blink in production as well. Rotron is going to be in addition also currently, so getting that Rotron up. Fates in the Forge just continue to come die as again the blink is starting through. The Adepts again just doing a nice little job of, if nothing else, just getting rid of some creep tumors and just pushing things back for a little while. Just making it more difficult for Yakov to establish this fourth base. And we'll see how Shameless does as he gets to blink. We'll see if this bit of pressure can help him to maybe kind of leverage some control once the blink stalkers are out on advantage. Just other things that we can kind of see here as the time passes by. Adepts pulling back to the top. And again, the Oracle's going to be there as well as we just join up. The +1 blink all on the way in. Do you have our Adepts once again just going to threaten? I love the Revelation. In this case, not really going to matter too much, but it does let you know you're maybe safe. Although he was already shading back, it probably wouldn't have made any difference at all. Yeah, maybe in this case the Revelation was not as necessary. Stalker's getting a few Lings. We push back down on the bottom left side. +1 blink coming up, and get a couple of pylons being brought through as well. Stasis ward coming down from this Oracle on the left side now. Poking the hatchery, poking the Queens. The Adept's going to try and shade again. Zergling's trying to get forward, but unable to for the moment. Just going to see the Queens pushing back up for now. And as we look at the wraparound, good Stasis ward going to catch a bunch of Zerglings on the right-hand side. The rest of the Lings go back the other way. Queen already taking some shots. A few more bits of damage being done. +1 melee, Roach speed, continuing to come over. As we have the attack upgrade and the charge continuing to build. The Nexus halfway done, and an extra couple of gateways producing as we speak as well. The Stalkers and the Adepts once again take a step back for the moment. Top left-hand side going to get a few Lings onto the pylon here. That pylon's going to go down, which is something. I'm not sure if it's going to be that impactful overall. Maybe opens up the space to actually wrap around on the Zealots, perhaps. He actually ends up wrapping the Stalker. Just going to get out of there. Ling Roach defending at the front. These stasis wards are being popped accurately so far. We've not seen a major stasis just yet. Just have the Roach is coming through. The melee upgrade and the Roach speed both continuing. We're just going to see Ling Roach en masse kind of trying to chase on forward right now. So a lot of damage being done. We do have that charge going through. The extra gateways and robo facility continuing up. Stalkers are going to be sat there in the center for a couple moments. Again, it's just the Roaches on the way. The melee upgrade coming through as well. Just going to see another Stasis Ward coming down as the Lings will take a run at the Stalker at the front there. Stalkers will chase. The Lings take some damage. More Stalkers gather. Stalker's just going to press straight through. Drop a little transfusion down on this hatchery. Hatchery is going to fall, so that will be our hatchery going down already. The stasis ward about to finish up. There's actually going to be a pop by broodlings of all things, so it's going to be pretty nice for Yakov, right? Obviously not great that he lost the hatchery, but nice that he, pops the stasis for nothing. I mean, in a very small microscopic space, that was cool for him. Ling's actually going to run through. That's also pretty cool on a much grander scale, as these Roaches also going to run in. There's a lot of defense back at home. The Stalker's obviously focusing on offense. Stasis catches some of the Lings. The Ling Roach trying to chase. The Oracle's activating. They're going to be mismicroed. One of them nearly dying to the Queens. There is nothing dealing with this Ling Roach army over here. They're trying to target down the Nexus. It's not going to happen, as we are just going to turn on to Stalkers instead as they recall in. The few Lings are still getting some catches. Shameless ends up losing a lot. Obviously, Yakov reestablishes a fourth base into the bottom right-hand corner. A few more probes going down. 25 workers being killed as the units gather back up. Just going to see the single circle there. Going to nibble through onto the pylon. Press the Stalkers back over to the left-hand side. Muscular Augments is on the way. +1 missiles is building on the Evo chamber. The Stalkers continuing through Revelation, getting rid of a couple of additional tumors. The stasis is going to come down once more, and the Stalker's still looking for the push. And +1 missiles, going to be seeing that Muscular Augment still coming down. He's going to see the Stalker still hitting at the Evo chamber. That's actually going to be a cancel +1 missiles. Wow. That was so close to finishing as well, and it gets denied. So no +1 missiles available. So you're going to be a little bit less powerful than you wanted to be. But hey, we are up onto some Hydras now. We have a Hive and a Lurker down on the way here from Yakov as he tries to reassure himself in this game. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers pulling back a little further. The Ling Roach really trying to catch. The Hydra's trying to come through. The Observer very much so overhead, as the +1 missiles will be starting on the Evolution Chamber. Stalkers of Shameless down the left side, a bunch of Zealots down the right for now. Hydra's pulling all the way through. It's just take a second. Just going to be seeing the Ling Roach Hydra Force shoving onto a couple of these Stalkers already. And another nice stasis. Bottom right, we've got Zealots to go deal with as well. Gonna have to do that sooner rather than later. I mean, the multi-prong, I think, is going to become Yakov's enemy in the end. A couple of Zealots in the main base. That's why the Lurkers are busying themselves. And Lurkers are so desperately needed to try and deal with the Stalkers right now. So this truly is a disaster to just see the Hydrogen Infestation Pit taking shots. I mean, the Stalkers are just not going down. There is a Lurker there, but we have vision, so we can get rid of it. We just didn't have enough all at once here, basically, from Yakov defensively. He really needs the Lurkers to really deal with the front and to get on top of the run-bys a little bit more actively. Hoping the Lurkers deal with the run-by in the main base is very lackluster. And then the bottom right side obviously was a disaster as well. He's lost so many workers now, 48 drones remaining. I don't think Yakov is going to have much hope in this one, as I think time is ticking by. 4 more Lurkers coming through, +1 missiles, and the Seismic Spine is going to be still on the way through. Excuse me. I think at this stage we have not much else to really say. Yakov is very much so in the process of bleeding out here on Persephone in this game 3, which means that Shameless is going to be the one to have a shot at Hero in the semi-finals. Prism down the left-hand side, making it play for that main base, just to make it even more awkward for Yakov, who really does not have the units to be playing the split it up and the defense game. He's got a couple units pre-positioned, which is nice, but even if you just keep those there and then the main army strikes the other side, it's going to be so tough for you here as Yakov. He is playing, like I say, an uphill battle for sure at this point in time, and it's just really not getting any easier at all for him. See the Stalkers blinking up, a Lurker goes down. We're going to pull back around the right-hand side, a couple of Stalkers, getting some shots off from some Lings. And see everything else moving over. Now units still stepping over to the right. What are we going to do? Stasis Ward coming down. Stalkers blink up. Lurkers go down. Roaches and Hydras getting jumped on. You can see those Zealots still coming up. Here's the rest of that army. Roaches and Lurkers coming straight over. Another Stasis Ward catching a chunk of units as well. hatchery is about to go down, so the hatchery will fall. The Zealot's going to get pushed back by the Zerglings. I mean, come on, it's at the end of the day, it's just that Lurker Force, which is a little scary, but realistically, Shameless is doing more than plenty to get himself into a win. A little Lurker harassment is nice as well, but not able to do too much. More also +3 attack going through. Lurker still building up. We have a hatchery bottom right hand side. Still got Stalker Archon joining up in the center. Nice coming through. It's going to be seeing the rest of this army from Shameless poking in at the front here. And set to go. A couple Lurkers still firing away, getting some shots off. So we're going to see the Stalker Archon Immortal stepping over. Shots coming in, just going to be seeing the Lurkers running down the ramp. We're basically relying on the Lurkers to pull off magic here, but they're actually just getting trashed by these Immortals, and then we just mostly step towards the other direction, which is going to be plan. That's going to be GG. Shameless will take the move into the semifinals to take on a hero, and glad we got into that game in time, because otherwise we would have been waiting around a little bit. Now we actually got to cast something. Shameless advances, he will play hero in the round of 4 and get that ready to go. And yeah, we will go from there. So Shameless versus hero, and then the winner versus Zola for some prize money. Top 2 are qualifying today, just as a little reminder for you guys. Perfect, so we'll get that ready to go PvP style. Wardy, why don't we see Showtime anymore in your streams? Because Showtime hasn't played anything in like a long time, probably. I can't show you guys someone who doesn't play in the tournaments. Showtime is officially inactive on Aligulac. He has not played since the Maestros of the Game playoffs in September, so yeah, he's not played in over a month. I don't know if he's taking some time out. I don't know if he's just not playing anymore or what, but he's not played in anything for like a month or so. He might also just be taking an extended period break, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Showtime was still good as well when he but he basically just quit pre-patch and does not seem to have. And I asked him to play in something. He just said he didn't want to play in stuff right now. Yeah, he just said no thanks to the TLMC. Yeah, I'm not sure. As we'll get Shameless in here ready to go in a couple of moments. Invite them to the party because they're in different chat channels. He's retired. I don't know if he's retired. I mean, he might just be taking a break. You know, there's no big events to play in. So if there's a time to take a break, like this is the time to take a break, right? Like you've got nothing to play in really. Apart from the weekly cups, like it wouldn't be crazy to step back for a while and just take it easy. Like I say, if you're gonna do it, now would be the time to kind of do it as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think he actually said anything anywhere as well, which would have me more believing that it's a break than anything else. He hasn't posted about anything on Twitter or anything either. Cool. I'm just waiting for our first map pick here. Tokamak going to be our opening game of this PvP. Ba-ba-boom. Well, there you go, guys. Showtime is apparently going to be playing in the... I literally just looking at some things, and Showtime's going to be playing in the Kung Fu Cup Monthly, which is going to be in a week's time. So he's signed up for that. So it looks as though, yeah, there'll be some participation there. Cool. I didn't even know that was a thing. 12th to 16th. Brilliant. I love having a schedule around things. 12 to 16. Perfect, I see it. Cool. We'll sort that out as needed. What if we could cast that, actually? Be nice. Is it all best of 3? Yeah, that might be a cool tournament to cast. It's got some cool players. But, so yeah, Showtime looks as though he's going to be playing next week and something, guys. So there you go, there's an answer. But like I said, I don't know if I've got, I don't know if I'm allowed to cast that. If you can get replays or something. I'll have to try and figure that one out. It's been a hot second. Alright, let's get into this as we go. As Hero has chosen to play Terran, by the way, is what I saw in the lobby. So he's going to play Terran versus Shameless's Protoss in game number 1. This is on the Korean server, so Hero just believes. See what's going to happen. Just going to be seeing our command center going down, Tech Lab coming about, Nexus Cybercore and the assimilator coming through. Let's just get settled into place. Gonna see our concussive shells and a marauder on the way. So marauder based opening here from Hero initially, gonna get that on the go. So we're gonna see our barracks coming down. Gonna get ourselves triple racks going quickly, so the 3 racks from Hero are going to be playing very bio heavy. Start us off. Little Marine just going to patrol up at the front as well as we take a few moments. Marauders will take the chance to step forward and across to the bottom left hand side of the map initially. So Stim coming through, a couple of barracks in the orbital coming up as well. Let's get that on the way. The Warp Gate and the Twilight Council coming into play also, so just going to bring that through. As we have the, a couple of units going to make their way down to that bottom left-hand side. Going to drop a gateway into the front, into that wall off. Get that going as well. The Marine Marauder will push to the front. A couple of Marauders are going to be right there. So this is up against someone who's building a battery but doesn't have it yet. So we've got a little bit of time where we can apply some pressure. We should try and fight back because obviously you do want to try and, keep this pylon alive. So you don't want to let it just be hit freely. The battery's going to finish, and that pretty much is a defense there. You can't chase too far because the Marauders will kill you if you chase too far. I'll leave this one to get a few more shots off. That other Stalker actually went back and got healed, but then the other Marauder shows up. Correct target firing here could be huge. He goes for the Sentry. It's the right call as well. Wow, what a great choice by Hero. I thought the Sentry was a mistake, but he easily gets it, and that's going to be massive. Marine Marauder pulling back. Another Marine just going to gather. We have ourselves Blink coming through. 7 combat shield on the way. That Stalker is still trying to come up as the Marauder. Going to get pushed a little further. The Stalker's still coming through. Marauder will go down. And the Marines get up to the high ground as they're going to turn onto this. The shots again. I mean, just another Marauder, I think, is the surprise factor here for Shameless. Hero, because he kept building them, is going to have more than expected. So Shameless is like, cool, I've dealt with the Marauders, now I can go. The reality is, there was yet another Marauder made. And Marauders are very expensive at this stage of the game. But because you're playing 3 racks and not factory units, you can kind of get away with the Marauder production. And hence, like I say, that part has caught Shameless a little off guard. He lost an extra Stalker or so there that he didn't really need to. Just because he wasn't quite aware of the situation. Marauder moves around a little bit here. To see the Stalkers starting to move out. Shameless to the upper right hand side. Hits coming through. Stalker's going to take some damage, so a few shots coming about initially. The Bio going to continue to step over. And we're actually going to see a stim down this ramp. A couple Stalkers already dropping. So a bunch of Stalkers going down right now. We continue to chase those. And find ourselves another Stalker kill already. He's just going to pick that straight off. Again, Marine Marauder attack upgrade coming through. We get ourselves all set there with those upgrades. As we just have the +1 on the charge continue to build through also. So again, we get that going. Extra gates coming up. SCVs are on the way. The Bioforces will gather up. Going to set on the high ground. We do see the Stalker going to get jumped on. We actually just kill that with one shot, which is nice. Hero needs the Medivac. He's already got a bit of damage on these units, and obviously would like that to be healed up. Does have the first Medivac build and didn't have the reactor yet, so I think that's just been a mistake or so. Oh, he built one Medivac already as well, so around the left-hand side. A little stim forward is neat for a Stalker, but then it does cost you that stim, and that's kind of a lot of damage right now. As we drop the Wooden Mines into the main, going to be a distraction here. Well, we will just get... I actually don't think you need to let the second mine shoot, because I think he would have actually killed both those throws with the first mine. Anyways, we're going to see, I'm not really committing to anything else just yet. That Medivac went down. I think we probably just want to back it up right now and again get some healing done, because again, you've already stimmed a little bit here and there. More Marauders and Medivac still coming through. The armor upgrade still building by. We have ourselves the Zard Stalker force on the bottom left. Regathering here, and we just have the Bio Army from Hero. Gonna set up. Still just gonna have a chance to move around the right side with this Medivac already. So just gonna get straight on over. Bay coming up, next coming through. It's going to be seeing the Bio able to take a chance to get down here and work on this pylon. Just going to knock away at that. That pylon will fall. Just going to knock that one away immediately so the pylon drops. The few Stalkers from the bottoms from Shameless coming over. Just going to see the rest of the Marines will come over too. Extended Thermal Lens, armor upgrade continuing out as well. We just see the few Marines coming back over with the Medivac. And a big chunk of Bio from Hero heading down to the bottom left-hand side. The Observer is going to be taken out as we take a chance to step in toward this base. So already just jumping in over here. A couple of Zelds are going to get jumped on as well. Now we have the rest of those Zelds charging through. A couple of Wooden Mine shots going off. The Zelds will continue to take some damage. Hero doing a decent job of just kiting away. Honestly, going to be getting rid of a lot of these Zelds while the Stalkers are just running rather than shooting. Medivac boost back as well. Cute little move, just microing the singular Medivac there. So this is a good fight from Hero. He cleans out a lot. I think Shameless should have plenty to be able to kind of still deal with this, though. Another warping or two, and he's, in theory, should just be pretty okay for now. Fire spreads out. One Wooden Mine gets very low. Just about saves itself. Picks up, drops back down. Widowmine's going to burrow again as we have Bio continuing to fight. A couple of Zealots still taking shots. Widowmines are very nice to soften up. It's also very good at kind of keeping units back. What's really nice here is those mines fire, and they're going to pull back and get ready to go again as we get rid of another Stalker. They're going to shoot. A couple more Widowmine shots going in. Nice hitting these Zealots once more. Doing a great job there. Colossus that shows up is a really nice addition. Actually having some splash damage available. I'd imagine the longer this goes, the more comfortable Shameless is and the less comfortable Hero should be. But so far, Hero's doing a good job of maintaining the position and keeping this in a very playable spot. He's building a 4th base, getting his Viking count going now that Colossus are showing to be a threat. 2-2 upgrades on the way. He's not too far behind upgrade-wise to Shameless just yet either. Remember, this is Korean server, guys, so Shameless has an inherent disadvantage just from the start of this match in that regard, because he's been playing with the ping, whereas Heroes play on home territory. It's one of those things which is, like I said, we made a rule on this one because we ran a European League earlier this year. This is meant to be kind of the mirrored version of that, so that is why it exists. 2 upgrades going through on both sides of the map. We will drop down a gateway in the main base. The units are still going to press forward. A few Vikings in the skies. Still gets down. A couple of shots coming out. The army still pressing forward here. Bio army taking some steps up. We just lost 8 more probes. That Widowmine goes off for a bunch of kills. So big damage over there. See the Bio trying to fight. The Vikings are going to come over, looking to get onto the Colossus already. There's not going to be any Zealots left for the moment. We got to get through these sentries. A couple Colossus are still doing a lot of damage. They're just doing damage throughout. I mean, are we going to stim again? Hero says yes, absolutely. Battery going to be huge. Keeps the Colossus alive, low HP. And as we chase, we will not actually get the Vikings there. He targeted the higher HP one. Should have just taken the low HP one and took what was given. But the mine's actually going off on Stalkers, which is nice at the end of it all as well. Shameless gets in, kills 7 SCVs across the map. Hero's dealt with that decently too. What I do worry about for Hero in the long term here is that obviously the supply numbers are very favorable to him right now, but the work count is not brilliant. 4th base is up and running soon. He might have done enough to kind of keep himself in it and keep this going for a while, I guess. What's up? Gingerino Capacchino, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you for priming us up today. Thank you so much. 3 upgrades coming about. Ghost Academy, Starports. Extra Viking coming up as well. Just going to get all of that coming in as the Bio steps up again. Plus 3 attack. Marine Marauder Medevac coming over. Just going to see the Zealot Stalker Force stepping by for now and actually continuing to go forward at the moment. Just going to step straight through. Away we go. Push already moving up as you see a couple of Zealots just going to get knocked down immediately. Guardian Shield already popped. The Bio pulling back to the sides. Lots of medevac healing going out. These medevacs are pretty low energy. We've been kept pretty busy as we do take a dive onto those few Zealots, though. It's going to be a nice grab. Shameless has definitely weathered the storm in a big way and has definitely slowed this game down a lot, and that allows him now to kind of take a couple extra bases and really just settle, which is kind of what he probably needed here if I had to make a guess so far. Stalker going to step through. Going to cancel this CC. Try and make a play for the planetary. We actually got to dive in, and that's going to be a Colossus that goes down from those few Marauders. We're losing splash damage just freely here is not a great way to start it. This planetary is not going to go down easily at all. As Hero joins in to fight this, he actually left 1 Colossus alive in the back while landing all of the Vikings. Little mistake. But he gets himself a very comfortable defense, pushes Shameless away. Very nicely done. Another scan coming out. That army gets viewed on. The Viking shot's going to fire. Colossus goes down. The Stalker shoot. Vikings taking a few more hits. Another recall away from some of these stalkers. We try and deal with the a chance to get back home. Hero's pushing in. I mean, the Zealot's going across the map into his bases as well. A lot of these units just get caught. This base looks like it's in trouble. I would just say probably could have chased that Immortal down. Hero's lost 20 SCVs suddenly, but his army supply is absolutely massive, so he can actually just keep on pushing. There's a chance he can get a lot done. A massive wave of Zealot warp in from Shameless. And Hero really felt like he could have kept chasing the army up over there. Maybe he could have done, to be honest. He just preferred to take out the base there. Now base is coming up in the top left-hand side instead, so we're trying to re-expand elsewhere. The only part of this I don't like for Hero is actually having a fight right now is not great. His army supply is obviously really relying on everything else, and he doesn't know which way around to kind of get to there. He was kind of thinking of surrounding. He turns it into just being here. The Zealots need to stop chasing now that there's a whole lot more bio available. Hero also just stims the front portion of his army to help chase this away. A lot of the bio on the back wasn't going to connect, so I like that way of handling this. We still have a couple of Zealots trailing around, which Hero is eventually going to deal with. Meanwhile, Zealots charge forward. The Colossus is going to be in some trouble. Vikings looking to take that down. Widowmine's going to go bang, bang, and a lot of splash damage being done already. Hero able to chase again at 50 army supply up at the moment. Make it 40 army supply up, but still point stands. Good position, right, as he's going to make a play for some more bases. And if he hits bases on the left, what might end up happening is he's able to kill bases here and then move up and just get base after base after base. So you're going to have to fight this at some point as Shameless. I like Hero again, not stemming too many of his units. Some of his medevacs are low energy already. Another massive Zealot run by that Hero has to try and deal with at the same time. I think he should absolutely go and just kill bases, though. Like, he could kind of make it a bit of a base trading scenario. Maybe he's not super confident in that. And load up what we can. We are going to see some of the units peeling across here. They will go after the probes and maybe even the Nexus. Those medevacs need to decide what they want to do. So much going back home. 20 probes going down. Only 7 SCVs. To be fair, Hero's a 34 SCV Terran. As this bit of the bio is going to go down as well. So it does get caught. So Hero loses a lot of his army supply. These medevacs do find a way to get back home in the end. 70 work Protoss, but not a lot of places to send those probes to. This top left base, something the Hero has not identified yet. We're also re-expanding bottom right. So we're kind of still mining here as Shameless against the 34 SCV Terran. That might just be good enough, and I love the DTs right now. You're not in a state of this game. You want to be banking energy and scans. So, yeah, you can see it just drops 4 mules. So DTs are a great addition to mix it up and just make life more complicated. The Hero at this point, army supplies have leveled out as well. And I actually think that Hero is starting to turn to a bad position in this game. As the bio will step down, the Vikings there. Nexus settling into place on the gold-blue base. We see the Zealots going to charge on the right for the planetary. CV's looking to pull forward. Base is going to go down. We need to win this fight as Hero. He needs to win this fight, and he needs to get through and do a lot of damage in return. Like, he really needs to chase and do super well with this because he just lost a base which he can't really afford to replace at this stage. Now DTs are starting to swipe around, so we're going to have to make sure the scans are good to get rid of those Dark Templar, but we're limited on scans. We're going to need scans offensively as well because you're going to need them to help you out over here. I mean, you can see the retreat still. Maybe it's just worth chasing this army. Like, that Immortal is an easy grab, right? Force him to fight, I think, is actually the way you want to do this. You want him to actually have to fight you right now because I think you still believe in your army as Hero. Widowmines do a lot of work. I mean, it just feels like chasing bases is just going to take forever and maybe not do enough for you overall. Medevacs have some healing to do. There's another Nexus up here we can go for. He leaves a few units behind. It's not a bad choice either, as we're just going to get rid of 2 bases here together. No cancel on that one. That was still building up there, so it could have been a cancel. I mean, next base along, already see the probes evacuated from this position. 95 to 87 army supply. Hero just does not have anywhere near the same amount. I mean, he just doesn't have army, like, reinforcements, is what this comes down to. He's even got the few SCVs that remain in this game coming across the map with him. Force fields are going to be big. That Colossus could be huge. Now we're stimming after the army. We're recognizing the opportunity that sets up for us here. But it's a massive Marauders against a Gateway force. Colossus isn't going to survive very long. Honestly, the Zealot count isn't great here either. We send so many of the Zealots across the map. So catching units like this right now is huge. Do we have scans to deal with the Dark Templar DT there? This one gets scanned. Where are the orbitals? There's 2 orbitals remaining. One in the main, one over to the left side. So we do have some energy remaining to scan around the map. As, gotta be careful here, Shameless, walking into trouble. I mean, Hero is desperate just to keep forcing fights, basically. He just wants to try and catch units. Another round of Zealots got made, though. I mean, Shameless is still mining is the problem. That top left base is still going. And that's going to be a major issue as we take a dive in. That Colossus is going to be in trouble, so it goes down. But I actually think at this point, the Zealot Stalker might just be good enough. The bio numbers have been whittled away at, and that is looking as though Shameless is going to take game 1 in this qualifier. After an ordeal to take down Heroes Terran. GG. Jeez. Sneaky little 19-minute epic. As, yeah, that top left base MVP, you're not wrong. That top left base really was just the heart of Shameless's economy towards the end there. It was absolutely the reason why we saw so much success at the end there too. Crazy business. Crazy business. Alright, we are going to resume in a sec, guys. As our second map is going to be on ley lines. So let's get that hosted straight away, and we'll get this going. Thank you for joining us. Hero picked to play Terran as, for the very least, game 1, guys. I'm not sure if he's going to stick to it, but I guess we're about to see. I think I bugged. Oh, Shameless bugged? I need to relog. Classic. Alrighty. Test again, guys. You're gonna host up for us, helps. Alright. Just gonna swap on over to Shameless's lobby here because we're just having some issues getting set up. Sweet. I'm gonna get into our game number 2 here in a second. What's up, Paul? Thank you so much for the 26-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for resubbing. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Alright, we are diving on in. On the top right hand side, our red Protoss player is Shameless, and he is up a game as this has turned into a PvP. No! Here is the bottom left blue Protoss player as we kick this off. And yeah, actually gave us a very entertaining TVP for game number 1 there. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So, I'm gonna get settled in and get ready to go. What are we gonna see here now? Let's just have a couple of gates coming up on either side. Nothing really too wild to begin with on this one at the very least. So a couple of gateways from each player to begin with. Get that started. I'm just gonna be seeing the cyber core coming down as well for the moment. Just gonna get that set up then. Say nothing really too crazy just yet. I got the 2 gates in the cyber core coming down, the probes in production, pylons on the way. We hear a couple of nibbles going off, nothing really too crazy there. Probe leaves, heading down to the bottom left. A couple of adepts going through that warp gate building. Sentry Stalker in the way from Shameless as well. Just going to bring that straight across. Pylons coming about. Just going to be seeing the probes taking some nibbles. Guys, apologies. I have to tap out for like 30 seconds. So the game is going to look a little bit FPS droppy. Be back ASAP. I just have to type something. Sorry. Alright, apologies. As you have a couple of devs going to step forward and just going to be seeing the sentry taking some damage. Very nearly going down, but not quite in the end. The Stalkers will return fire and just push back. Adepts will retreat as the Twilight Council comes into play. A couple Stalkers in that warp gate all coming through. Let's have our Stalker's going to continue to rally out. There's a pylon coming down as well. Twilight Council will build here from heroes. Just going to get that as a starting point here too. And yeah, I mean, honestly, pretty peaceful PvP. Everyone's allowed to expand, and I mean, there's going to be a little bit of poking here and there, but nothing really too crazy, I'd say. A couple of adepts are going to shed their way about. Sentries and so joining together. And just have those couple of adepts moving through. Twilight Council on the way up. A couple of adepts about to finish. A couple of probes in that blink all on the way by. What's up, Shepard? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you for priming us up. I appreciate it. Lots of Primes today, guys. If you're out there, start on the Prime, and you're enjoying the stream, you want to see more StarCraft 2, do consider using your Prime on the channel. It allows us to fund more StarCraft 2. Be like Shepard, be like everyone else that's been awesome and dropping the Prime subs already today. Help us run more StarCraft in the future. WardiTV Korean Royale is obviously one of those tournaments that is WardiTV powered, which is meaning that basically we do not have a special sponsor for this or anything. Plain and simple, we just have, you know, plain and simple, we just have you guys supporting the stream. So your guys' support goes a long way in that regard. Appreciate you guys in that for it. As the Robo Facility and Gateway continue to come through, the Dark Shrine, the production from Shameless. That Robo being quick from Hero really gives you like this setup, which is just, I'm going to have detection available. I'm going to be ready to play against that. Shameless getting a little bit of a catch here. I mean, I feel like he got caught at first, and then he actually turned it into more of a catch. As we now see those couple Stalkers going to return fire the other way. Again, Dark Shrine halfway done currently. Blink will continue. The Stalker and the Probes building. Robotics Facility is about to be done on the front of the Natural in the next few moments. We are the sponsor. Yeah, you guys really are the sponsor. Like, this tournament series does not happen without you guys. That's a very true thing. So, yeah. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Are all games played in Korean server? Yes. So, but similar to what we did with the European League earlier this year, we're not restricting the tournament to anyone. Like, anyone can play, but the games will be played on the Korean server. Same as the European League, everything was played on the European server, even when Bjorn and Percival were playing. The idea is to have a tournament that is focused on specifically, you know, supporting the Korean scene. But we live in an age where if someone wants to head on the Korean server and be a freaking baller, then go for it. It just makes it easier than, like, basically region locking it to, because this is very successful from Hero. It just makes it easier than, like, region locking it when you have, like, the, when it's like, oh, you've got to live in Korea or something like that, or, like, you've got to live in Korea, or, like, it just makes it easier. Like, anyone can play. It's Korean server, and that should eliminate most people from participating anyway. And if you want to give it a go, you're very welcome to give it a go, you know? If you're good enough to qualify in while playing the Korean server, then you're very welcome to play the main event. So, Shameless is indeed handicapped, yes. I don't know what ping Russia to Korea is like, but I don't think it's very stable. And either way, like, you know, Hero's playing with home server ping on his own side, so yeah. That's the biggest thing. It's not like this is them both playing on Korea and it's both, but you know, rough. It's like Hero has no ping, so definitely advantage, and he's absolutely taking advantage in this game. Number 2, been looking great so far as the Stalkers get across. Actually going to blink onto these other Stalkers, go after those there. We turn around, we get rid of a pylon. Just going to knock that down as well. Now the Nexus will take some additional damage. A few Stalkers coming over once again. Actually going to blink back onto these. It's going to be having, I mean, Hero really controlling. He just has so many more numbers now as Shameless making a brazen blink. As he gets punished for it, losing a couple Stalkers. I mean, what can he really do here? Not really a lot, I think, is the answer, as Hero just has so much more. Pulling his third base off. He's going to be up a base, and Shameless knows it. Types out the GG, and Hero goes and ties us up 1-1. Alrighty, guys. Just going to make sure ads don't play during the game and just run a set of ads now. If we have a short game, it's not going to matter, but then you won't have ads after this next game anyways, if that's the case. So, just playing it safe in case someone wants to complain about ads again. That is why. That really stops people complaining. Oh, I forgot see if Shameless can join the lobby. I think he might still be bugged. He might have to host. Alright, got him in here, so we are going to be able to get underway, guys, and head into Game 3. Tied up 1-1 on Tidal Citadel to see who gets to the finals. Let's get this ready to go. Alrighty, in the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. It is going to be Hero, and he's taking on Shameless. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss. So get this ready to go. Into a pretty decent little qualifier. I thought it was going to take like an hour and a half. We're like 2 hours in. We got a best of 3 to play after this as well, so it's been pretty fun. As we get arcades coming down, assimilators coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple of probies on the way through as well. Just getting a lot of that on the way for the moment. It's coming through, probes coming by. Let's have ourselves the probe from Hero, and down at the bottom right side, getting set. And gates and cyber cores coming through, so we'll see a little bit more of where this game is going shortly. Adepts and that robo facility all on the way through for the moment. And get that warp gate on the way up as well, so just bring that straight in, the Stargate in production. Just have the probe continuing to go to the top side of the map, so just going to bring that straight up top, moving through for the moment. And excited to see if this probe can do anything particularly sneaky, I guess. I mean, it's just returning home, but could it maybe still hidden a pylon or so, just try and spice it up, but yeah, obviously it's pretty unlikely. Probe continues through, just going to have ourselves the Prism coming by, a couple Stalkers coming up. Again, the Warp Gate coming online as a couple of Adepts there, going to try and make their shade into toward the main base. And the Warp Gate coming about. Just going to be seeing the Adept on the left side, going to move around. Is going to shade that Adept toward the main. There's a chance to block here. We don't get it. Stalkers continue to settle in. And as you can see, the Prism of the Sentry still coming about. Another Prism popping. And it's going to begin to make its way across to the bottom right side of the map. So it's going to start journeying for a little bit. Attempt to see what's going on. Prism coming through, the Immortal and the Sentry coming up. And it's going to be having that Robo being the choice initially, and obviously with a third gateway. You see the pressure that's coming through here now. There is an expansion from Shameless. He's going to go Robo behind it, so it's going to be Hero looking to be the aggressor, Shameless looking to be the defender, with Robos apiece. But obviously Hero is going to have... I mean, I always like this for the aggressor, because I always feel like if you can take control of this natural, the defender immediately has trouble holding these gateways, right? And that's initially an issue, because that's things that you have to replace, and it gives a lot of control to the aggressive player to then take the advantage into their hands. It's a very weird way that it works in this matchup. Obviously, you have the Oracle here as Shameless, and Oracle is going to take a couple shots off a Stalker now, so you've got a little bit of a chance to keep on applying some pressure. There's no battery in the mineral line, and these Stalkers, I was going to say, they're walking away. They need to stick around. The Oracle's going to activate, but yeah, two Stalkers together with the Oracle already hurting a bit is going to not do much. Prism warp in here, so you actually do have to go a long way around to kind of get in position. And we are setting up a Shameless to defend the low ground. Batteries not ready yet, so a few moments away from batteries. Going to give the Sentry the energy recharge, so going to really look to focus on the force field, and Guardian Shield potential of this. Batteries do finish before we fight. The Adept's going to scout it out a little bit. Here we're going to pop Guardian Shield. He's going to step straight through. There's one Immortal caught in the back at the moment. The one Immortal defending nicely. His Immortal's not doing a lot of damage. Hero's second Immortal showing up, but a little late to the party. Sentry's low on energy now. Prism available to micro back in return of Shameless, but it doesn't mean he didn't build a second Immortal, so there's going to be a little bit of a firepower advantage here from Hero. Stops to get the warp in off. That Prism is going to be safe for the warp in. The Oracle shows up just to die instantly, unfortunately. Shameless is not quite doing what he needs to on this defense. The Phoenix shows up, which is an interesting addition. In a lot of cases, it might have been very useful, but here, he just doesn't have what he needs, as Hero will sit on the low ground. And he's going to do exactly what he needs to now. Kill the natural, hold the low ground, and just start to poke up the main base. Doesn't need to do it quickly. Shameless knows that this is going to be GG, and Hero will qualify and move to the finals today, where he can play solo for a little bit of a prize money bonus. Alright, so Hero moves through. Like I say, I can play solo for a little bit of prize money. $50 on the line for first place. As, yeah, Hero and Soul, I mean, kind of expected qualifiers. Actually had some fun games, to be fair. You could say I was not expecting necessarily. The, list honestly go on as long as it did today. So, yeah. Let's get into our finals then, guys. There's a fast game 3, so like I say, as I promised, no ads. And get some videos going and we'll kick this off. What's up, Takua on the YouTube? A couple minutes late, but says gonna lurk here while gonna lurk here while I work on the US. Hell yeah. Thanks for dropping by. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing great as well. Having a good start to your week as we get some videos down and ready to party. 10,000 Persephone. Couple maps taken out straight away. Lines, torches. White Rabbit and Tokamak vetoed. So our maps will be between 10,000. Tidal Citadel, Ruby Rock, and Pylon, yes. Cool. So this is going to be a second, but we'll get this set up, guys, and be ready to go very shortly. Cool. Well done, from Hero. Yeah, credit to the non-Koreans taking part and giving it a go on the Korean server. Like I said, they're very welcome to give it a shot. It's not going to be easy. They're definitely going to be disadvantaged. Like I say, we had a European version of this earlier this year, so that was their opportunity to have the advantage. Which Shameless did very well in, to be fair. Speaking of Shameless specifically, European League this year, he was a top 4 finisher, no? Not top 4, top 6, but he, top 6, but he got top of his group, so he started in the winner bracket semi-finals. And then he lost in the winner bracket semis, and then he lost from there. So he actually went 0-3 Maxpack, 0-3 Shameless, 0-3 Maxpack, 0-3 Showtime in the playoffs, after what was a very impressive run from him before then, so, yeah. Alright guys, just waiting if I can say to get our bracket set up. Good to go in a moment. That's ready to roll. James got to the upper final in the weekly yesterday, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see the results of that one. It's funny, I don't usually check the results of the Monday Night Cup because it's usually the same guys. So I don't feel like it's something that I'm like, oh, I wake up and I'm like, oh, I wonder how that went, you know, or something like that. Like, it just doesn't happen. So a little sad, but just being real with it. Being real with it. Alright, players are ready. And I think we are good to go, and kick us off into this, guys. So, let's get this started off, and let's get this ready to begin. Let's count us down into game number 1. On Pylon. Hero v Solo's the new hero versus Max Packs. It has been happening a lot the last few days, hasn't it? Solo's been playing very well lately and just keeps meeting Hero in a lot of these cups, so. And Solo, hey, he beat him in the October event. That was actually a crazy series, and that led to Solo then winning our October Invitational. So, we'll see what it means today. Today is just a $50 prize for the best of 3. Like I say, both these guys are qualified into the Korean Royale. Let's be real, guys. These guys would have been invited anyways. I like to run qualifiers because I don't do invites before qualifiers because It helps us have a good qualifier day, and the qualifier day does help us to promote the fact that Korean Royale is happening and so on. Realistically, these guys would have been invited anyways. Honestly, the people I run the qualifier for did not really sign up today, you know, where it's like, hey, I play on the Korean server a lot, and like I'm interested in play. They're just not here. So yeah, but we'll have another qualifier tomorrow, and then this event is meant to start this weekend. I guess we'll see how that goes. I'm thinking of moving the playoffs for this event because of the... If I'm not mistaken, I feel like I'm imagining this right now, but maybe you guys know, actually. But, I feel as though I read somewhere that because there was an all-star Chinese event announced, but then I feel like it's disappeared. Oh no, I feel like I read somewhere that it was going to be delayed. But now I can't find where that was, and because I can't find where that was... I want to move my Korean Royale playoffs to that weekend, which would make it a lot easier to get the Korean Royale played out and stuff, and so on, and not clash with other tournaments. But I have no idea where I read this. Although now I just thought, was it on the World Team League Twitter? It might have actually been. Yeah, it might have been on the World Team League Twitter now that I think about it. It says it may be postponed. Further information soon. That's kind of a big deal because I would like to move the playoffs to an open weekend, but that was not an open weekend unless they actually delay it, so... Crazy, alright. Let's get into this. Overlord moving through, Adept on a bit of a journey, getting Chrono boosted out. A couple Lings would like to get after a probe over here as well, as we have our Warp Gate, Adept, and Stargate all building into place, just bringing a lot of that up. A couple Queens, drones, and the Ling speed coming through and online as well. Just get set up to play. Queen's going to be just in on the natural, and a couple Lings there chasing the probie down. No shenanigans, everyone's playing their main race, and yeah. Maybe I should just ask the WTL guys if they know anything, because like I say, I guess it's not super urgent. I guess we can just postpone it if we need to, basically. Anyways, Ling speed, couple Lings on the way for now. We get that set up, and drones on the way out. Hatchery coming through, and the Adept trying to move about as well for a couple of moments here. The Oracle still very much so on the way in. The Queen is going to drop a Cryptium down, which the Adept takes a chance to step forward and pick off already, so just going to knock that down with relative ease. These Zerglings still gathering together. And yeah, Oracle Warp Gate. Adept continuing to produce on through. Another Gateway going to come down into place. And a couple of Adepts are going to shade away over to the far right-hand side. Oracle still moving around. Going to take a chance to actually move to the upper left-hand side. Well, the Adept's just going to put some pressure on. There's the chance for the Oracle to dive in, but I don't know if flying through the 3 Queens was smart. He does get a couple of drones, but for a lot of damage taken. Oracle's still active, so using its Burns energy here. Deactivates now, but I feel like he thought he could maybe get rid of a couple of Lings there. So a couple of units going down. Say Solo's holding on well enough here so far. Okay, and this is just a best of 3 final as well, guys. It's just designed to be a quick qualifier, so it's not meant to be like a grueling best of 5 finale, just in case you were wondering what the deal was with that as well. A couple Lings are going to try and nibble up at the top. Adepts get warped in. They're going to block that back the other way. A few more Zerglings gathering again. Rotron coming through. A few drones and Zerglings still building up. Got the Adepts to shade to the top left again as the Oracles move back around a different direction here. And Twilight Council building up from Heroes. Just going to bring that Twilight Council straight on through. Gonna drop a Stasis Ward down. Just gonna catch a couple of drones right away. So just gonna get a catch there. Link Queen still gathering together. A few drones moving through. Again, got our Twilight Council and gates coming about. And Queens are gonna be there to clean up for the moment as the Oracles will move around. The Lings get across. Gonna get rid of that Adept as well. So another pick off for the moment as the Sport Crawler will try and go after the Oracles too. Lay on the drones. Overlord continue to build. The Extractor's in production. And the Lings of Solo would like to try and get down to the bottom right-hand side. Resonating Glaives, just chrono boosting. His two gateways on the way, so going to see Hero with a pretty funky follow-up with that Glaives. Solo's going to be on Hydra Den, so he's going to have Hydras. I mean, it really depends on if there's enough Adepts, because if with enough Adepts, Hydras will just melt to those Glaive Adepts. It's going to depend a lot on the numbers. And what I do not love right now is that these Adepts are getting caught without Glaives or anything, so don't get me wrong, they're not going to die just yet. They shade up to the main, going to recall. That's probably best case scenario for Hero. He does good damage. He keeps a lot of the Adepts alive. Oracles are going to come in and punish Solo over here as well. Gets rid of one Queen, looking for a second. Queen is going to go down 2. Third Queen also in some trouble still. Going to get rid of that. Queen still shooting. Oracle still taking damage. Resonating Glaives again is about to be done as the extra Ling Hydra still producing through. Groove Spine's a part of that also. These Oracles swing to the right. Supply is not looking good for Solo, and considering again it's aggressive from Hero on the follow with the Glaive Adepts, I think this is a case where you just die. You're playing pure Ling Hydra against someone that has a bunch of units that just do bonus damage to Lings and Hydras. Like, this is going to be pretty darn brutal, I think, to say the least, as the Adepts will shade. And you can't really look at this as Solar and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to just do this and defend, because like there's nothing you're defending this with. Lings are melting. Hydras are getting a chance to do some damage, but then all the Lings are gone. The Adept count is crazy good. GG, and Hero takes game 1. It's just like that. We have an opening game going the way of Hero as he looks to try and claim some prize money on the day. Game 2 coming up in a couple of moments. Our second map will be Ruby Rock. I hosted, we'll get this started. Alright guys, just a reminder that after this we'll be doing the Crank Team League games. We're pretty behind. I mean, obviously that tournament wrapped up already. We've only done 1 day of casting of it, so we're going to try and do some catch-up today and at least get a day's worth of games done. And we'll probably be doing the same tomorrow after our qualifier, if our qualifier is on the faster side again, or at least trying to do some matches. I just want to get through these Crank matches, and I think I still want to try and cast the whole thing. Even if that is proving to be a little bit more difficult than I'd originally expected maybe, so maybe we should start cherry-picking what we cast. I actually think all the games are kind of cool, so yeah, I think we're not going to cherry-pick, we're just going to cast what we can. And just kind of go through. Maybe we could skip to the playoff bracket. Maybe I'll ask you guys what to do when we finish this. Bottom right side, blue Protoss player is Hero, as he is going to be taking the 1-0 lead to take the advantage against Solar in the top left, our red Zerg player. Have I cast Lambo Harston versus Maru Zaun? No, literally the only things I've casted is day 1. So I only casted the very first 3 series of the tournament. So I don't know whether I should just continue to go like game by game. Yeah, I don't know whether I should just keep going like game by game, or series by series I should say, or if I should just like skip out like the day I was going to do today and just start casting like the playoff bracket or something. I'm not sure. Drones coming down, anti-gasm pool coming through. Just got that spawning pool coming online. The Overlord spreading around as well. As our Nexus and Cybercore coming straight into place. Just getting some things set up here for the moment. Hatchery is going to be done soon on the natural. Is this like King of the Hill? No, this is just a single elimination qualifier. This is the finals. Coming through, a couple Queens and Lings just going to step by as well. Trying to boost out our Stalker, and again, a couple Queens and the Ling speed coming through. Early game looking pretty regular in the first few moments. A couple Lings going to step up. The Probe is going to get chased. Stargate building from Hero in the main at the moment. And yeah, the Stalker is going to come across through the bottom side. Let's take that Stalker out across. Say, going on a little bit of a journey here to see what's happening. Kind of weird to see a Stalker moving across so early, but obviously, usually we have an Adept. The Stalker will be able to poke out an Overlord, which will move toward a high ground area. That will stop it from going down, you would hope. As seen here. And then Stalker just going to take a couple of pokes of the Queen as well. And still taking some damage. A couple Lings trying to come back over that direction too. Back and forth is pretty reasonable right now. Ling speed building up. It's going to be done soon. Drones and Lings on the way in. Overlords producing. Again, Oracle and the Adepts continue to come by as well. Add on the Gateway, add on the Probes for the moment. Solar Hero is actually the new Dark Hero. Yeah. I don't know if they play quite that much, but yeah, Dark Hero was a very real thing. Just because they always played in the freaking the KSL, and then they also played in the Korean ESL Cup as well every week. Like, man, every time. They played a lot. 4 drones go down, and the Depths are doing a good job. The Oracle hits a bunch of drones as well. This is honestly not looking pretty already for Soul. It's a lot of damage taken super early. We're going to lose 1 more drone, which makes it 7. Plus the 4 that have been 5 that have been caught in stasis. That's a lot of eco loss super early on. This is like 4 minutes where a lot of this damage is happening. So Soul's economy taking an absolute beatdown. As his melee upgrade will begin in the back. And he will try and get to the next stage of this game in somewhat kind of a place to play from, I guess. I mean, like I say, it's just not ideal at all right now as the feelings rumble around on the bottom. The couple of Oracles going to move up toward the upper left. These Zerglings take a chance to move around for a couple moments, and they get a little bit of pressure on, but nothing really too serious. The Oracles on the other side are going to find themselves a Queen at the cost of an Oracle, though. Oracle still activating. 3 drones going down so far, so a bit more damage being done still. One's going to move onto the map, heading down to that bottom right-hand side. Melee upgrades still coming through. Blink and the +1 upgrades coming online as well, so a lot of that coming straight up. Lings are looking to try and get a wrap around onto a couple of Adepts here. Will not be able to, as the Adepts are able to fight back, push that away the other direction. And +1 and Blink still going through. There on the melee upgrade coming up as well. The Adepts just begin to hit the hatchery, and the Oracle again chilling overhead. The Ling's looking for the chance to get the probe. Don't get 1 probe between the mineral lines, not bad. He's doing a decent job here, just clear up these Adepts as well without too much more drone damage taken. You really need to minimize drone losses at this stage. Solar is still trying to overtake Hero and Workers, which is just not ideal. 2 more Adepts will go down. Oracle Stasis in the main will hit 3 of the drones. Getting Nest and Hydra down on the way, but man, again, it's just the economy has not really been there for Solar. So trying to get up to these tech structures, yes, you need to do it, but man, I just don't know how much he's going to get off of it with the sort of way that this has gone. Still just by cleanup, again, a couple Lings are going to threaten, but Hero is still safe at home, so not moving out yet, no opportunity for those Lings so far. We obviously have Blink done soon, so it might just be the time to kind of push out as Hero. He is starting a Temple Archives, so maybe he doesn't pressure with the Stalkers, which I would be finding a little bit surprised. And you'd think that the Stalkers would probably want to step onto the map once they have Blink. Usually there's not much reason to stop that, although it is melee upgrade and Ling heavy, so that's not bad dealing with the Stasis with 2 drones. Stasis comes back in, gonna try and get the... No! Try to get the Oracle, but I actually don't think he was paying attention. Just do not think this has been the series from Solar at all. Because I think, unfortunately, for Solar, Hero is going to be looking a little bit too good. Stalker Sentry coming across the map. Hallucination on the Colossus just going to fade away. And we are going to move across and start stepping in towards this base. Hatchery starts to take damage right off the get-go here. Healing's going to run across. We drop a little cheeky force field down, but not sure that's really going to do anything either. We recall those Stalkers. And Hero will bring those units back. Again, Storm +2/+1 all coming in. The charge building as well. Continue to get that going. As we just have our Bane speed. +1 missiles, muscular augments continue to come by for the moment. The Stalker cleans up a couple of lings on the bottom left side, the 4th base coming through. You see a couple of Oracles, going to drop some Revelations down. Hydra's taking some damage. Just have our Rocks going to get jumped on as well, so Ling Hydra going to be making its way through that. Move out, a couple of Banes on the way, and a couple of Hydras coming over. Falling Hydra stepping across. Just can actually intercept the Oracles, so we will get rid of one of those. I had a game the other day where Hero looked really good on the opening and looked dominant, and then just died when Solo got aggressive. But I think part of the game that's looking good for Hero here is the fact that he's just not really being aggressive himself. He's just sitting back, he's letting Solo do his thing. And Solo is very much so doing his thing, and you know, whatever, but then you're going to be very well prepared for the attack when it comes as Hero, you know? You're not going to be caught off guard, you're not going to run into trouble straight away or anything like that. Got the Lings trying to run up, the Hydras as well, so let's go down quickly. Archon, could it being grabbed, honestly? Looks though we're pulling back. What are we distracted by? I felt like a pullback where you're like, oh my god, something's going on, but not actually the case. Forces a second Storm out already. Doesn't lose too many units, not a bad start from Solar. Sends a few Lings over this direction, sees a pylon or a cannon you can maybe get through, even just a battery. You can start draining the few Banelings here. Beautiful blink. Beautiful blink that was ruined by the Zealots charging in and giving those Banelings value where there shouldn't have been any. It was still a good blink to defend the mineral line, though, obviously. Just lost Zealots when, like I say, that part was maybe unnecessary. The Ling Hydra looking to split around. Couple Storms. Going to force those units back. It buys you some time here as Hero drops the Storm in the center as well. Loses the Oracle just before, just after the Revelation comes down as... You don't have many Banelings left, but that Hydra count is scary. Oh my god, that High Templar's count is also scary. We are closing the distance on a couple of the High Templar. I think one went down, but one of the lower energy ones. That just means we have Storms for days right now, and it is going to be Hero starting to chase this back the other direction. 12 throws went down, and Solar eventually did find some of the economy. And I was actually momentarily very afraid for Hero, and then like 5 full energy High Templar showed up. I'm like, oh, not anymore. That definitely is a step in the right direction to be able to defend that. So, yeah, very nicely done in that regard. As you're going to see some extra Lings coming through, more Hydras. You can see the fleet beacon from Hero. He's very comfortable in his game state, and just says he's very happy to start teching further in this game. A Mothership would be incredible. Doesn't have to go super crazy. There's no threat of lurkers, but like a Mothership alone is a very amazing unit to have compared to what you might think it is. In these circumstances, we do see the Storm onto the Hydra Bane. Just going to see the Archons pulling back a little. Couple more shots coming through. Pylons going down. Cannon going down. Still putting some pressure out as the Stalkers step back over. The rest of these units coming across. Storm, and the Hydra's going to end up being pushed away a little further as well. Army of Hero still chasing through. A couple more of those Hydras going down. A couple more Lings getting chased down as well, as we just see this army still pushing across over to that left-hand side. The Stalkers and Archons getting in there, and again, some of the Hydras continue to take damage. We will chase this army down, says Hero, as he's obviously feeling good about how his trades have gone. It feels as though you can just keep chasing the Hydras. A few Lings going to run in from the right side. Going to try and get on the High Templar. Force the Storm on top of them, which is actually kind of nice. They morph into the Archons, which means no Storms remain. Maybe that gives you a chance with the Hydras, but are they in good enough numbers anymore to really give you that chance? That is the better question, isn't it? A few Banelings trying to slip their way through toward anything that might be useful to hit. Realistically, that's just anything you can connect on right now. There's no better target for Banelings really here. And Solar supply dips below that of Heroes, and that's never a good sign as that Protoss sticks around as well. Continue to play cleanup. Going to force the drones to pull in. That's also never a good sign. Oh, losing the Archons, so we're going to lose the kind of the splash damage aspect of this, but as Zealots show up, there's not really enough units to fight off Zealots at the moment, and that's going to be GG. Hero 2, Solar 0, as Hero takes down the prize money on today's little qualifier. Alrighty, guys, so that is going to wrap us up in that regard. That's going to do us for that. And, yeah, anything to say to add on the Korean Royale qualifier aspect? I do not think so. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to really add for us there. So there's obviously going to be another Korean Royal qualifier tomorrow, guys. We are not done for the day, by the way. We will be casting more still in just a few moments. But yeah, so let me actually just go through my schedule a little bit because I need to try and figure out what I'm doing myself. So today and tomorrow are qualifiers. We're going to do some crank replays now. We're going to do some, hopefully, crank replays tomorrow as well. I think, so I'm not here on Thursday because I've got to do some IRL stuff. And then Friday, King of the Hill, but I can't go late. And then Saturday and Sunday are day 1 and 2 of the Korean Royale. So, and then Monday we have front page. I think what we're going to do, guys, is... Okay, so yeah, so that's what's coming up in general. But then I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to go and skip some of the crank replays, like at least the group stage day, because I actually think I'd rather just try and dive into some of the playoff matches. Because I don't know if I'm going to get enough days to kind of wrap that up anyway, and the longer that it goes, the more departed we are from that tournament actually having been played live. So I'd prefer, if possible, for us to kind of, you know, steer away from kind of getting further away from it. And yeah, I was just looking at, like, moving the Korean Royale playoffs a little bit just to help us with the current aspect that if the All-Star matches are moved, it would make sense for us to move our Korean Royale playoffs and we could do something else on the current Korean Royale playoff days. And it would give us some wiggle room just in case we needed it to finish off the Korean Royale matches. So I'm just looking at my schedule and just figuring a couple things out. Check. What I need to do, check Korean Royale playoff move if stars is moved. Cool. Cool. So guys, I'm going to take a couple minutes. Oh, I'm going to step up, stretch it out a little bit. And we are going to cast some crank games. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to skip what was the kind of the losers group stage thing. I'm sure there was some cool matches there. I just want to try and make sure we can cast as much of the playoffs of this as we can as soon as possible. And in order to do that, we've got to probably skip the group stage, I would guess. So we'll just go into the playoffs of that, and yeah, we will go from there. Perfect. All right, let's do that then. I'm going to throw an ad break up. When we come back, we'll switch it up, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. More StarCraft 2, as we'll go into some Crank Team League games. I'll change the bracket command and stuff when we get there. When I get back, baby. Hello, guys. Elliot's here for a crisp. First of all, we will satisfy the puppy. Secondly, Big Daddy SC2. Sorry, I missed your question. Just before I BRB'd. As a caster, what do you think the best way to get in contact with other casters is? Just email? Yeah. Email. Ask them in their Twitch chat. And ask where they would prefer to be messaged. If you're on a Discord server with any of them, send them a Discord DM if you have their Discord. Yeah, it's, everyone's pretty chill, you know, and laid back. So, I would honestly just say wherever you can get to be honest. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Hopefully you're still here. Right, let me just set up a couple of, right, let me set the brag commands. So, let's do it like this. So we're going to be casting the replays from the Crank League. We're going to skip the group stage. I was going to do that the other day, but I had to take it off instead. So we're going to just skip that, and we're just going to go and move into the playoffs. I think is going to give us a better chance of covering more of this event, because I would like to really cover the playoffs, if nothing else. So what that means is we're going to start with Basilisk versus Shopify Rebellion. These are best of 9s now in the playoffs. And I think you have to use... I think after 4 maps you can use players a second time. So for 4 maps you have to use different players, and then after 4 maps you can use players a second time. But those 4 maps do include a 2v2 that's not restricted to. So basically after 3 1v1s you can reuse players, basically. So... with that in mind, let's get it started and jump into what is going to be our first match. Oh, do I want to eat these crisps first? I kind of want to eat these crisps first. I literally saw it. Okay, so yes. Give me 2 secs. Ellie's watching me as well. Alright, yeah, so give me 2 secs. We'll jump into this. I'm going to go off camera and just eat this quickly. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know why I didn't just eat them. I felt like I had to go. So yes, we're going to start off with Cyril versus Horston. That'll be up in just a moment. And then we'll be StarCraft until the end of the day. Okay, let's head into Cyril Horston and start off this Basilisk and Shopify series. From the Crank Gathers Season 2. So this is going to be Shopify Rebellion, and their first player out in this matchup is going to be Horston, taking on Cyril from Basilisk in the bottom left-hand corner. Each individual map here is a best of 1, but it builds up into the best of 9. So Cyril Horston just play 1 map against each other, then another player comes out from each team, then there's a 2v2, and then there's a couple more 1v1s, then there's another 2v2, overall, it is a best of 9. It's the first of 5 map wins for their team. So whichever team gets 5 map wins first is going to be the winner and move on through from playoff round 1 into the upper bracket final. So that's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to look. Let's get into it and enjoy some awesome PvZ. As obviously we have Hostum Scarlet to start us off. It was a treat when we get to watch some Cyril. He hasn't playing a lot of stuff. He actually opened his pool first. He is going to have a nice little layer of safety right now to start us out, if nothing else. Just make sure that Hostum, we know Hostum, sneaky guy, trying to get away with things all the time. Always trying to be a sneaky little Protoss player, so makes sense that Cyril opens with a very safe opening against him. But yeah, I mean, this just gives Cyril a lot of safety. You're playing a best of 1, you don't want to get knocked down by something silly, and you're super confident the later that this game goes as well, right? So there's no reason for you to really show up here and really be trying to do anything too crazy too quickly, I suppose what I'm trying to say. Just play it safe, play it steady, you're going to be okay, and then just kind of going from there. As the Cybercore and the Nexus continue up. Again, Cybercore and the Nexus all coming through, the Overlord coming by. Just going to step toward the top right and just going to be seeing our first gateway down. This is Tourmaline. We're using some of the maps from the TLMC that are not in some of our other map pools. Those links show up early, and Hostum doesn't get the wall off up, so that's going to limit what the links can do. Can they break through that defensive Cybercore wall? It's actually kind of close. It's going down very slowly, so it will have to be cancelled. We will get in. Now the Adept is out, but we still have to chase the Lings around for a little while, so a little frustrating for a few moments here for sure. As the next Lings, I mean, they're going to get blocked out a second time. This time the Stargate coming up. There's still a full wall off, right? So Hostum will have to modify the wall to get out via the ground at some stage. Now, though, definitely seems pretty reasonable. Let's just have, again, Link Speed coming about, the Overlord coming up, Stargate pulling in on the other side of the map. Away we go. In-game number 1. Yeah, exciting little start, so I'll actually be in the aggressor off that pool first. I don't hate it. Like, you made the pool first, you made the Lings, let's make use of them. And shows that what kind of keeps you very safe also allows Cyril to kind of get some work done and put himself into a bit of a better position as well. So, kind of nice in that regard. Hostum moves into Oracle play, so again, no real surprises in terms of what he's going to get up to initially. Very standard to start us off, if nothing else. As the first Oracle is poised to maybe try and get in to see what's going on. So see the Queens are going to be there. Oracle gets pushed away. Again, Link Speed and a couple Queens continue up. Doctor is just going to go poking that Overlord very low, not quite going down. Nexus and a couple of probes still being built as well. So just getting a lot of that online, getting that set. You see the Oracle still peeling around over to the left-hand side here currently. He's just going to move over with that. This little Revelation hits a couple of the Queens as well. As that Rotron continues through, the melee upgrade is building. Every Ling's gonna get a little wrap around some Adepts, just pressure coming in, punishing Hostum for not having an Oracle there. And Cyril just doing several things, man, already finding just damage. Just in these early stages, Ling showing up where his opponent is not, finding those openings. Creating these opportunities as well. is what it comes down to, right? Like, you are also creating these opportunities for yourself. So you're out on the map, you're looking to make these chances, and you create them. You get work done. Put your opponents in some difficult positions. Oracles will activate, Lings get chased away. They're still already about halfway done, we just have the melee upgrade. Finishing shortly. Again, those queens is going to get there. Oracle getting turned back the other way. A couple of the Simulators is going to go down. And drop the pylon into place as well. Forge, Immortal, High Templar building through. A couple of batteries coming up. The Immortal coming into play. 6 Roaches, melee upgrade, and the Roach speed will start as well. So that Roach speed just now beginning as we have Stalker and the Oracle is going to help push the Lings back the other direction. Probe taking some damage. Again, 10 additional Roaches all popping very shortly. You're going to see the Overlord speed as well, which obviously tells you that he wants to maybe get aggressive. It's going to give him the chance to drop a Lord across the map with like a Roach Queen play if he wants to. Right now the Queen's going to be there to deflect the Prism and try and push those Archons out the other direction. So he's looking to push those away for the moment. Again, +1 charge coming through. The drop a Lord in production. So Serral is absolutely looking to send this here sooner rather than later, looking to put some pressure on, looking to get some damage out. As the Roach Queen and the Oracles will all go out to the other direction. And again, the Storm coming up, the charge coming online. +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Again, all those Roaches still very much so on their way in. So we are going very shortly here. It's time to commit. And do we have one drop Lord? We do. So the rest of the Overlord is just going to come along and spread creep. So we have more transfusion potential. And we see this a little bit already as well, as the Protoss player dropping the Revelation down, seeing what's going on. Going to keep spreading those Overlords. I'm actually surprised, so the drop Lord's just for the Zerglings. I'm actually surprised because, like I say, usually that's the Queens, but the Queens are just going to walk across the map with the aid of the incoming Overlord spreading creep. It will help to speed them up at points. First Stasis Ward catches a handful of those Roaches initially. The Ling drop into the main base is active now as well, so it's a second Stasis Ward. It's going to buy Hostin time to likely get Storm up and running here, so you'll have that to help him out. This one, the Storm's still building through. A couple of Biles going straight down on the Cyber Core. The Immortals will fire. Storm coming down. A couple of Roaches getting hit. 22 probes, by the way, dead in the main base, so just while we're watching the front, the Observer didn't want to show you guys the Lings, but they are ravaging the main. There's the leftovers of them just going uncontested. Actually going to depower the Robo in 3 gateways. That is probably not going to do it for Hostin. Losing a bunch of your main production while in, critical defense mode against Serral is likely not going to be good. So you bought some time for Storms, but those Storms aren't doing much either. Like 1 or 2 Storms is just not that scary, especially if you move straight through them as Serral. Right, like if you're going to put 2 Storms down side by side, the Serral just has to run through like one kind of width of Storm to kind of get to you. Like, it's not going to matter too much on the Roach Ravagers, so yeah. Roach Ravagers still coming through, the Burrow coming up, +1 missile upgrade in production as well. And we just have our Infestation Pit now starting up from Serral. Also, Evolution Chamber on the way. Couple more Biles coming in towards the Archons, and the Templars just going to push that back once again. Chase that the other direction as the Oracles will activate. Roach Ravager will get hit by the Revelation. We'll start stepping through. The Immortal goes down, so Immortal falls. Battery taking some damage. Stepping toward the rest of these units again. The Ling's looking to get around the other side. These are Storms which will do a lot, especially as Serral stands in them. You can see that Roaches will die to Storm. You just gotta stand in it long enough. The problem is that Serral has so much anyway. He's able to continue through. Honestly, that's a pretty darn good fight for Hostin. The Storms were great. It's just, if he hadn't put himself or ended up in such a bad position before now, that's the kind of fight that kind of holds you and takes you into the later stage of the game. That's that Serral is building a hive. Serral's getting himself into all the next bits of tech as well. Upgrades on the way too, so I was going to say GG as I think he feels it's over. The supplies actually were not terrible, but I don't disagree. Serral's doing all the right things to be in a good position for the next stage of this anyway, so GG's. And on to the next one, which is actually going to be a great matchup. It's going to be Beyond versus Rainor, guys. These are replays, so as long as we don't have ads to play, we can just go straight from one to the next, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And we're going to head into Rainor and Beyond. That's obviously superstars from Basilisk are going to open the show on this one. So, game number 2 of this Basilisk versus Rebellion matchup. From the Shopify Rebellion in the top left, looking to try and even things out for his team here. It's going to be Beyond, the blue Terran, up against the red Zerg Rainor in the bottom right corner. Alright, game number 2. After this, we actually get 2v2 action as well, guys. It's going to be a fun little mix of things today. I say not just one thing all the way to the end. We're going to have it mixed up a little bit. So, like I say, some fun absolutely going to be coming through. Low ground barracks, obviously indicative of the multi-racks Reaper, which is a fairly common opening from Beyond as well, so not surprised to see that that is being the setup for the moment. What's the prize pool? Great question. I think it's around $7,000, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't check because I'd spoil myself. And I actually did spoil myself in this tournament once already, but I actually have managed to forget what it was that I spoiled myself with. I remember last week I was like, oh yeah, this just happened. And I'm like, wait, did I just spoil myself? I was like, oh, that's dumb. But that was like 5 days ago, so now my brain just emptied that knowledge. My brain only remembers StarCraft 2 we've actually watched in person, you know, or like games we've watched in person, so it doesn't remember results outside of that. Not from online stuff, at least. I think I've just trained it. But yeah, I think it's about $7,000, but like I said, I don't want to spoil myself picking like a video, but it's a reasonably sized for a little kind of team league that plays over a few days. I seem to remember thinking that first place, if you split it between 3 players, is just over $1,000 each, so maybe like $3,500 first place prize. And obviously you need 3 players to participate. Obviously some of these teams have more than 3 players. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's about 7K. Double CC on the way up, going to make this triple command center on the side of Beyond. There's a couple of Reapers. We'll step through. Lings will take some damage. Queens will come and chase those Reapers away. And obviously the Reapers just going to try and find as much as they can in these early stages. Again, a couple of Lings still coming about. The Queens are in production. The Ling speed is going to be done very soon. A couple of drones producing by as well. Have the CC going to finish very shortly. Again, the Orbital Command building by also going to bring all of that online. The Marines continue to come through out of the barracks, and the Reapers are going to go and push themselves back around onto the natural here. It's just going to hang about. The Lings will show up into a wall off with Reapers and a Marine behind us. Not much you can do on that. Even if you want to try and maybe cancel Stim, that would be extremely expensive. You give up a lot of units to get that cancel, so just isn't worth it. Especially with the units you have out on the map right now, you probably wouldn't get it either, but even if you did, there's going to be a lot of value that Beyond can find from there. There's the risk of doing the Reaper play on this map in this spawn, because obviously your structures do point outwards, and your add-ons will hence point out and be more susceptible to attack than if you'd spawned on the opposite side. That has not stopped Beyond many a time before, and it's not going to stop him today. Reapers and the Hellions is going to be getting jumped on. The Lings continue over. We'll see see those things. Still chasing Reaper, taking a few more shots, taking a couple extra hits. Just going to be seeing the Stimpak coming through. Extra Marines on the way. SCVs building by as well. Just going to continue to get that going. Also have an engineering base coming about again, Marine Medevac Stim all on the way through. So just getting those upgrades coming nicely. Going to give Bjorn a chance to get on the map here shortly and get to be active as a few Marines step forward as well. Marine step over. Clem just going to get cleaned out. Just going to be seeing the orbital sitting there, chilling for a couple of moments. We're going to go boosting across. Those couple of medevacs going to move over. Marines coming through, a couple of Queens, Crypt Jammers going down, the Overlord taking damage as well. And a few shots in, those Queens are going to step through. And just going to be there to try and help push things back a little bit. So Queen's going to get the defense off from Rainor, and Bjorn not going to be able to break through for the moment so far. Queen's going to be there. Medevac's getting chased out over that left-hand side, getting pushed away for the moment. Lingbane and Queen still joining back together again. All the upgrades coming through, 1-1 upgrades, a couple of extra barracks coming by as well. And a lot of that over for now. The Lings and the Banes continue about. Melee upgrades still coming through. It's going to be seeing the Marines going to be there. Medevac's coming by. And have again melee upgrades still coming about. That Bane speed is going to finish very shortly as we have the 1-1 upgrade still coming through on the side of Bjorn. So again, getting that brought in. The Ling's going to take a chance to run forward. The Marines target fire down a couple of Banelings already as well, trying to get some extras done right there. Marines loading back into the medevacs. As the infestation pit is going to be finishing very soon. Still got our melee upgrades, still got our burrow. All coming by. The infestation pit obviously going to be finishing as a big deal. It gives you the chance to kind of really tech up here as Rainor and get a lot more on the go. See those things still gathering. Again, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Just going to see the Hydra and the Hive coming up as well. Queen's going to be there. Medevac's getting pushed away to the side. The Marines get boosting over. The Hive coming up. The Hive then building. A lot more Lingbane coming through. The +2 Carapace is going to be a part of that as well for the moment. See the rest of these Marines and Medevacs still moving across. A couple of troop is being picked away at. Still the rest of the Lingbane wants to get there as well. Medevac's just going to hide in the corner. Got 2-2 coming about. A couple of Vipers coming on in as well. And then Hydra trying to step out the bio, going to try and fight back. Just going to be seeing the CC trying to land onto The Zergling here, a couple of Marines going to be there. Ling will go down. The rest of the Marines and the Mines are going to come across as well. Just going to take a chance to step over for a couple moments. 2-2 upgrades continuing to come by. And Marines is going to unload over here. As the Lings run up, Marines will load back into those medevacs and we just escape away for the moment. So got the 2-2 finishing very shortly. As Adrenal Glands, +2 Carapace, +1 Missiles coming about. The Lurk then is halfway done. We have got a lot of Marines there able to push that back the other way. It's a good little push in. Obviously, this hatchery does not have a lot of creep spread in front of it, so it's the best place for Beyond to really be fighting right now. Bane's going to take a chance. Whoa, a lot of Banes going off at once right there. Actually does get some good connections. Beyond taking a slight supply lead. Can he keep this up? There's only really a handful of Banelings left. The Widowmine hits the Overseer, splashes to some of the Ling Bane. Is it good enough? I think reinforcements are going to save this hatchery. The defense is going to be made by Rainor. What an effort. That was actually... Felt as though Beyond had a really good opportunity to get in and get some work done, but not quite the case in the end. Really felt like there was going to be some opportunity there as the Marines continue to fight. A few Zerglings still going down. Widowmine's connecting onto a few more Zerglings as well. The Hydras and the Banes pulling back. We try to get rid of a Viper, not quite able to just yet. A Parasitic Bomb still active and just clearing out the medevac, pushing that out the other way. Again, Drilling Claws, 3-3 upgrades coming through. Ling Bane Hydra coming forward again. The Bane's trying to connect in at the moment. Ling's going to wrap around, Bio taking shots. Hydra's just about pulling back down to the bottom side and escaping out of there for the moment. The Vipers will pull back toward the center. And again, Drilling Claws coming through. Marine Marauder Medevac Mine producing, and Beyond still has momentum down the left here as he keeps the pressure up. He is a 4 base Terran, moving to 5, so it's not like this is an attack that has to deal crazy good damage. It's just the more he does here, the better off he's going to be, because you're going to be slowing Rainor down while setting up yourself. And that's obviously one of the main goals you're going to want to be aiming for, so no surprises how he tries to commit through to that. Just going to see one more Parasitic Bomb. Actually lands into the group of medevacs there, so instant split away though. Beyond good on that one. Still looking to revitalize the Widow Mines here. Getting a couple more shots off and pushing into this bottom side. Hatchery is very low already. Bane's still rolling up. The Ling is still pulling back. A couple more Widow Mine shots going off. Hitting a few more of those Zerglings. The Banelings still crashing through. As we do have Beyond supply looking good. I mean, and keeping a few units out over here. A couple of tanks now starting to fall. I was going to say, if those tanks lived through this and kept on firing, that would have been absolutely brutal. What happened though is the Lurker tries to fire back the other way. Ling Hydra coming through. Lurk is on the way. +3 Carapace halfway done. Still not able to land that 5th base. The little burrowed Zergling being an annoyance, and with so much attention to the bottom of the map, Beyond has only just now been able to come up here and clean that out and to take that 5th base for himself and continue to establish his economy. It was a good fight down the bottom. Like I said, Beyond took some good trades. Resource lost his 4k favorable to him already. Rainor does hang on though, and he does keep the base alive as well, maybe most importantly. With extra and better tech coming up, right? We've seen Vipers starting to come out. The upgrades are still taking along here from Rainor as well. So he has a lot of benefits that he's kind of heading into soon. There's a couple burrowed Banelings on the minimap. Obviously very scary as well. That could be amazing if we get some burrowed Banelings off, and that could be the sort of thing that gets Rainor really right back into this and just recover him a little bit of the supply deficit. We see Lurkers out. That's also a way to recover the supply deficit, because we know the Lurkers have a good chance of being very good, although right now I still need to find their way in position. They are currently seismically spined, but not adaptively taloned. As we're going to pull back, we are on track to maybe run through. The Bane's not necessary. The Banelings end up connecting anyway at the front there, and the few burrowed Banes to the left-hand side are not going to be walked over just with the pathway that we take. And that will be that for the moment. So Beyond does get pushed the other direction. Rainor is going to be sitting 174 to the 169 supply. Supply lead back in his favor finally. Again, Ghost, Marine Marauder, Medevac coming about. Just going to see the Cloak coming through. Six more Lurkers coming up. The Overseers will be producing. Fire's going to fight there. The few Zerglings from the Hydras and the Banes continue to run across. Just going to see the Widow Mine shot going off as well. More Widow Mine hits, and again the 100 Bane taking a few more shots. Going to be seeing the push up. The Planetary Fortress going to be taking some damage. Can we SCV repair it? Again, give it a go, but it's not quite going to be enough in the end. The rest of these Banes going down still. I mean, nice push across from Rainor as he gets in, kills off this Planetary Fortress. Couple snipes coming through as well, and just gonna get some connections off toward those Lurkers. Lurker still coming up. Drone still coming by. I've got the command center going to drop in position on that 12 o'clock. Also, Gun getting some more ghosts out, getting ready to try and deal with those lurkers as best as he possibly can here. Bunch of additional Zerglings still coming out too. Step up, get a bit more damage done. Just going to be seeing the Medivacs overhead, all the units gathering together. And Lurker wants to take a chance to run around into the center. A couple of Vipers are going to be right there. Again, Marine Marauder Medivac coming by. Widow Mines and Ghost coming over. Lingbane producing a +3, +2 on the way as well, so keep those upgrades going. As you drop in a couple of structures on the bottom side, Spine and a Spore are going to get put in place as the Lurkers will burrow. A couple of Mines wanting to go off toward the Zerglings. You do see the couple of shots coming about. Snipes trying to come through. Lurkers taking some damage. On the top side, we're fighting. And we are going to see the Banes looking to roll through the Ghosts, having a run. That's a lot of Banelings, and obviously a lot of Ghosts going to go down here. Good connections from the Banelings, those new Ghosts. Do indeed die to Banes nowadays. It feels very different as we just have a chance to get back through. I mean, Bjorn's going to attack back through this and get rid of a couple Lurkers, but overall I think starting to lose a bit too much. Attacking down over here is going to hit a bunch of Lurkers in the face very slowly and surely, and at some point we actually maybe do break through this, so we are going to get through. That was a very slow and awkward affair. As Bjorn cleaning out some more of those Lurkers for the moment. Four additional Ghosts coming up alongside the 8 Marines that are currently on the way, so we continue to bring all of those numbers up and running as well. As the Bio going to get there, the Lurker goes down. Orbital will drop into the 12 o'clock, just going to try and replace that location. Ben has had base to replace with, but +3 missiles, +2 melee coming up. 4 units from Rainor running up that right side. Lingbane Hydra will join. Spine going to hit. A couple of those Marines taking damage. And he's just going to get there. He's just going to be knocking through those Marines as well. A lot of Lingbane Hydra still setting up. So you're seeing a lot of those units just jumping straight through. Ghost gonna have to split backwards. A couple of Ghosts going down in the front. Keeps a lot of Snipes alive. A few Lings gonna run by into this mineral line at the same time. Rainor trying to play with that speed that you know Rainor to have. As he steps forward here, Lingbane Hydra is gonna come through. Nice parasitic bombs as well. Medivac's taking a lot of splash before they split away. Once more, this base gets denied, and that's 28, 32 SCVs going down. We'll get rid of the Lurker, we'll chase back the Hydras and so, but the momentum is in Raynor's hands, and he has absolutely got, I mean, an interesting position now because he's obviously got a lot of base and stuff. I think his position is good. He does need some money, he does need to build up a bit more. Right now, his army supply is less than the Terrans, so that's always a little scary, but he does just seem to have more units here right now, and he's getting rid of a bunch of Ghosts, which obviously is difficult to replace at this stage. Those Medivacs going down. Starts to feel like this is pretty doomed for Bjorn, actually. He plummets in supply on the tail end of this. Like I said, his army numbers were good going into that, but I think he's a bit disjointed. He was relying on reinforcements that were nowhere near being there, and Rainor had plenty to turn it around, shut it down, and to take it to a 2-0 lead for Basilisk, who absolutely set off to a storming advantage then in this best of 9 against the Shopify Rebellion. That is definitely a pretty quick advantage being taken. What we're going to do, guys, we're going to head into some 2v2 next, as Basilisk have a 2-0 lead in the best of 9. Our 2v2 teams are going to be Serral and Trigger versus Bjorn and Harstem. So, going to get into that in just a moment, but it is advertisement time. Ooh. So some ads, and then we'll get into some more games, and then we should have Trigger, maybe Trigger Lambo after this, I guess. If I had to, because obviously Serral and Rainor have played, Harstem and Bjorn have played, so I would imagine like Trigger Lambo. Unless, I know Scarlet played some games in this, maybe Trigger Scarlet. It's definitely going to be Trigger though, so that'll be coming up after. So we'll give it about 45 seconds, guys, and we'll kick off into this TVT. Like I said, just a little bit of time for the ads to run. It supports the stream. It helps us out. It is a necessary evil, unfortunately. And yeah, thank you for dropping by and hanging out with us so far today. Appreciate you guys. And hope you guys have been having fun and everything. We've been having a good time so far. And we are really having the fight with the 600 sub counter as well. I keep seeing the freaking, I guess I must have my Twitch sub counter goal active at like aiming for 1200. So every time we hit 600, I see at the top of the freaking chat box, it's like, whoa, we're halfway there. I'm like, okay, we're not going to get 1200 subs, first of all. And secondly, why it keeps going off every time I get a sub, so we must be like getting a sub, and we lose a sub, or we get 2 subs, and we lose 2 subs. Or just ping-ponging right about 600. It's just that the little pop-up thing that keeps happening is a constant reminder that it's up and down. Anyways, let's go into Gem Garden. Awesome told me a funny thing about this map. Apparently, they only wanted to use it. They only used a single 2v2 map for this tournament because they were afraid that the players would be confused. Yeah, they were afraid the players would be confused if they had to play more than one 2v2 map. I thought that was funny. I thought it was funny. I liked it. I liked it a lot. As you have our Zerg and Protoss combo in the top left is going to be Serral and Trigger, repping Basilisk, of course, who are on a 2-0 lead. Maybe important to actually get this 2v2 right now for Harstem and Björn playing in the blues in the top right. Because if they don't get this win here, being down 0-3 is not a pretty place to be in a best of 9. And Serral and Rainor are a map away from being revived as well and brought back for round 2 of their game. Like, it's not good. So I actually think the 2v2 is where the success may lie for the Shopify Rebellion. You lose this, I think it's going to be a very hard and difficult road to climb back up on. So we shall see, but yeah, like I say, I'm pinning a little bit of hope that Harstem and Björn combine for some magic here in Game 3 of, like I say, this best of 9 series between these two teams. Again, this was played last week. We're catching up on these Crank Team League games. I think that's a very cool thing that we can do. Shout out to Crank for allowing us to have the replays. Very few people were allowed the replays for this tournament, so actually being able to have the replays is a pleasure. And just a shame that we had to kind of, like I say, get a little bit behind on the casting of it, just with the way that things worked out as the hatch and the pool come through. Probes are going to nibble at each other as well. Just going to drop our CCs down. Everyone's expanding early, apart from Trigger so far. We'll see if Trigger wants to do something shortly or not. And a couple of queens coming through, drones coming by, Nexus on the way from both. The Trigger did expand in the end, so just a little bit slower than his Protoss comparison. We just have the Twilight Council coming through. Again, that link speed coming up and gets settled here for the moment. Again, Twilight Council coming through, Nexus and the Sentry coming up now, the Warp Gate coming in, Lair and Link Speed building as well as we continue through with that. See how Stargate going to begin to Chrono Boost away an Oracle. Bring that straight over. Let's just have Oracle gonna pop out, and everything's pretty normal and calm for TV2 so far. See the blink on the way from Trigger. Serral is gonna get the lag going. Stimpack building from Björn. Awesome, just getting his own Oracle. Like, everyone's just playing very normally so far. See the couple of depths coming across, a couple of Lings taking some shots. A couple of the depths take some damage. It's going to be seeing the Hellions. Going to get some shots off on these probes, so some damage being done. Spire building, hatch coming through. Nice little stasis over here, so both players are kind of, both Brothers players are getting involved and having some trouble. As, that's what, a couple workers lost. Only a couple workers is impressive in the end. I thought it was going to be worse. The stasis is nice, though. We have our Twilight Council finishing very soon on the side of Austin. So he's going to be way behind on the Blink, but obviously did have the Stargate to kind of harass with a little bit in comparison. You can see that Spire still building by. The Stalker and the Hellions are going to come back home. And you see a little bit of, a couple of sterile units starting to move down on the bottom side of the map, so going to start getting over toward the right there. 10 more Lings in production. Again, that Spire is on its way, so bringing that straight through as well. We're seeing again 6 meters coming through. The Queen is on the way. The +1 flyer attack coming up. That's going to be seeing the Forge and the gates coming by. The Blink still building. +1 combat shield on the way through from Bjorn as well. So we continue to get that going as the Lings look for a chance to jump in toward the Hellions for a few moments. Just trying to get a little bit of something else done. Again, +1 Blink coming about, meters and the +1 flyer attack coming over. Just going to be having ourselves a Nexus building on both sides. Again, probes and the attack upgrades continuing through as well. Our Mutas making their way in, so Cyril with a chance to start putting some harassment damage down. Going to target Bjorn's mineral line first here. And there's the Terran. Just going to get a couple of Marines coming back. There's a Stalker here to start dealing some damage. Well dealt with. I mean, we take a few losses, but nothing too crazy yet. As Mutas go down, Trigger will be moving through the middle of the map, so Stalkers coming to the front, and if we have a lot of our anti-air in position to deal with the Mutas, it's going to open areas where these Stalkers can obviously have a good time themselves. Mutalisks are going down though, some mistake from Cyril, letting a lot more Mutas go down than I think he initially intended. He takes quite a few losses. What's he lost? Actually only lost 2. It felt like so much more though. For some reason it felt like he lost about 4, so but maybe I just overestimated how many Mutas were there originally. They were doing so much damage. Marine's going to be there. Meters are going to get chased down and cleaned up. Stalkers continuing across as well. +1 charge still coming about. The extra gates coming through. And +1 charge coming about. Meters and Lings still building. Getting a lot of those on the way. Bio pushing forward. Stalkers as well. We continue to chase those Stalkers back a little bit. Marines still stepping through, and we drop a few force fields down to block things off. Going to be quite nice as the rest of the Ling Muta comes over as well. Continue to chase for a little bit of time. Going to go diving into this mineral line. Bunch of probes are going to get jumped on. We're going to try and dive in, get rid of some Marines, get after some Stalkers. Again, Charge Immortal coming through. The Stalker Marine Force going to try and fight as well. And a little bit chaotic here. It's obviously Cyril still being annoying with those Mutas, but can we hold on the other side of the map? Can Trigger defend against the Bjorn and Harstem combined forces? So far, yes is the answer. Bjorn and Harstem will not break through just yet, as they are looking to break out of the 0-2 deficit that their team has in this matchup. Nice stasis of what's catching a few more of those units. We still have the Ling Muta looking to get in, going to get after the medevacs there already. Muta going to chase. Stalker's taking a lot of damage. We are going to be having, I mean, this is actually a great fight as well. Being able to get the Ling Muta involved is huge. You can see Trigger's kind of chasing behind with the Stalkers, trying to blink in after this. This is not looking pretty here for Bjorn and Harstem. Their numbers are definitely trailing off, and I actually think we've got Cyril and Trigger and just Basilisk in general continue to look amazing, as this is going to extend out to a 3-0 lead. GG says Harstem. Yeah. And GG says Bjorn. Harstem and Bjorn tap to give Basilisk the 3-0 lead. And this winner bracket round 1 is not looking good at all for the Rebellion. Or if you're a Rebellion fan, it's definitely not looking good for you either. Yeah, it's been a pretty brutal start to it all so far, to say the least. What's up, Thor's Beer? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate it. As we're going to be going into... It's actually Trigger versus Scarlet. Such kind of a cool matchup. Up next, the Battle of the Canadians. As we'll get into that then in just a few. I do just have to run some ads, guys, just in case this goes long. So just trying to avoid us any drama of ads running during the game. And then after this, we should be good for at least a couple of games. If not more, depending on, again, just how long they go. Unless this is like, if this is 30 minutes, which maybe it could be, then obviously... that is not going to be fine for ads then, but, you know, that's why we try and run them as much as we can between the games instead. Alright, where are we about? 30 seconds, we'll get this started. Cool. Let's jump into Mothership. Alright, let's get in game. It's a 3-0 lead for Basilisk, and like I said, it's got to be feeling good right now, as I kind of like this matchup for them as well. Trigger is going up against Scarlet in the bottom side of the map. Scarlet from the Rebellion. Actually fun to see Scarlet playing then. She kind of shows up and plays every now and again, and we see some games from her, and it's very fun. Excited to see what she's got set up for some ZVP here, as obviously the Rebellion are in a world of trouble. Down 0-3. After this, Cyril and Rainor are going to be allowed to play another 1v1 map as well, so that's going to be brutal too. Like, I mean, it's just looking scary as the TLDR right now, as we as we set up and see what then the plan for this would be. If Scarlet could take a map now, that would be amazing. But Trigger has been very good lately. He's been very good, but I feel like Trigger's consistency is still the one thing we maybe question a little bit. And so, you know, in a world where we maybe can question Trigger's consistency, maybe there is a world where Scarlet can take a map here, despite being, I think, fair to say, the underdog in this current situation, or current matchup as of late, just because Trigger has been playing competitively. Here's at EWC this year, and Scarlet obviously has just not really been playing competitively in the same way for a long time now. Still good though. When she shows up and plays some games, it's still fun to watch. Still competitive, just not at the top of the top as before. We have our Nexus and Cybercore coming through as well. Nexus, Cybercore coming through. Pylon, the Assimilator coming up as well. Just going to get that going. A couple Queens and Lings on the way through as well. Again, Stargate just coming through, Nexus coming about, then you got the Adept coming through as a couple of Lings will head over toward the probe for a couple of moments. Gonna step straight on in over there. And the Stargate continue to come about. A couple of probies on the way. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming about as well. Just taking a few moments as Link Speed comes through. Queen and the Hatchery on the way up as well. Getting settled in for the moment. Single Adept going to come shading now down to the bottom side. Just going to try and see what we can do. Stargate probes still coming up also. Let's just have Link Speed building into play as well. So a lot of little bits and pieces coming by. Just going to have the Oracle on its way. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming up too. Adepts will try and make their way into that natural already. He's going to try and get straight through. A couple of Lings trying to get around. You're seeing the little catch coming in. A couple of dronies going down. A few shots of damage coming about already. As you can see, the coins gathering up as well. So yeah, Nex is about halfway done. Still got the Oracle coming up, the Warp Gate coming in. The Oracle just going to activate that, turn the Lings back up to the top side a little bit. Spores and drones on the way through. Seeing the Oracle and the Warp Gate finishing it as well. Twilight Council Forge and the Gateway all coming up. The extra Queens coming over. The Oracles will just gather. Let's try and get to the mineral line there. And Scarlet's going to have the defense in position. Honestly, not a bad start, right? 4.5 minutes in. 2 Adepts dead. We only lost 2 drones and 4 Lings. We've seen a lot worse damage for Zergs lately, so not super crazy to kind of look at this and be like, hey, I kind of like it so far, you know? Just have our +1 and Link continue to build through to trigger hitting his next step of this game already, getting that underway. And letting the drones continue by. So Scarlet is going to drone it up, layer it up, and see if she can prep in time to kind of deal with the Stalkers. I imagine that's going to be the first real threat here for Scarlet in this game at this point now, with the +1 blink coming through. Obviously the Oracles will still dive in for some workers here and there, but a lot of Adepts will shade. And get down to the bottom. Queen just going to be there, hit the Adepts a little bit. Adepts will continue over, a couple drones getting chased away. Queen's going to be there. Link's coming around. Damage being dealt. And that +1 and blink continuing through. Missile upgrade coming up as well. You can see those Adepts surrounding by drones, and the Queen's coming over too. Going to play cleanup, and that's 7 drones going down. Just going to see Temple Archives coming about. The extra gates coming through. And the probes. Blink +1 all coming over. +1 missiles building as well. Continuing with that for the moment. As that roach speed will be starting up. +1 missiles, roach speed, infestation compared to a couple of dronies on the way as well. So just getting a little bit of everything coming through for the moment. Temple Archives is going to be completing. That blink is still going to finish. Again, +1 gates and robo facilities coming by as we speak. Stalker's just going to step about. Just going to be seeing the couple of Lings and Roaches and the Queens. Just going to come through. A little Revelation going down as well. Oh, sorry, Stays World going down. Just not doing too much though. Just a moment. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Roaches will continue to move. We do have that Storm on the way. We actually are building some Swarm Hosts of Scarlet, which is... It's adventurous. It's definitely a bit different. I haven't seen Swarm Host in a hot second, to be honest. So, Swarm Host building. Scarlet switching things up right here as we have the charge coming through. The Storm is obviously very close to being done. Plus the attack upgrade and the Observer coming about also. And just gonna get that Swarm Host production crashing by. And hey, there's honestly potential with these Swarm Hosts. If you don't see them coming especially, it could be a pretty big deal. So things for us to watch for here. Let's have our few Swarm Hosts gathering up into the center. Getting set to rumble. Things come stepping through. I'm seeing the lanes coming about. It's going to be continuing to get aggressive as well. Just firing up a few more shots. A little bit more damage being done for a little bit of time. Small hosts are popping out and again getting gathered together a little bit. Swarm will pop, just going to activate and send those locusts through. Let's see what they can do. Oracle's trying to get some Swarm Host kills, not going to do too much though. You do see the locusts coming in, so you can prep yourself properly and kind of put yourself in a good position. Those storms are very preemptive on top of a Nidus that is still building. Not sure what was going on there. Is going to dive that Nexus, and this straight up the third Nexus going down. We just cancel the fourth with the Lings. This is a very good situation for Scarlet. She has put herself in a great position here so far. And Trigger is ending up in a world of trouble right now, actually. So Scarlet is kind of getting it done at the moment. The Storm doing okay. We are going to get rid of the High Templar here. That's going to be a big win. One High Templar left. It goes down too. So every High Templar just died. And Trigger, he's already just knocked down to being a 2-base Protoss. Now has his tech reset as well. The Swarm Hosts jump back into the sky with the Locust once more. They can try and drop in, try and get more damage done. They continue to chase through into this, and we just see those Locusts putting in the work, the Roach Ravager putting in the work as well. Continue to trade out. Stalkers trying to step over, and those Stalkers will get there to clean up a little bit more Roach Ravager in the end. 5 more probes dropping as the Lings stay busy. +2 missiles, Roaches on the way. And a couple of Zealots coming about. The Swarm Hosts ready to jump back into the Nidus as they just keep on trying to relocate. Trigger getting a good trade onto these Roaches as Scarlet does not maybe have quite enough just to play against these Stalkers alone right now, which is a little scary because you don't really want to use the Locust defensively. We're not going to see the Locusts have launched themselves towards the third base again though, and if you get another cancel on the third, it's going to keep Trigger from really rebuilding in a big way. We drop down, we got some kills already. We're not going to have the damage output of the Locust number we need to get rid of the Nexus, but we'll just take what we can get. There's a few probes, a few units, and in general still Trigger going downwards in supply. Obviously maybe now can get across there and deal with that Nidus network because it's obviously is there because that's where the Swarm Host just popped from. So it's very, typically wherever the Locusts fly in from, there's a Nidus nearby. So go over there, clear it out while the Locusts are on cooldown, and at least force the rebuild of that at the moment for Scarlet. Or then you can maybe make a guess as to where the next Nidus may come from as well, which can be very good for you too. So another way of thinking of it is the Swarm Hosts make their way over that left-hand side. We drop another Nidus network into place. 10 more Lings. The melee upgrade coming through. The couple of Roaches getting after the Zealots. Clearing up a couple of those straight away as the Lings. Oh no, Trigger! I mean, get some units out of it, but that's never going to be worth the High Templar. It's never going to be worth the Storms. And you're losing your natural at the same time. Disaster, disaster, disaster. As Trigger's game honestly kind of goes from bad to worse just there. And Scarlet's still up by about 100 supply, looking to put the first point on the board of the day for the Shopify Rebellion. If you told me that was going to be the case, I would have not believed you at the start, to be honest. Even if you told me it was Scarlet versus Trigger, because honestly, I genuinely think Trigger's really good right now still. And like I say, Scarlet is a little bit of a hidden entity. We do not see her a lot. We don't know necessarily how good she is at any real point in time, right? But clearly, in this game, at the very least, she's looked great, so... Locusts just dropping down, more probes falling. I mean, this is going to be another Nexus kill, right? Then you're a 2-base Protoss player with your second base still being rebuilt, so... Not exactly great in any stretch of the imagination. Trigger, again, sub 100 supply, down by over 100 supply because Scarlet is maxed out. Falcons and Stalkers will be there, or just get pushed back. Flame Roach still coming through. The melee upgrade is going to finish very shortly. Roach will continue to hit the gateway here. There's a couple of High Templar coming through. The Stalkers trying to step over. Archons as well. We're just going to drop down as we just have The next is taking a few more shots, and we just have Roach Ravager over here still pushing through. Stalkers continue to come by. They're going to get cleaned up, and that's going to be the GG moment as Trigger says it. And gets out of here to make room for Scarlet to give Shopify Rebellion their first point of the day. And it's now only a 3-1 advantage, which, to be fair, I actually thought losing the 2v2 and then Scarlet up next was potentially setting up for some disaster, but not quite how it goes. As that means we can continue through into map 5 and have a little bit more hope for the Rebellion again, as we're actually going to go to some PvP. So at this point, players can be used a second time, and it looks like the Rebellion are going to bring back Halston. Trigger is going to be the player from Basilisk. So let's get into this. As, yeah, Trigger comes out of the loss from Scarlet and is instantly greeted by the having to play again. Going up against Halston this time around. In the bottom right, our red Protoss player is a Trigger from Basilisk. Up against the blue Protoss in the top left, it is Halston from the Shopify Rebellion. Let's see if Trigger can redeem himself. A map win here would put them onto match point, ahead of what I believe is another 2v2 after this. I think. So I think it's 2v2 again after this one. I mean, great chance for the Rebellion, actually. Scarlet gets a win. If Halston can take a win here, I mean, obviously it feels necessary, but then maybe you get into that 2v2, maybe you can win the 2v2, and then it's 3-3. Admittedly, then you have Cyril and Rainor to play against in the next two maps after that. But at least you could maybe, like, you win one of those, and maybe it goes 4-4, and you enter the ace map, and maybe it comes down to the ace, and that maybe is doable, question mark. There is a path to victory here for the Shopify Rebellion, but obviously there's very little room for error at this point onwards. And that all starts with Halston pretty much having to be Trigger in this game, or in this, yeah, in this game pretty much right now, I think is what it comes down to. So I think that is very much so the starting point. And you have our Nexus. On the in-base expand, it's kind of an in-base that has no negatives to it. So it's just a full mineral line, it's full gas. So yeah, in-base expansion. It does point outwards, so maybe drop, you know, the minerals are exposed to drop play and liberated play, etc. But that really is the one negative of the in-base expansion, which for PvP is incredible because it means you can actually just fast expand in PvP with a one gate or you know, the very normal kind of narrow ramp, the main base ramp, as your defensive point of position. So that's why you see both players doing it. No surprises there. Side cores coming up. Nexus on the way through. The gateway in production as well, bringing a lot of that up and online. Some probes will be chrono boosting as the Nexus finishes soon. The Adept on the way, adding on a Stargate right now as well. So it's going to bring that Stargate straight up and into position. The Cyber Core will be finishing very shortly. A couple more probes coming about. Warp Gate building. Adept is going to begin to go shading out onto the map. Get there for a little bit of cleaning up. And Twilight Council is on the way through, stalking the Warp Gate. Coming up at the moment. Not really much to say just yet, to be honest. Just kind of hanging out here and seeing where we get to. See what our game is going to give us. And Stalker's coming by, Warp Gate coming over. Gonna have that blink still chrono boosting through. It's gonna bring that over. Just gonna be seeing the blink in the Warp Gate continuing up. Getting that underway for the moment here. So again, we get that going. Just going to be seeing the setup continuing through for the moment. Making its way over as there is already a little bit of just poking on the ramp. And try and use that as a distraction for this Oracle to then get in and maybe do something, but I don't think Trigger is going to fall. Sorry, Hostum is going to fall for it that easily. This Trigger is actually going to come into the main mineral line from an odd angle, but there's a battery that's going to reach, and that is going to be a good defense. So for now, knocking off the Oracle, and Hostum is steaming away on the Blink upgrades, so very far ahead on that one. For now, that's going to be really nice for him. Stalker's just going to begin to poke through some rocks over there. It's just going to open up, or try to open up a little bit of space at the very least, and kind of make this a little bit more intriguing as we continue by. Does obviously kind of change how this map is laid out a little once those rocks go down. You open up this access point, and yeah, you turn this kind of narrow ramp into a much more, you know, a much larger ramp to play from if you would like to, like I say. Awesome decides not to do that for now, but he's already on that. Sorry, Trigger decides not to do that for now, but he's already on that third base. And I've been terrible today with getting players' names the wrong way around. I've got no idea why. I've been so bad at it. So apologies if I've mixed someone up at some point. It absolutely has been happening. So yeah, apologies on that. As we just see, battery finishes and a few Stalkers gathering. Pilot count's on the way. A couple probes and the Immortal continue up as well. Got a lot of that continuing through for the moment. So continue to bring that online for now. And plus one attack upgrade, a couple of Stalkers and the Immortals coming through as well. Gonna get some good shots off, get some damage done. Just gonna see that Immortal still gathering about. Yeah, unfortunately, Twilight Council coming straight through for the moment. Down just for the moment, and again the Stalkers and the Sentry will join up together. Battery, Gate, Nexus, and the +1 attack upgrade continuing through for the moment, so we continue to bring that online. You can get that going as the hallucination gets turned around the other direction. It's going to get that shoved away. A couple moments there as well. So just again, see that going the wrong direction for now. Stalker's going to gather out the front. A little bit of time as well. Just going to move on over there. Get that Nexus down into the bottom side. Just going to get that straight into place. Stalkers will take the chance to continue through for a couple moments, then it's just going to come stepping across. We do have Stalkers gathering up, the +2 attack upgrade on the way in, so again, trying to get that rolling right here. The Stalker's going to step up, and let's see if we can get rid of some of these mortals or so. So far, not really able to get too much there. Doesn't seem too crazy just yet. Next continues to come about. We just have ourselves, again, the Disruptor +2 attack upgrade coming by for the moment. The few Stalkers and the Immortals going to be there as well. More shots coming about. Stasis going to catch, and a Stalker going to take some damage there. Nexus will come back through. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still stepping over and continue to chase around a little bit. +2 attack coming in on either side. Gates and the cannons building up as that Stasis Stalker gets freed, and Trigger up 20 supply already, and it's mostly in the army supply. Also, I'm going to try and make Disruptors, which I do not love at all. I feel like that's just... yeah, I just do not feel like that's really going to be going anywhere at all, so don't love that right now, to be honest. These Stalkers come back over. Hallucination going to be right there as well. Continue to settle here as we just have, again, a Forging Disruptor coming about. +2 attack coming in. Hallucinations will go down. Got some damage done as the +2s continue up for the moment as well. Can you bring that by? I see Trigger making his way around that right side, so a lot of Stalker, Immortal Sentry gathering for the moment here. Chance to maybe try and get something done. Big push over that left-hand side. Chance to get toward the upper left is obviously going to be cool as well. I mean, he's got a strong army. Realistically, he's got the Blink that his opponent has. He's about to even up the upgrades. And he's got those Immortals, and that's the big thing that's missing. It's basically Immortals versus Disruptors, but I have no faith in Disruptors at the moment. In PvP, they usually have a fun role to play. I just don't know if that's going to necessarily exist here. I'm just going to be seeing the Disruptor shot. Going to completely whiff on that first round. Second Disruptor shot lands on just the Immortal at the front as well. The Disruptor shot hits a Stalker and an Immortal too, so a bit more damage being done. The Stalkers and the Immortals continue to crash on forward. A couple of Zealots in the front are going to continue to drop down dead as well. The Disruptor shot doesn't land, so we pull back once more. Another Disruptor shot, same story. We're very close to just kind of working our way through this Nexus. I mean, to be fair, the Disruptors are coming very rapidly, and more rapidly than I thought. Awesome getting rid of an Immortal there. Now we blink in, though, and now the Disruptors will be killed before they do anything, and then the Immortals are left to hit the Stalkers in return, and that is the issue. If you're not holding off with those Disruptors, you're not holding off at all, and that's GG. Trigger redeems himself in the loss against Scarlet to then become the winning player against Halston and to put his team onto match point with a 2v2 to be played, guys. So, let's get into the 2v2 and see if the Rebellion will keep themselves alive or whether we're going to see Basilisk take this by storm. We actually have a switch up. I don't think you have to switch up, and obviously we don't, because when you look at the players, you'll see you don't have to. Because once again, on the right side in the red, it's going to be Trigger and Cyril repping the Basilisk squad. But on the upper left side, it's Halston and Scarlet repping the Rebellion. So instead of Halston Bjorn, we're going to go Halston Scarlet. And I mean, this is terrible for the Rebellion, though. They must win this, and then they must win 2 1v1s against Cyril and Rainor back-to-back, pretty much. Obviously, you've got Bjorn to use in one of those, but then you have to use Lambo or Scarlet in the other, so ZVZ and... I mean, honestly, it's not impossible, but it is obviously the hardest way to do it. Like, to me, the way of doing this was, if you won Halston against Trigger, which seemed like more doable than the other matchups, and then you win this 2v2, then it would be 3-3, and then maybe you just go 1-1 against Cyril/Rainor, and then all you need is to kind of find magic in the ace match. Unlikely still, maybe, but that was kind of, to me, the definite path to victory. Now, I think the path to victory is very clouded and obscured. It's going to be an absolute treacherous climb if they make it back into this. It will be a story for the ages, so we'll see if that happens or not. Still, Trigger and Cyril are beasts in the 2v2. I mean, they were pretty brilliant in the first game. Kind of doing that thing, and then playing a bit of defense. So that was fine, and then whatever, and then bam! Back in the game we go, and we were looking great. It was very cool. As Hatch Gas Pool and Company coming up initially, getting set to go. Pro be coming across the map as well as we take a few moments to see what's going on. It's a little bit of scouting about, seeing what's happening. Some opportunities here in the early stages as we just sell. Savicor's about to finish up again, got the couple lings and so on the way through as well. I'm just going to bring that through for the moment. Get that underway as well here. Just currently. Let's see where we go. Centering the warp gate building by. And that going as well. Not too crazy. Well, just going to drop that Nexus down on both sides of the map. That's going to be the Stargate play already here from Trigger, though, so he's going to get into that Stargate and kind of play that opening. He didn't go Stargate last time, if I remember correctly, so mixing it up a little bit. It's obviously PZ versus PZ this time instead of PZ versus PT, so that might change a little bit of, you know, your approach and what you feel like is worthwhile going into. I'm not sure if Cyril would rush into kind of mutas this time around, for example, like we saw last time, so I imagine that's going to be a little different, maybe. Robo Facility, Twilight Council coming up. Stalker and that Warp Gate building as well. The shot's going to come through. There's going to get some swipes off. And there's going to see some hits coming about for a couple of moments as we fight back the other direction. Again, Twilight Council and Robo Facility coming up for the moment. Just having the Robo Twilight on the way in. Again, our Nexus and Warp Gate coming up as well. So just going to continue with that. Oracle to the upper left-hand side as we make our way. Try and find some damage here. Again, if Serral and Trigger win this map, they win this series for Basilisk, and they would advance to the winner bracket final. Feeling is coming through, going to get a good surround on some of those Stalkers. It's a good run by already from Serral, just getting in, and it's going to be Harsum who's underprepared. Harsum's supply is plummeting. Scarlet has not got Lings herself to help defend, and so this is just them being a bit greedy apparently and getting caught out. This again, going from bad to worse. This Ling run by is now going to start killing actual units as well. I mean, this is becoming a horrible little situation. More Lings and that Spine Crawler coming through. Let's have that Oracle coming up, drones and the Overlords coming by as well. Continue to get that all online. See those few Lings want to try and sneak by if possible, but that's, again, more easily said than done. There's a couple of additional Stalkers will warp in along with us for the moment. Oracles did hit the stasis on the main base. A bunch of those drones getting captured immediately. Lincoln Prison coming up, Gateways on the way by still. Oracle still flying through the top currently. Oracle settling. Lots of Lings on the way up again, adding on that melee upgrade, adding on the lair. Then going for the moment. Stalker will just warp in, just going to join up at the front. Oracle is going to activate and maybe try to get a couple of probes here, unable to just yet, drops the Revelation down. Serral. There's another round of units already going to the left-hand side. I always like to compare supplies, and you can just see the difference. 76 to 56 when you look at the two Zergs in favor of Serral and Basilisk. Trigger and Basilisk in favor by also 20 supply when you look at Protoss and Protoss in this game. So it's just a straight 40 supply lead for Trigger and Serral in what is essentially a mirror matchup. So it's not looking great. I mean, I think what we're doing right now is Scarlet is just feeding Harsum into... I think Harsum, yeah, she's feeding Harsum into basically the 2-base mass Stalker. I actually think they've just taken so much damage that the real oomph of this push is going to be taken out. Because Trigger's got the Oracles as well, he will have the Revelation potential to be able to deal with the DTs on the follow-up too, which is one thing that Harsum actually did very nicely when he was playing with Lambo during the initial match of this tournament. When they played that, I can't remember who that was against, but they played a great 2v2 there as well. And was very successful as you see those Lings. Looking to get a wrap around those Stalkers getting caught a little bit. Prism up in the sky is going to take some damage. It was against Liquid, by the way, wasn't it? It was Liquid against the Rebellion. Oh, the Stalkers, they do get the Prism. Going to be able to knock that down. Also KO as we see the Lings. Oh yeah, apparently that's just going to be good enough. We're never going to get off the ground then. And Harsum and Scarlet say GG. And Basilisk are just going to sweep this series 5-1. Look at Scarlet being the only one to take a map. As, yeah, Basilisk also just looking really good in the 2v2 is a major positive as well, so pretty sick stuff there. And that's going to wrap up the first series that we had for you guys in terms of what we're covering here at the moment. So, we are going to jump into a little break, guys. I'm going to take a moment or two, come back, and then our other series that we've got that we're definitely going to do is Liquid against Falcons. So we're going to get into that next. In a couple moments, I'll see you guys on the other side of a quick BRB. I'll see you guys for Falcons Liquid. The first match in this is Rogue versus Manus. That should be fun. I'll see you guys in just a few. BRB. Alright, hello guys, welcome back, and let's continue through. So Basil has advanced to the winner bracket finals. So we're going to go into the other winner bracket round 1 match, which is going to be Liquid against Falcons. So let's get into that. It's another best of 9. And it's going to be Rogue Mana to start us off. It's actually kind of a fun one to start off on because Rogue's been a very fun player all his career, but lately he's been fun to watch him play. I feel like he's at a good point, and Mana's actually been popping off. He's actually had some great PvZ results, and he oftentimes has some sneaky builds that can really net him an advantage where you might not typically expect Mana to be kind of the favored player. So, excited to see what is in store for us here as we kick off in the upper right side with our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Mana for the opening map of this best of 9 against Falcons Rogue in the bottom left. Of course, Falcons consists of Bunny, Rogue, and Solar. Liquid will have Mana, Pure, Skilless, Clem. Like I say, you got to play 3 different players in the 1v1s first, so the first 4 maps are 3 1v1s and a 2v2. So 3 different players in the 1v1s to begin with, and then you can reuse the players from there. Because Liquid have 4, they aren't forced to use like a 4th player necessarily. Obviously, we saw that with the Shopify Rebellion previously. So yeah, you just need to have the 3 different players to come about and get some stuff done. Sixlings are going to start from Rogues. Just going to get 6 Zerglings coming out initially. Bring those straight through. We do have our couple of gateways coming by. And it's just going to be pretty aggressive for Mana, right? If you play 2 gates on the starting point, Rogue is going to throw the hatch down. Obviously, this pool first. Okay, so I say aggressive. Obviously, he's responding to the fact that it's the earlier pool from Rogue, and so we are just going to see Mana having the double gateway. He is not walled here, which is fine. Obviously, he has the hatch on the inside, which is going to be interesting. Does that force the Zealot a certain way? It might do. I'm not quite envisioning how this is going to pan out just yet. Okay, the Zealot is... Okay, it can actually move over here, but the Lings get in already. So then what are we going to do about that? A couple Lings go in after the probes. Just going to be seeing the Lings moving over to the right side and trying to hit the mineral line for a couple of moments. So going to come back over. We are going to get the 2 Adepts going to boosting. So this will be dealt with soon, but then there is going to be the hatchery we got to get rid of. Don't hate the few probes pulling down here to help, but the Zealot should really try and protect itself. I wonder if we have to... I guess we have to run down here because we kind of need the pylon to stay up. This pylon powers this gateway. This pylon only powers this one. It's probably the worst pylon to get rid of there, just simply for the fact that if you get rid of this one, the 2 gates are still powered. It's designed in such a way that this pylon would like trap the queen or something if it spawned here. That'd be kind of crazy if that was the case. I'm not sure though. As you do see, just, I mean, there's a lot of Lings, and Mana's honestly so far losing a lot of probes and a lot of lost mining time. He is starting to play cleanup, though, so if you can clean this up, you obviously get to a better place. Losing this pylon is bad, because now the Cyber Core depowered. And with the creep spread off the hatchery, there's not really an easy way for you to, there's not really an easy way for you to kind of, like, free yourself from trouble here. Because you can't really repower this pylon, or this gateway, you can't really, you know, wall off anymore, so the creep is an issue. The Adept obviously tucked in the corner will do everything it can. There's the Queen spawning. It spawns over here, so the Queen is going to be stuck. No, it just walks out from the gates on that side. Oh, that's not a wall either. Okay, okay. So Mana's wall is just messed up in wholly in multiple places. I didn't think it was. I thought it was one of those scenarios though where it was like it didn't look like it, but it was. I just trust the Protoss player on this one. Well, this is not ideal as Ling's in the main base, Queen in the main base. The Adept is going to be trying to play defense here, and Rogue's aggression is absolutely kind of hitting off the charts right now. He's still only on 12 workers. He's got work to do to finish this up, but, I mean, you're going to be obviously being able to reinforce from the low ground hatchery. We do lose the Queen there, but you got rid of all the battery energy. And Mana is only just now starting to Stargate. Like, Mana has no production right now. Like, he can only do whatever he is able to kind of power up in the main base, and that's massive because it means that he's been without all the units he would typically have for such a long time. Hanging on in there for the moment, but down to, he's still 19 probes. Rogue is still making Lings, man. Like, if Mana can hold in this mineral line, there may be some chance. We are going to lose the battery in the back. The energy recharge on this battery here as the probes will pull in once again and try and help Mr. Adept to save the day. The Zeld on the way through. No, the Adept fully surrounded. Man is just going to say GG, recognizing that that may very well just be enough to get this first game in Rogue's favor. And I'm not really going to disagree on it either. I think it's probably going to be difficult to recover from there. Alright. Well, that was kind of a disaster just for mana through and through. And Falcons are going to open up with the opening game, as we'll be heading to Ruby Rock for map 2. And this is a banger of a matchup. Solar versus Clem. I love this matchup, and I think... yeah, I think this actually makes for a fun one, because Solar's been playing so well lately. Yeah, I mean, he's the red Zerg in the top left representing Falcons. Yeah, I do think he's been really so good lately that it's just going to be fun to see what he can do ZVT-wise against Clem, who of course typically is the best TVZer. He's from Team Liquid, of course, as well. Man, Solar lately hasn't even been having tricky early games ZVT. Like, he's actually been having really good early games and then being able to get into the late game in a much more comfortable position than usual. It's been great to watch if you're a Solar fan, because typically he's, you know, on the verge of dying all the time, and now he's maybe not. Clem in the bottom right then, as we get into game 2 of this best of 9, Liquid versus Falcons. Hatchcast Pool going up against a Rax on the high ground, so nothing weird to talk about for the first couple of moments. I'll set up and see where we're going to go. Now we get set, just going to have the Reaper in the orbital coming over, the SCV setting up as well. As the orbital command comes through, we get ready to rumble for the moment. Drones coming about, kings and queens on the way in, command center, marine coming through as we get ready to throw a hatchery down in the next couple of moments, as we just have the SCV going to step across. It's going to start nibbling up at the drone, so we go back and forth for a little bit here. And yeah, reactor and factory coming through as well. Command center still building. The Reaper is going to chase the drone out over to that right hand side, and the drone getting chased away, so actually going to be a chance to get a kill. And then we have the drone over there was looking to become a third hatchery. We're actually going to sneak that drone around, and it will become the hatchery on the location Solar wanted. So he is going to be able to get that hatchery down. So yeah, just didn't want the hatch on the other side, and there are reasons for that. Obviously, maybe feels like it's more easy for him to push into, more difficult for him to defend. You know, you can pick and choose your reasoning. TLDR, as that is. That is that for the moment. So all good there. Let's see those couple lings still moving about. Taking a few moments as we just have again, a few drones. The link speed continue to come up for the moment. Just gonna have the Reaper able to get rid of a Zergling. Nice grab. So again, that link speed and the Queen continue to come about. Just gonna see the drone and the Overlord coming through as well. Getting set up over here to keep on putting some damage in. And seeing where we can go. Queen's going to move about a little bit as well. Just, yeah, moving about here and there. Hellions on the way. SCV's on the way. Looks like a little grenade going down. The Hellions are going to fire. The Crypt Tumor is going down as well. The Queens step back over to the right-hand side as, again, the Queens, the Lings, the drones will regather themselves right now. The Marine Hellion Banshee going about, the Orbital Command building through. Again, Queens is going to be gathering together. Still got that Banshee and the Hellion coming about. Have you seen the Banshee and the Cloak? Obviously gives you some harassment opportunity already here from Clem's point of view, so it's going to be one of his kind of starting positions to try and get something done, as we just have the Hellions and the Reaper poking about, but again, we've got the Queens right there. Looking to make a fine defensive hold as necessary. And yeah, just Queens, Carapace upgrade coming through, drones and the Spores still producing on by as well. The Hellions and the Reaper will come about and take a step over to the left for a couple of moments as we just have the Queens able to turn and jump onto the Hellions. The Banshee will take a chance to nibble through the hatchery, so again, you get some damage done over here already for the moment. Hatchery ends up being cancelled. The Queen's going to stick around. Down there, a few drones. The Carapace upgrade continuing through. He's going to get that hatchery building as well. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack building. A couple of extra barracks on the way through as well currently. Ooh, gonna get one of those Queens. The Banshee's putting out some damage right here. Second Queen going down. Yo, we've got a Banshee problem. If you keep losing Queens here as Solar, there's a real Banshee problem, as we are gonna see. More damage coming out. The Hellions have forced the Lings away. We are gonna force another transfusion. We're gonna be out of transfusions here. Another Queen going down. Clem finding damage early on Ruby Rock with the Hellion Banshee just straight at the front. Never mind, kind of poking between bases and everything. Well, he does that now, and he gets 4 drones on top of the Queens that he has killed. That's 2 Hellions for 5 drones, 6 Lings, and 3 Queens. What a disruption to the early game of Solar, who counterattacks into Marine Tank and sees no opportunity there at all. So absolutely no chance we're going to be able to do anything in that position. We do still have Medivacs, Tank, Marines coming up as well currently. So getting in to position there as the Queen's going to gather up. A couple of Banshees get chased away. I see the factory going to come down, so we take a couple of moments. Just going to see the 2 Hellions and the Reaper going to gather back up together as well. The 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continue through. Just going to be having the +2 Carapace coming up on the evolution chambers. Just going to get that on the go as well. Continue to bring that into play for the moment. Just going to get that started. And the Marines and Hellions in the tank. I'm going to try and put some work in as well. So just going to try and put some work in over there. For just a moment or two. Still got our Marines stepping up and the Queens stepping back for a moment, actually. And I mean, off of a good start here, Clem is now pushing already and making the life of Solar pretty difficult, actually, as we're going to see a Queen going down. The Ling's going to try and wrap around the other side. Hellbats are shooting. The few Zerglings are going down. Definitely some reasonable damage being done at the moment here as we continue to put some pressure in. Just seeing the Marines calling back down, and that hatchery is going to get finished off, so that will go down. Hatchery will fall. At this point, the Marines, the Hellbats, going to swing back around into the center, and we can continue to work our way through some creep spread here. The Banshees continue to put some work in. Some of the Hydras taking damage, so we get a good bit of damage done there. And we just continue to push our way forward as it's looking pretty darn good. Just push through and be done with it, and that is going to be GG's. Clem just takes game 2 for Liquid, and just like that, they're right back in the running with a 1-1 scoreline. Not quite the game we wanted to see maybe between Clem and Solar, not quite the epic back and forth later game TVZ, just Clem. In this one, just gets to the front and I think finds damage Solar wasn't expecting him to find, who just runs out the front of Hellion Banshee and does so much. But yeah. Is denying creep spread redundant these days? No, creep spread denial is super important. If you don't deny creep, it's weird because like you feel like you deny creep and then bam, the creep is back, but if you don't deny it, instead of replacing that creep, it steps one step further forward, right? So what you will see in high-level games is if there's no creep denial, you will see the creep everywhere. Whereas if you do deny creep, the creep may just be just about in front of the Zerg base or so, depending on how well you've done it. Creep now is very important. Because you want those queens to keep on replenishing that energy into new tumors instead of just having that energy left over, or the same tumors to stick around, or even more tumors to be added. Like, yeah, it's important. It doesn't have like that instant, like, you don't oftentimes nowadays deny creep and it just gets pushed back instantly. It doesn't exist. Because like I say, the queens get there to replace it, but it's still super valuable to have slowed it down. It's very noticeable. Like, if you look across a lot of TVZs, it's very noticeable when creep is out of control versus when creep is being controlled. Because even when the creep is good and has been controlled, it's not quite as crazy as when the creep is just freaking everywhere. So yeah, it's definitely noticeable, and it's definitely worth defending. As we will take a chance to move into our next game in a sec, guys. Where are we at time-wise? On the ads, minute and a half. I think we're good to go into some 2v2 then. It's going to be Mana Clem against Rogue Bunny, which is fun. So Mana Clem, Rogue Bunny, as we get into game number 3 of this best of 9. Each team itself isn't a big deal, but once you get the entire map covered, it feels impossible for the other side to make progress. Yeah, it's just about to disappear. At the highest of levels, denying creep means you're maintaining it and slowing it from getting further forward, right? What's up, AC? Thank you, mate, for the 25 months on the Prime. Appreciate you clicking the buttons. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alrighty then, so we get into game 3 of the best of 9, and we have a look to see some 2v2 Rogue and Bunny teaming up for the Terran Zerg combo. In the upper right, representing Falcons, of course, while Team Liquid, represented by Mana and Clem, in the blue in the upper left-hand corner. So we get a move in here, Gem Garden, the official 2v2 map of this tournament. I didn't actually catch this when we last in a 2v2, but as we're back and no one else has spoken YouTube since then. Some mentions that loving 2v2 now pops up in pro play from time to time. Yeah, me too. I feel like it's nice that it's almost normalized enough that a bunch of people have played it, so you can actually almost use it in bigger events and stuff, just as like a thing that isn't just people are like, wait, what the hell do I do in 2v2? You know, like people have actually played it, like not lots and lots, but like a more reasonable amount lately, so it doesn't feel as crazy to get them to play 2v2 as it once was, where like people really just had no idea what the plan was or what we're doing or anything in the slightest, basically. So yeah, some cool stuff. As the Reaper pops out, gonna go in after the probe and start to nibble at that for a few moments, as that probe should go down. Apparently our observer does not want to watch the probey die. Biased. Let's just see our Reaper stepping across the map. Yeah, I'm not sure who's obsing, but I've just been stealing whoever's camera is in this game. I don't want to check because it would bring up the timer of the game and spoil us maybe, so yeah. But yeah, I've been just using whoever's camera it is. I think it's probably just Crank, but maybe he actually had someone else to obs for him. Either way, they've been pretty good, just sometimes early game especially they get a little distracted, and maybe that means it is Crank, but whenever I did check one time after a game, it wasn't Crank's name, so I'm not too sure. Reaper will be in trouble if it sticks around and is realizing that pretty quickly, so it goes to rectify its mistake of trying to be here and trying to do things. Plain and simple. Just going to fix that up a little bit, and we get back on track for the moment. Stargate still coming through, the couple of probes and an Oracle coming up on the side of Mana. Clem heading into the starport with some Hellions, and Rogue and Bunny, I mean, Rogue is just taking gases. Bunny's heading into Starport and a Cyclone, so not really too much of a sign of what exactly is going to be happening just yet. Still just waiting to kind of figure this out for the moment. Oracle Warpgate continuing through, Stalker still coming up, and the Refinery and the Hellions coming on by as well. It's just getting a lot of that underway for the moment. The Marine is going to be there, and the Overlord going to get turned away. So it's going to get pushed back up to the top. Stalker's going to be there too. Overlord will take some damage. Just going to knock that down and yeah, get rid of that for the moment and open up the game a little bit. Cyclone locks as the Oracle throws a Revelation down to try and help a little. Again, Twilight Council coming through. Just going to move on over them. That Raven's still coming up. CC is on the way. Bring that by as well at the moment. So again, just some little bits and pieces coming by for now. Continue to get into this as we just have, yeah, the Blink and the Warp Gate continuing through also. Cyclone locking on. Hellions going to get chased away. Queen going to be there also. Pushing that back the other way for the moment and chasing us out of there for the moment. We have the Phoenix going in after the Overlord, so be able to put some damage out. A little bit more being done for a little bit here. Some more work done. See that Blink is still coming through then just on that Twilight Council, so we got the Blink on the way, Temple Archives, and a few gateways coming about as well. We have got the Hellions just making their way across with the Oracle overhead, so I'm going to try and apply a little bit of pressure here at the moment. Phoenix will get poking onto the Overlord for some damage as well, so a little bit more damage being done. The Overlord taking some shots. Let's see the Cyclone. Very nearly had the Overlord there, but not quite going to be able to have it in the end. As the Overlord will take a few more shots of damage. What's up, Level BW? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 86-month resub. Thank you so much, as always, mate, for keeping the crazy big sub up and going. Appreciate the support, and hope you're doing great today. Thank you so much for resubbing us up. Hellion Cyclone will check in at the front as we see the Queen's going to get lifted by a Phoenix. Hellions want to try and maybe continue through. As the Phoenix still lifted up that Queen. The Cyclone will be able to finish it off unless we have some transfusion or something. We do not, the Cyclones do not get there from Bunny to play defense either, so a good little bit of harassment in there by Clem and Mana getting a little bit of work done here so far. Not bad at all. The Marines will step across, and there's the Overseer being chased. The Changeling dropping down is going to get jumped on as well. We actually do get rid of the Overseer, which is going to be supply block territory potentially for Rogue. It's not actually, he's actually completely clear. So never mind me. He's supply block now though after he made some meters. He actually had money for more meters as well, so I think you could argue that he is actually a bit supply blocked. See if he makes any more meters now. He gets unsupply blocked or not. Yes, no, maybe, possibly. 1+1 building up on the side of Mana, so just going to get that on the way. The Phoenix still coming through, Stargate producing. And the cannon building in as well. A couple of the probies being added on. A few meters are still being added up also, so just going to get that straight through here. The melee and carapace upgrades build, and a couple of Phoenix still trying to fly through. Not going to have the greatest of times either as the Marines step underneath and get some damage onto them. Wings running across, trying to get onto these few units. Hellions and the Cyclone going to take some damage. Let's just have a little bit of cleanup coming through as well for the moment. Again, the Storm on the way, +1 attack building. We have ourselves the Phoenix and the Beacon building by right now too, so just going to get that on the way out. +1 vehicle weapons and plating coming about. The Infernal Pre-Igniter coming through, going to be done very soon. As the, again, a couple of Cyclone Magfield Accelerator coming up, a couple Siege Tanks on the way as well. And all of that underway as the meters want to dive in toward the main base and just try to see what it is that we can do over here as the meters continue to fight. Stalker's going to shoot. Phoenix taking a little bit of damage. The rest of this army continue to go through. Rocks will get knocked down. Just going to see that falling on both sides. I'm just going to be taking those out. The Anion Pulse Crystals will continue to produce as well. Just see that on the way. Again, getting our Baneling speed coming up. +2 melee, +1 carapace, all building through. +2 flyer attacks as a part of this. Infestation Pit is in the production tab, as you can see. So the next step of this game from Rogue coming along. Bunny just playing the mech, which is not super uncommon when it comes to 2v2. You can see that Clem is obviously choosing to play Bio. But I don't mind it. Like, Bio with the Stalker Phoenix is actually kind of a cool kind of mobile composition, whereas Mech to accompany, like, to be the backline of a Zerg who's harassing and buying time seems very good. Like, it gives power to accompany the Zerg swarminess, whereas the Protoss and Terran are looking to kind of play fast and kind of fluid, kind of around the map and into bases and so on. Some Banes there do crash in. They get some workers. This is not with GameHot, and I wonder if they've added the anti-feeding mod after the first couple of days, because the first day of this that we casted, there was absolutely feeding going on. And again, Scarlet was trying to feed Hearthstone in the last game, so maybe there was not a... Maybe they just forgot to add GameHot onto this, actually, so... That was a nice little Bane run by. Mana's supply is not pretty. And he's lost 20 probes in this game. That's pretty much all the harass. Bunny hasn't lost a single thing. And Rogue has been the bullied player / the harasser of the Falcons squad. So just see how our units gathering together as we continue to go through. The Phoenix is going to lift up a few of the Lings. Just looking to see what else is going on. Is there a bracket for this 2v2? The 2v2 is part of the Team League. There's not a bracket link because the bracket is going to be full of spoilers because these are replays. So this was played last week. But if you want to find out more about it, you can search Crank Gathers Season 2 on Wikipedia, and you'll find the bracket link with, obviously, like I say, will include spoilers, but it is, again, it's a team league, so this is like, you know, this is Liquid versus Basilisk, and there's a couple of 2v2 maps played amongst the overall best of 9. So hopefully that info is all you need to get where you want to be and see what you want to see. Again, upgrades coming along. I think it's funny. 2-2 Clem, 2-2, Rogue, 2-2 Bunny, Mana, carriers. Just 2 carriers. Never mind upgrades, just 2 carriers and now 2 Zealots. We are accelerating into the later stage, right? I mean, you're playing against Mech, you're playing against a Zerg that's teching up a little bit here. I mean, Mana's getting carriers out, the starport's coming through from Clem. Like, the late game is being built into for sure right now, as the Ultra Cavern is about halfway done. Couple of hatches coming about, the few Lings and the Adrenal Glands coming up. You see the Phoenix, they're able to get rid of a siege tank and still going to move up to the top. The Vikings want to get over, and they're going to go and take some shots onto the Phoenix. An anti-armor missile to join in with that. 3-3 upgrades are now producing through as well. So getting that 3-3 on the way out. We're going to lose the siege tank over there. Carriers are still producing on the side of Mana. So, like I say, we're just aiming to get those carriers. I'm not sure how much I love the carriers. If Bunny has like a Viking Thor force, then they're going to be terrible. Right now he doesn't have Thors, but he does have some Vikings starting to be made, so he's taking some air control, but then again, so is Clem. The Phoenix obviously here going to help a lot against the mutas, and they actually do get some good shots off before Rogue decides, maybe I shouldn't be attacking into the mutas. The run by on the bottom side, though, is successful, and Clem taking some damage, having to drop order turrets to try and play defense against those Lings, and they're going to move along to another base right here. Rogue and Bunny definitely feeling like the more active players who have been pretty good moving around the map and staying very busy so far and keeping this, like I say, keeping this active up until now. Phoenix coming back over, a few Marines shooting away. The Lings will come down and they're going to work their way through this pylon. So Pylon will take a few more shots. Ultra's coming up, Kindness Plane on the way. The Phoenix going to take a chance to dive onto some Mutalisks here. You just see the Phoenix chasing through. Muta's taking a lot of damage. Muta's taking a lot of damage, in fact. Muta's getting absolutely blasted so far. It's just going to be seeing those few probes getting jumped on once again. So a few probes going down. 5 more Ultras coming up at the moment here as the army still steps into the center of the map currently. A couple of Vikings going to escape away over to the sides. We do have our upgrades continuing across the board. It's going to be a big fight. Clem is siege, and now Bunny is siege as well. Phoenix going to lift up whatever they can just get rid of. Take out some of the tanks here, get rid of some of the splash damage. I don't think it's going that well, though. The Phoenix are dying, and the tanks get dropped back down. Rogue wasn't even needed here to arrive with the Ultras. He's arriving now, so he will have Ultras to kind of charge through with. He's currently being hindered mostly by his opponent's tanks. I mean, we're going to take this fight, and we're just going to dive in. The Ultras are going to do their thing now. We just need to get an answer to the carriers. Because the one thing I don't think we've got enough to really deal with right now is you could also argue that Rogue is kind of really chucking these Ultras away. Like, he's just throwing them onto his opponents and just hoping it sticks, and it's not really doing much sticking right now, to be honest. Ultra's going to get there. The rest of that Bio Army still taking damage. The Intercept is flying about. Just going to see the Ultra still taking damage. Vikings coming through. The 3-3 upgrades building as well. The Interceptors really like to clean this up, man. As the Ultras continue by, Medevac's going to load up, and we can retreat away in the end here with these Medevacs over to the left. Interceptors are still putting some damage out. The Ultras are still taking shots. As they try and run through, Ghosts and Bio units getting pushed away. Medevacs overhead. 13 Corruptors, 34 Zerglings coming up. We do get rid of each and every Ultralisk right there. As now the Ultras are going to chomp their way through a bunch of Probies. And some good damage done. Marines taking a whole bunch of damage there as well. That Ultralisk will go down as that is the final Ultra removed. There's also a lot of SCVs just dropping to those Hellions. They are getting work done right now. And he's going to run across. Cannon going to be in some trouble most likely. Ultra Corruptor, Ling, reducing die. I have a feeling this is going to get across towards those probes as well. It's just going to try and get straight in there. Probes are going to get turned away. Just going to the Ultras attacking through. The Lings are going to try and come over as well. They're going to try and run in toward this mineral line and try and get a little bit more done already as the Liberator will siege up. Vikings on the ground. And again, a few extra libs still sieging as the Corruptors produce through on the side of Rogue. 10 plus 3 melee, plus 3 carapace, all building. Gonna get those Ultras cleaned out. The High Templar still surviving. Liberators continue to produce as we get a couple missile turrets down as well. Planetary Fortress and the Viking will be added on. A couple of the Liberators will continue to siege and try to dominate on that left side. Moving back a little bit further. Just going to be having the tanks will siege. Vikings ready to fight. The Viking Lib joining up together. Corruptors are going to go chasing forward. I mean, like I say, the biggest issue has been maybe just getting rid of those carriers. We're going to try and commit to it now. The Storms are not really doing enough. They're not really being well placed to kind of hit the Corruptors. The carriers are backing away, which means the Corruptors are naturally moving away from the Storm. Bunny is collapsing on this as well. Man is at 57 of supply. Clem is at 110. And Bunny and Rogue and Falcons are about to be at 2-1 in this best of 5, because, oh, best of 9, sorry, because there's no way you stick around in this as Liquid. There's no way Clem and Mana claw their way back from that sort of a deficit. Rogue and Bunny dominate the 2v2. It looked good from them the entire way through. Some harassment, you know, Mana was definitely in trouble early. The mutas kept them busy, forced a big response. Boom, they were on to the next thing already, ready to play the next step of this already as well. Very, very cool stuff. All right. Let's get straight into map 4, guys, and I think we'll try and run the ads after map 4 instead. I think we've got enough time to sneak that in, so let's get it going as we roll into Mothership for our 4th game here. Kira versus Bunny, as Kira is going to try and pull it back for Liquid, as they are down 1 and 2 in the top left-hand side, representing Team Liquid, who are, as I just say, down in this series. It is the blue Terran player, Team Liquid's Kira. Up against the red Terran in the top right, it is Bunny. As we get this up, rolling, and underway. Away we rumble. Did you just see a mana mule? I don't know what you saw, but I can't believe we saw a mana mule. If anything, maybe a mule coming down from actually the defender and you just mistook it, or maybe a mule coming down to repair. I don't think you saw a mana mule. I mean, maybe, but if you did, if it was a mana mule, I don't think it was a mana mule. It was probably more of a misclick than anything. People don't mana mule people in this day and age, you know. Mana muling is such a thing in the past. No one hates other people or other players enough to mana mule them, you know. This doesn't really happen anymore. Well, we head into some TVT on Mothership. Pretty large map. Could absolutely be a big game, because Mothership typically produce a lot of long games, especially in the TLMC. So we'll see what happens here. Get this underway. Ready to begin. Just for the moment. CC coming about, Orbital coming up, Factory on the way through. Get settled right away here. Take a couple moments, get underway. From the Factory coming about, SCV building, our command center coming through. And it's just going to rally around the top side of the map initially. Away we go to put on some pressure. As the command center coming about, SCV and the Marine coming over. Reaper will head toward the upper right corner of the map at the moment. Just try and get in there to try and put some work on. So away we go, hopping in. The SCVs, Marines, good responses. We just see the Reaper coming through in return. That Reaper is getting pushed away. Again, Factory in the bunker continuing up. As we see the army moving out toward the center just for a couple of moments. So yeah, Hellion Reaper continues to come by. You have the CC coming online, the SCV coming through, factory in the command center continues to build. The Reapers will gather up and just jump in toward this natural here where they can make a play toward the SCV, so look for get some damage there. Going to start morphing into the orbital command, and we are going to see that SCV goes down and does not jump in the bunker, just a mistake from Bunny, unnecessary mistake. As that bunker was done, SCV could have gotten in. He didn't want to go into hiding apparently. As now we wait for the reactor to get a couple of Marines out, the factory to maybe come through. It's getting a Hellion, so we should be able to defend soon. We dive in quickly and we're going to get rid of the Marine, we're going to get rid of the Reaper. It's not going to be a bad trade. We try and make a getaway, and we should get away actually very easily as well, so great getaway. That's a Reaper for a Reaper, and then a Marine and an SCV in excess as Kira takes a chance to take a little bit of an advantage there. Kira up a couple of SCVs after this as well, so yeah, he's pretty happy about things so far. As we do see the Reapers diving into the main base, get a couple of SCVs here, and you're going to extend this worker lead. So Kira, I love the pressure he's putting on, getting very adventurous already, and just very confident in what he's doing with these early units. He does just lose the Reaper there from the Hellion, getting to the edge and able to get the connection. Which is a little bit of a shame, because otherwise it was going so well for him. And you have a Cyclone coming up on either side. Marines are producing from Kira as well. To bring that out and about. The orbital command will finish through in a moment. Tech lab coming up. Raven and the Cyclone still building in as well. Hey, maybe we calm down for a second. What's up, Crash SC2? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Hope you're doing great. And thank you so much for resubscribing. I appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Interference Matrix and Raven continuing up on both sides of the map. Tanks and Marines coming through as well. Just going to see our CC coming by as well. And yeah, just going to have our command center third base attempting to come up in the main. Kira, in retrospect, in comparison, does not have a third CC building, so you wonder, is he going to be more aggressive, or what is he doing to kind of justify not building a third? And he is just fully kind of committing to units right now. He's up a little bit of army supply. We'll see if he can make a push happen, because typically the defender has a decent advantage in TVT unless you specifically commit to something as the aggressor, and I wouldn't say you've specifically committed to anything here as Kira, apart from the fact that you will become the aggressor if you're not going to throw an expansion down. So short term, maybe Bunny's in a little bit of trouble, but I do think the pressure is on Kira to get going. Otherwise, that third command center is going to get Bunny out of this little bit of a ditch he started the game in, which it hasn't been too terrible either. Like, it's not been bad. Has it been ideal? Absolutely not, but it's still a very playable situation here. Stem tanks on the way through, just going to be seeing the unit secure gathering. He's going to build his third on location. That will catch you up, 15 seconds of flying time. The 15 seconds you spend as Bunny flying yours down onto location is, some time that Kira saves on. So that should be kind of done, because obviously you're looking to move out here and be the aggressor, which we've already talked about. Let's see if that actually succeeds, though, because now the Marine tank moves up. The Ravens are settling down. Got a Cyclone, a Marine, and a couple of Ravens on the upper right-hand side joining up as well, and this army of Kira ready to go, pushing at the front door. All tanks and the Ravens settle down. The orbital command will move over, land onto the third base. He scans the natural, and Bunny's going to be like, wait, there's nothing there, and that's because Kira's right here. Going to move in. Matrixes could be huge right there. We're going to trade Matrixes. The order turret's big. We actually are pushing through with enough damage output to get through the units, and trading Matrixes is going to work beautifully, because now you're going to get rid of the tanks. One tank right in the back is going to be there. We are going to be obviously, again, away with that other tank as it unsieges, but 2 Vikings here is huge. The Cyclone's locked to the Raven as well. Bunny just dies as Kira just deletes the advantage of the Falcons and just demolishes Bunny to take this to 2-2, and just like that, we are tied again. Liquid, they fall down a game, bam, straight back in it. They are their responses and kind of catches back up into the games have been pretty darn convincing so far. Alrighty, guys, we're going to take a moment and then we'll continue through as we're tied 2-2, and we are going to be seeing the next player. So now we're at the point where you can reuse players again. Up next is going to be Cure again. He's going to come through and play against Rogue. So 2-2, Cure versus Rogue coming up. But we'll take a couple moments and get ready to go into that and go from there, guys. Just let the ads play, and then we'll cast this next one and see who takes the lead. But 2 and 2, I mean, we're guaranteed at least 3 more maps, because obviously we've got to get to 5 wins on some side for this to end. So, yeah, a little bit more back and forth than that initial kind of upper bracket matchup was. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm not sure when I guess we'll probably be able to do at least one of these matchups tomorrow as well. I really want to get this done this week, this tournament, so I'm going to be trying to squeeze in some crank games where I can. I think today we probably only have time to finish up this Falcons Liquid series, because then... So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be after 5. Not quite going to be a 6-hour stream, unless the next few games are long. But, I might get close to it, actually. Yeah, but 6 hours is kind of my cap today, so... Yeah. Alright, guys, just take a couple moments, like I say. Where are we at? 1.5 minutes? We can probably just go. Alrighty, so... on a Rogue vs. Q on Dreams and Scars. Alright, let's jump in and kick this off. So like I say, it's going to be 2 and 2 tied up in this best of 9. Coming out again right now is going to be the Blue Terran. In the bottom right from Liquid, it is Cure. And in the top left-hand side, our red Zergy is going to be Rogue. Game number 5 here. And after this, we go into another 2v2, I believe. So, and Rogue and Bunny looked really solid before. Be interesting to see if maybe Liquid changed up their players or their strat. What's funky about the 2v2s is it keeps being played on the same map as far as I'm aware, so there is the awkward possibility that we just continue to see the same, the same map again and again, and hence if someone's really good on it, they just kept doing the same thing. But then, maybe the onus is on the other guys to mix it up a little bit. Be fun to see how it goes as we have Dreams and Scars. This one's one of the maps that got brought in for this tournament. I'm not sure where it's from, actually, but... yeah, it's been kind of fine. It's been kind of cool. I wouldn't say much about it. Obviously, the in-base expand is interesting. It's something you don't see a lot on maps nowadays. Let's see, Hatchcast Pool coming in. The Barracks coming about. The Reaper is going to be starting. And the Orbital Command is building as well. Just going to get that straight on through. Get that underway and operational. SCV comes over, pops the command center down onto the in-base. Spawning pool coming by. Yeah, let's be coming through. Just gonna get a couple queens on the way. The drones and an overlord coming about for the moment as the queen will pop. A couple lings will be there. Reaper gets chased away. Command center is coming through, and we just have the factory building up as well. Ling speed's still building. We get on the way. A couple queens in production too. Rogue and Q have played some great games lately. When I think back to Rogue and Q in recent times, there has been some really fun back and forth between these guys, some fun games. Yeah, kind of wild. Q's not been playing the Open Cups as much recently, but I get to see him still playing some of the other stuff as well. I'm interested to see which of the Koreans accept invites for Korean Royale when I reach out, because I feel like none of them want to play the qualifier, but then I feel like if I ask them to play, they're just going to all play. Like, you know, it's like some weird effect. So yeah, we'll see how that ends up going as next tractor comes through. Get set up there, a few drones, the link speed coming about, the setup continuing to come by, Rax, Tech Lab, Refinery coming up, and the Hellions in the command center building as well. I figured the same map for 2v2 was more fair since it's not a mode played a lot, and it might give teams who have active 2v2 players a bigger advantage. I mean, surely that's the benefit of having people on your team who play 2v2, no? Like, if you add 2v2 into your tournament... I mean, like to be fair as well, like, you could just also pick 2 maps that aren't even in the 2v2 ladder. Just pick 2 2v2 maps from the TLMC, because we already did that for Gem Garden. I think it's a little bit silly. I think the pros the pros I talked to found it a bit funny as well, but it's not a big deal, just a little bit amusing. Like I said, not really a big issue or anything either. As the Queens are going to be there, Hellions get pushed back the other direction. The starport and engineering bays and the reactor all coming up and online for the moment as well. It's just bringing a lot of that through. And the engineering base building, starport coming up. The Hellions will get there and pick away at a couple of creep tumors right now. It's just going to get some damage done. The stim pack, starport coming through, engineering base still building. Getting a lot of that online for the moment, like I say, and the Overseer will continue into place as well. It's just going to bring that through. The couple Queens going to get there, chase the Hellions for a moment or so. Spire and the Baneling Nest continuing into production as we have got Zerglings producing by as well. Add on a couple of medevacs, add on those Marines, add on that stim pack as we do see the Lings will chase the Hellions. Hellions will shoot. Just going to see a few Zerglings going down. And just going to be able to grab at those Zerglings, so going to be able to get rid of them. And the creep tumor going down again. Going to be another nice grab for the moment. And that Spire about to finish. Baneling speed on the way up. Mutalisks in production. 6 of them on the way. And yeah, we got ourselves a few additional barracks coming by as well. So just going to get those going. The 1-1 upgrades coming about. The Lings going to try and run towards the bottom right hand side already. His Marines just step up, going to get rid of the Overlord already. We get rid of some of these creep tumors. Just going to be able to work through that as now we get onto some drones as well. The drones already going down. The Queen may be in some trouble. Marines are going to stim. Mutas are out, so Rogue going to try and play the defense. But the Mutalisks going to have to focus down those Marines. Mutas are getting target fired as well. It does leave the Hellions free to get drones. 15 workers killed, but it costs Cure everything. So Cure is going to have Rogue running across the map with Mutas, going to check to see if he's got enough anti-air. Missile turrets are building en masse. The third base lifts off, so the answer is no. Cure does not have enough anti-air. A couple Vikings in production as well, and 1-1 on combat shields on the way. The Mutas are going to get there. They're going to try and go after the orbital a little bit for a few moments maybe. We do have the Mutas are going to come around down the bottom side and get after some SCVs. And yeah, just going to start harassing Rogue. We'll obviously rebuild drones during this time. I actually think this is fine for Rogue, because he's going to rebuild drones during this time. I mean, it's still not great to have lost workers so quickly, because it does slow things down. Like, maybe he could have already had the Evo chambers finished, right? So it's not ideal, but I do think it's playable, despite having so many losses, because he's going to put some harassment in, because he is going to get the chance to resecure. Yeah, he's going to be behind on upgrades. That's typical for the Muta play, though. Maybe not by quite this much, but in this case, we're just going to have to deal with that. You know, that's one of those things we just have to sit back and accept right now. There's a couple Lings and that Baneling go down. The Armory will build. He does get over there. The Widow Mine goes the other way. And we just have, again, the Armory, the SCVs, and the Marines continuing to produce. Units will gather up. Units going to go top right, bottom left. Chance to maybe dive in onto some of these other units right here. The Mutas come through, just going to get in after a couple of those SCVs, so looking to try and get some damage done already. We are going to see the Refinery's going to cancel up, and the Marines are going to be there as the Zerglings get turned away. Still got Ling, Muta, and Banes producing through for the moment as the medevac and the Marines will crank their way out. A couple Hellions that remain more from a Hellbat, so he should start 2-2 upgrades if we've got the Armory as cure, but he's currently a little bit gas-starved, so not able to do that right off the bat. I thought he was going to cancel some Banes there, but some of them finished up just in time to actually turn this into a scary pushback. The Muta's looking to intercept. If you'd loaded into the Medivacs there, that would have been disastrous, because then the Muta's jump on you. So good, calm play by Q, not overreacting by jumping into the Medivacs. That's something Rogue, I think, was poised to punish. But just stepping back on foot and keeping himself able to fight should the Mutalisks try and get involved, which, like I say, they were right there. They were ready to get involved if if the moment was called for. So yeah, they were very ready to party if needed. Melee upgrades on the way. The 2-2 upgrades are on the way out as well. Still bringing those through. Continue to bring that in. Flyer attack coming around. The Mutila's going to dive into the main mineral line where a couple of missile turrets will shoot back. Once again, the Vikings, the Medivacs, take a chance to journey over to the side. A couple of mines are looking to line up shots on the Lings. We see a couple of Marines being picked away at 2. Pick those off, take those down. Marine, Medivac, Vikings still gathering up. The 2-2 upgrades coming through as well. I'm just going to have the Vikings still shooting. Mutalisk or 2 going to go down already, so a few shots already coming straight into play there as the factory comes back up and gets rolling. Marine Medivac just going to go toward the top. Mutaling going to gather on the left-hand side. It's going to stem through, scanning ahead. 2-2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle plating all coming in. The Banes thinking about rolling them around a little bit. There's not really too many places for them to go, though, as the drones settle on the left side. Missile turrets shooting away already. The Lings are back out onto the map. Moving forward once again, there's a couple of Viking shots coming through. Marines are going to stem back over toward the center. Just going to get down toward the bottom side again. Melee upgrades coming around. The 2-2 upgrades coming up. Missile turrets going to work their way through the Mutalisks. And the Mutas are going to take a lot of damage. 4 SCVs going down. A lot of Marine Viking working up the left side, looking to get in there. The Lings running straight through, getting after the SCVs. 18 workers going down. The Banelings looking for a chance to jump in. Might as well get rid of a missile turret there as well. I mean, Rogue's done some good eco damage, but is trailing in supply. But if he has a time for his economy to stay online, then he's going to be okay in the long run still. He is flying through, still just causing chaos, and again, that is the strength of this Muta style. We have seen Lingbane Muta has become so popular again lately in ZVT. The last couple of weeks has been a great time if you're a ZVT fan, because Lingbane Muta is back, man. And it is very fun to watch. And it's fresh because we've just not seen it in a while too, so it's been a fun watch lately. A lot of the Zergs are really coming back to these Mutas and really enjoying it, so it has been fun. Infestation Pit from Rogue, who has the economy to afford the tech up still. And that's my issue for Kua, but that said, I mean, my issue is that he's, not got the economy. He's rebuilding that economy quickly. Just trying to get Widow Mines wherever he can. Just Rogue trying to make the absolute most out of the Mutalisks if possible at the moment. Not quite able to do enough just yet, as we do have the Fuelings still gathering in the upper left. +2 flyer attack, +2 carapace coming over, additional barracks in the planetary coming up, SCVs on the way. Missile turrets are in production, so getting those up and rolling as well as the army gathers on the front of that main base. Widow Mine goes kaboom and knocks down a couple Zerglings right off the bat as well, so just going to take that straight out. As again, the Lingbane continuing to come by. The Marines are going to step up. Widow Mine shots are going to get some shots in and blow up a few more Zerglings as well, so a little bit more damage able to be done right there. As the Mutas are going to come back over and try and just find a little extra for themselves. We're not really going to be able to do too much just yet. Obviously, Thor's out really help you to stabilize against the Mutas, so that's a big win for Q. Having those out and just available right now is a major positive. See that Hive on the way up as well here from Rogue, so his tech continues through. That Infestation Pit is being put to good use. Expecting Ultras, right? I mean, it's melee upgrades. It's fast carapace. Your transition point here is Ultras. Everything else is just too difficult to really get into. Like, you can add a couple spellcasters on, but Ultras and Adrenal Glands are the main things you're really looking at here when you see that Hive finishing, so expecting Rogue to step toward that as the Meters and the Overseers are going to come back around the right-hand side and... left-hand side, and try and work their way toward this base. Just picking out which mineral line they might want to hit the most. The Lean Bane gathering three upgrades, producing on the engineering base. Again, the +2 vehicle plating as well as part of all of this. The Muta's trying to get in after the medevacs, not quite able to just yet. And as we have the Marine medevac tank, Marine medevac Thor combo moving about a little as well. A couple of marauders coming through, concussive shells on the way. We got the 3 upgrades added on. The missile turret still being added up right now. Command center in production. This will take out the sensor tower. Just going to knock that straight down. And now I'm going to open up these rocks, which are interesting. They're kind of, it's just like a line of rocks. They share HP, so you knock down one, you knock down them all. And just opens the map, which obviously is a circular. You always like less blockages to kind of run by. More pathways to run by on, less blockages to stop you is only going to be good. The Lings start some Banes there instantly, so it's just an extra direction that you can open to yourself to attack from. As the Chitinous Plane, by the way, so the step towards Ultras is happening. Some Banes are going to roll in from the bottom side. Don't think that would have done much. The Widowmine only hits a couple of Lings. We're not going to raise the depots. The Lings are in the main mineral line. Main and natural, obviously, because you got that in-base expand to think of there as well. These Balins are going to kaboom the entire mineral line. Missile turrets, SCVs, and all. 15 workers dead, and that's growing because of the Lings all the way through, deep in the main, and like I say, the in-base natural. However, the more you give up right now as a rogue, the less you have to play with over here as the Banelings crash in, though, in the main army. Akira takes some serious hits. Ultras on the way, and that transition to Ultras is absolutely spot on. If we can just get it out to help with this army, it would be incredible, because the last thing that's really missing from Rogue here is a solid pushback defense, and the Ultras are absolutely that. The Bane's currently buying you a little bit more time to get these Ultras out. I think we're going to get to where we need to be for Rogue to comfortably kind of take down Kira's army here after doing a lot of eco damage. Now, Kira's still alive. He's 130 army supply, 55 workers is still okay for now as well. He still has the bases available. He did lose that base on the right side, mind you, so 5th base will have to come back into place at some stage. Does he have what he needs to fight against these Ultras? I mean, it's a very good question. There's a lot of Rogue on the bottom of the map still, by the way, looking to run by again. I don't know if I love this, running in off creep from one direction. Kind of feels like you're inviting Kira to have a good fight, and that's obviously just not what you want. I mean, at this point, you could probably give up this hatchery if you need to. That's a lot of Bane's counterattack, and we're going to knock down the SCVs, knock down the planetary. Again, that's great, but do we need more army supply over here to play defense? The Ultras initially right now are going down. It is +3 attack against just the +2 carapace, so there is a little bit of weakness to those Ultras. Army supply is dead even at this point. We lose this hatchery. I think I would have just liked to see Rogue give that hatch up. It was an awkward position to play defense on as well, and he was already doing damage across the map, and he's close to maxing out again, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. This push forward from Kira, still looking good. Slight army supply lead. Rogue is pulling everything back from across the map now. No more is this going to be about counterattacking. He needs to focus on pushing in and clearing out this army. Widow Mines have just been set off. I don't know if we got more mines. That Widow Mine was actually pretty good. The Banes are going to crash through. The Zerglings are coming over. The Mutas want the Medivacs. They're going to fly straight in, and if you lift up to leave, the Mutas will obviously knock Medivacs down as well. Cure is not going to get through with this fight. In the end, Rogue does swarm, and Rogue does clean up, and Rogue does look to take game number 5 and put the Falcons back into the lead of this best of 9, 3-2, which has been the story of the day so far. Falcons take a lead, Liquid tie it up. Falcons take a lead, Liquid tie it up. Now Falcons are about to take a lead. Can Liquid tie it up in the 2v2, which they did not have a good time in previously? That is our next question, as Rogue takes this one and knocks Kira down. Rogue's DVT has been so fun to watch lately. It really has been. It's been an absolute joy. Yeah, genuinely very, very fun to watch. It is going to be the same players for the 2v2, by the way, which we'll go into in a minute or two. Unfortunately, it's ad time, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's going to be the same players, obviously same map. So I do wonder, what do Mana and Clem change up to try and give themselves a better opportunity? Do they keep on tying the series up? Do Liquid tie up again? Or will Falcons actually open a 2-map lead, which would be obviously awesome for them? Not so awesome for Liquid, though. So we'll see what happens. We'll just take a moment or two, guys. Like I say, let the ads go for a couple of moments. Go from there. Do. Alright guys, just reading a couple things while we just get ready for this. Let's get going. Let's get into this, as we have got ourselves game number 6 of this best of 9 coming through. Again, Liquid are down once again. They are the Terran and Protoss combo of Mana and Clem in the top left-hand side of Gem Garden, taking on the right side, orange and red. And Terran and Zerg, Bunny and Rogue, Falcons, a chance to put them team onto match point if they win this 2v2, and they were dominant in the earlier 2v2. I'm genuinely curious if Mana and Clem have a different kind of route to kind of basically just get themselves in a better position, because it was not pretty for them in that previous one, so I guess we'll see what happens here to get this one up and running. What's up everyone, the YouTube chef Kazakhstan from France, hello, good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us today and enjoying some StarCraft 2 with us, appreciate you guys. It's going to be our last series of the day. Obviously, we're 2 and 3 in a best of 9, so we're not done yet or anything. Just letting you guys know this will be where we wrap up on for the day. And, yeah, good to see what we'll tap on. Cybercore, gateway coming up, the factory coming through. We're all getting quite greedy, right? Hatch is coming down super quickly in this game, going to take the gases later. Both the Terrans building that factory, and obviously we'll see what Mana's tech choice will be in a moment or so as the Cybercore finishes. That opens the choice of tech, but it is 2 gateways, so yeah, Clem with the reactive barracks and no expansions yet on this side. And again, Bunny's not expanding either. We'll see what the Adept Reaper combo can maybe get done. I'd say there's a chance that we can maybe find some work here, so we'll see what takes place as we just have those couple of Adepts, those couple of Reapers, the Warp Gate all coming through for the moment. I see the Adepts, the Reapers, and the Hellions coming down. Just going to get going. There's the CC from Clem. Bunny built his CC now as well, so it is similarly timed from the Terrans in the end as the SCV. We'll see the Reapers, and obviously we'll have seen the Adepts moving as well. So SCV with some good info. Bunny and Rogue know what's arriving. Like I say, let's see how they handle this harassment as the few drones continue to mine away. Step's going to shade, going to jump onto a couple of those workers already. 2, 3 drones going down. Not a bad start, to be honest. Getting some damage done on the Zerg, who does not really have units to defend themselves yet. Now a Hellion shows up from Clem as well. Actually going to start fighting a Queen here. Actually going to have to see Bunny come forward with a few of his units to help out with his defense right now as Zergling goes down quickly. The Reaper is going to die quickly as well. 2 more Adepts show up. We actually have some good pressure right now. Let's see what these Lings can do as they show up. Oh, the Cyclone's a big deal. That's obviously going to create some opportunity to play defense. One of those Adepts will go down. We're actually going to turn with the Reapers and try and jump onto that. So, and try and dive through. Keep on chasing the Queen. Going to get a couple more shots off. Adepts will shade to the top. We got rid of a Queen though, so we are getting kills. This damage is adding up, man, and that Cyclone is not safe right now. It's stopped to lock on, and it is going to go down. Now the Queen's in trouble again. New Cyclone showing up, and the damage is absolutely piling up right now. Falcons, Bunny, and Rogue are in some trouble. As Clem and Mana's early game choice to be aggressive has worked thus far. Resources lost is, yeah, in their favor. Obviously, they did expand a bit more slowly. At least Rogue expanded faster than what Mana did, but the Terrans were pretty similarly kind of paced. At this point, has it been worth it, I guess, is kind of the question at the end of it all. We killed a Cyclone, we killed a few drones. I don't know, actually. Like, is it worth it? Like, it actually feels like we're going to come out in just kind of a very fine, okay position, like, across the board here, so I don't know if we've really taken enough of an advantage to be like, yeah, this was great, or anything along those lines necessarily. Going to be seeing the blink coming about, a couple gates coming through. We'll see the Reaper and the Hellion. Just going to see the Link Speed building, the Raven and the Matrix coming about. Stalkers will settle down into the center here. We just have our Link Speed coming up. And that Link Speed building through, the Raven on the way, Interference Matrix coming up and online as well, so we got that going. Just gonna see the Stalker able to get a couple shots off, and the Ling will go down already, so it's gonna be a little grab. Medevac gonna boost over, and we got ourselves a couple Cyclones and start dropping straight in. They're gonna go after some SCVs, so looking to try and get some damage done. A couple of SCVs will be falling, so nice little Cyclone drop, get some damage back on the other side. As Clem and Meta headed to just Marine Tank Medevac. Stalker's already on the other side, so yeah, just a lot of units still kind of powering. That's a lot of units as well. Like, these Stalkers are in big numbers. Bunker's a big deal. The Lings are not going to do much still. They're still slow. They don't even have Ling Speed yet. That'll be done soon, but maybe not soon enough. The Reaper Hellion is making short work of them so far, as they kind of realize they can maybe bully Rogue right now. So Clem and Mana kind of go down toward that bottom right-hand side. Blinking back up, Cyclone very nearly goes down. Now the rest of these units gather up. Ling's going to come about as well. The rest of the Ling's still zooming over. Cyclone, Marines, SCVs gathering. Tank will siege. Just going to be seeing the Overlords continue to take a few more shots. A couple of Lings getting picked away at. We've seen the Reapers, the Marines and the Stalkers now supported by a siege tank as well, going to make this even more difficult for, I mean, especially Rogue. I mean, Bunny needs to try and figure out a way to help his teammate out, but Rogue is the one that's kind of taking the brunt of the damage right now. We blink in, getting rid of some of the techier defense units, forcing the Raven auto turret defensively as well, and then you can just start stepping away. This hatchery is still in your reach, right? You do not need a break toward the main. If you take this hatch, you can work your way down towards the other Zerg bases to the bottom right from here as well after, so definitely going to be something we can aim for. As a few Broodlings step over. Stalkers coming about. Lings still taking damage. Queen going to get jumped on next as well. As you see, those few Stalkers absolutely still going after the Queen. Orbital Command up in the skies. And the Marine tank still firing away. Stalkers will get a couple more kills. Rogue just going to say GG already. So will Mana. Sorry, so, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not wrong, actually. Mana did say it, right? I was like, so will Mana, but that not in terms of leaving the game. He just saw the GG and he was like, yeah, great game, guys. Yeah, gets the GG in before they can F10 and that is going to be Liquid bringing it back again. Once again, Falcons take the lead and Liquid rip it away from them. They will not let Falcons secure anything in this series. With that, we will head straight into the next game then, guys. It is going to be some more Clem. It's going to be Clem against Bunny, which means it's a PvT. So Protoss and Terran. It's going to be on Andromeda. I kind of missed this map from TLMC. I liked it at the time. It was cool. All right, let's get to Andromeda then for map 7 of this best of 9 now. It is tied up 3-3. In the top right corner, the red Terran player is Bunny. In the bottom left corner, the blue Protoss player is Clem. Of course, Clem representing Liquid and Bunny representing Falcons as we get ready to go. So, we're just going to see our barracks and racks in the gas coming down, the gate and the assimilator coming up, probe on the way through as we get settled in for the moment. Take a few moments to figure out what we're going to do here. As, yeah, Clem on the Protoss side of things. Just to see where, I mean, Bunny is such an anomaly to me lately. I just don't know what to expect from Bunny at any point in time, you know? Coming up, SCVs will take some nibbles. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Nothing crazy though. Reaper coming through. Got that going. In it, just gets going. The Reaper on the way, so we take a couple of moments. We get set up and have our Nexus coming through. Factory building, command center coming by, the bunker building up as you get settled on Andromeda. Not really a lot going on, just the Reaper is now out, but doesn't really look as though it wants to get across the other side to try and do much just yet. Well, that council's already nearly halfway done. Be seeing the M12 accounts coming through. The Adept is going to be there, and just going to be having the command center finishing in a moment or two, so we'll get that finished up. A few Marines jump into the bunker. We've seen the Adept coming around, a couple of Marines coming over. Just going to be seeing the Hellion moving back through as the bunker. And it's going to be settling down. The Blink and the Warp Gate coming through there. And get that going. As we just have the again starport finishing in a couple of moments. SCVs and Marines are building by. And we've seen a couple of Adepts setting out the front. And Clem just on his way to that Blink, as you'd kind of expect him to be. Nothing really too crazy about that just yet. Type of like rotors on the way from Bunny. It's a very Bunny kind of thing to do, and it's not uncommon in the current meta either to go rotors instead of cloak. It's just the sort of thing that if I see it as well, I'm like, yeah, this feels like Bunny's kind of style, you know? It feels like the kind of thing that Bunny would do. So, I feel like that as we get it underway and started off, and just going to be seeing the Blink on the way, robot facility next coming through, a couple of probies building as well right now. The Stalkers are going to do a good job of getting after that Hellion, able to knock that one down for the moment. Adepts will shade. And get that Nexus just under that third base. Reaper. I'm gonna be stepping through. Proby. Gonna start taking a couple shots of damage. Charge coming about. I'm just gonna be seeing the Hyperflight Rotors finishing momentarily will give us some opportunity. But yeah, that charge from Clem straight in after the Blink going to be a big part of dealing with any sort of Marine tank pressure that might come his way. Just have the Adept just going to try and shade through a little bit, and Marines aren't going to be able to clean that out. So Bunny has a little bit of freedom now to move on forward. Takes advantage of it. Stalker's coming through, just going to set on over. Stim back on the way, the couple of SCVs coming about. See those Banshees heading down the bottom side here from Bunny as well. It's just going to get straight to the south for now. Plus one charge building, the gates and the forge coming online. Stalkers will be there and just going to chase the Banshees back away to the side a little bit for the moment. Again, Stimming plus one building. Command center on the way. And Marines coming through as well. Marine tank just joins up together. Again, Stimming combat shield building by. The tank is going to join. It's going to be seen our gateway or two on the way up. The Banshees want to come in down that bottom side and just aim for the main base. Just going to get straight in over there. As again, the upgrades all building through. Charge about to be done. Upgrades coming by with the combat shield for Bunny. So what the Banshees can do, like I say, the speed of them allows you to kind of out-position and maneuver around very nicely now, usually. That's exactly what we're going to start looking for here as we get in for 4 workers, and then we pull away down the bottom side. Nice little dive in, and then the Banshee is going to start taking some damage. So not bad start for 4 workers. Just now needs to make sure you don't kind of lose them, and you still kind of look for a little bit more as we continue through. Again, the upgrades coming by. The +2 and the +1 upgrades coming in on the side of the forges. We just have our Nexus building as well. The Prism going to get up to the top is going to allow us for the chance to drop in toward that main base. So Clem setting up for some of the counterattacks already, ready in that stage of the game. As Bunny, what are we aiming for here as Bunny? Has the 3rd CC, has the 5 racks now. I was going to see the double missile turret. Bunny is clearly aiming to not let any Prism into his main base, and that does work so far. Double missile turret well placed is going to push that back very comfortably for the moment. We've seen the tanks joining up, and we will have the missile turret settling as well as the Ghost Academy starts up. It's just trying to secure the 3rd base. Clem already up to the 4 bases. This is where Protoss typically start to feel good, because you've got yourself that mid-game economy. The upgrades are looking good for you here as Clem as well. He's going to be almost a full set of upgrades ahead. I mean, he will be a full set of upgrades ahead at certain points of these upcoming fights, probably. Look at the Banshees down the bottom. Again, 2-2 coming up. The Robobay and the Nexus coming online. We have our 5th base already going to the bottom right side. We are going to head in toward the main base of those double Banshee. So yeah, love keeping these alive, and exactly for this moment where, yeah, and they can outspeed, and you see those Stalkers blinking after, but because of the speed of the Banshees, they're already long gone. By the chance the Stalkers get a realistic chance to maybe get in position at all. So we get a bunch more probe kills, and Bunny doing a good job of keeping Clem busy, keeping Clem taking damage. That is a nice bonus so far as the Observer looking to get forward to spy a little bit on what the Terran is up to. Stimmed a single Marine forward there. He wants to know a bit more about where that army of Clem is at. Pre-split here so far is good. We're going to scan. I think that Observer did fly through the edge of a scan before, and hence he kind of knew it was there, or maybe he just saw it. Either way, able to pick that off and just remove some of the information that Clem is working with here when it comes to him potentially looking to make decisions. 3-2 on the way from Clem. Like I say, he's a full set of upgrades ahead right now. If he took the fight now, it would have been amazing, but he's just going to keep expanding, get that 5th base up, and yeah, he did not commit in yet. He's still going to be an attack upgrade ahead right now. Obviously, at this stage, Bunny is actually going to be delayed on his own 2-2 with the armory delayed. To be fair, sometimes you'll delay 2-2 to get Viking Ghost up and kind of get that set up. I don't think we need it here because, yeah, I mean, Clem is just kind of gateway heavy, so you don't really need Viking Ghost. You'd actually rather just kind of get your upgrades going ASAP and limit some of the timing windows in which Clem's going to be ahead. I mean, Clem's about to be 2-2 to 1-1. And that's going to be a disgusting advantage. As Bunny has just sat back, and maybe his plan is just to sit back and try and let this go later, where Terrans have maybe seen a bit more success lately. But I actually really do worry about this mid-game where Clem is going to be rich, he's got bases up for days, and he's got great upgrades to fight with as well. Like, he is 2-2 to 1-1 right now for the next minute. And what, minute 40 seconds or something? Minute 60? Like, 2 minutes maybe? It's close. It's just going to take a while to catch up here as Bunny. Like, it's going to be rough. And she finds this base, which, I mean, there's a battery. It's going to be very minimal. We just swap in one Stalker. Actually going to get the Banshee kill, so that will be the end of the Banshees. Well, you had a fun story. As Clem is just pure gateway, by the way. So again, you look at this, you maybe think, I don't really want to attack into that, but the 2-2 makes it pretty tanky. Is it good enough to attack into a choke point of bio units? I mean, typically I would say no, I would not expect it to be. Clem on his way to Disruptors behind this. He does kill 12 SCVs because the units on the right side are doing damage. So it's over here, these Zealots. They're going to deny the Engineering Bay as well, maybe? No, the SCV repair is good enough. He actually pulls the workers off the Engineering Bay in the end there, because that was actually very close to going down, but the SCV repair was good, and those Zealots actually getting rid of some Vikings now as well, as they had to land for the defense. Bunny down 13 workers. Army supply does not exactly look great after it, and now Clem's about to be +3 attack. He's 2-1 upgrades ahead, and with the Colossus showing up as well, he's finally getting some splash damage available too, and it just starts to look better and better and better here for Clem in this game that could put Liquid into the lead for the first time of this series. We have not seen Liquid leading the series, but may be able to establish that now. if Clem can close this game out. Fio, the Viking, Ghost, pulls back a couple moments. We do have the CC just going to go floating across. And we're going to take a fight here. Just going to see the Disruptor try and force the Terran player back a little bit. And a double Disruptor as well. Blows up his own Zealots as Clem continues to chase through. The bunker goes down. And Clem, honestly, at this point, is already looking convincingly in control at this stage. As... yeah, I mean, fourth base here from Bunny is going to get denied if he just leaves it there, so that's not great. That Disruptor shot lands. Ghost and a Marauder both taking damage. Going to take some medevac killing to get those back online. Fourth base denied is pretty much all you really need to know already. This is absolutely looking as though we're going to have ourselves Clem dominating this game 7. Kind of wild, because like I say, he was pure gateway for a while, and then I was like, he didn't really do anything with the pure gateway, but then he didn't really need to either, and then he just had good upgrades and already had some splash damage showing up. I mean, he was still very gateway focused when the splash units arrived and we started to take this fight, right? So there's still that kind of that to consider. These Zealots obviously caused chaos on the right side, but he did struggle to kind of deal with both sides of this. Disruptor kind of Ghost and a Marauder there, and they say that Disruptors don't kill a thing. And we chase forwards, and we all get the Colossus. Disruptors in some trouble, but the gateway units will step up once again, and I'm just going to say GG. Cannot keep up with the pressure of Clem, and that has clearly been an issue as Clem goes and puts Liquid into the lead for the first time of the series. Like I say, it's been Falcons taking the lead and Liquid ripping it back off of them, but not anymore. Alright guys, well up next is going to be Mana. He comes out to play against Solar on 10,000 feet. We'll have some ads and then we'll get into this game 8. This kind of, I mean, okay, good chance for Falcons to get back and to take this to an ace match. At the same time, Mana beats Solar in the WardiTV October group stages. Mana has some tricksy builds sometimes. I could see a world where Mana does take Solar down. Like, you know, like, this isn't as impossible. Like, if you asked me like 2 months ago or something, I'd be like, Mana, Solar. Well, it's funny because like I actually feel like Solar got a lot better recently too. But I probably would have been like, yeah, probably not. But right now I'm like, honestly, why not? You know? Like, Solar got a lot better, but he has been susceptible to some of the weirder stuff, and Mana got the better of him, like I say, 2-0 in the WardiTV October group stages, so... yeah. That will be a little bit of a believer. 10,000 feet's a funky map as well. I like it. That was one of my favorites from the TLMC, so... yeah. Alright, let's jump into this Solar Mana game, guys, on 10,000 feet. Let's get it going. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the red Zerg player. It is going to be Solar, and he must win this to keep Falcons alive in this series. Lose this, and it is going to be a lower bracket trip for them, as they will play against Shopify Rebellion in that lower bracket if they go there. Obviously, looking to win it and push them into the winner bracket finals against Basilisk is a Mana for Team Liquid. From across the map, and it's just going to go play block the hatchery nice and early in this game. And Solar already has a drone out, and funnily enough, it's on the other side of the map, so of all people to make it weird, it's Solar that's going to make it weird. Here's me saying, like, I think Mana's going to make it a bit funky and crazy, and maybe get some work done with that, but maybe I should have looked at this in a different way. As we get ourselves the hatch going through, drones coming up, and get ready to settle on it down. Alright, hatching the gas coming through. Just going to be seeing the pool coming by. A couple of gateways coming over. The assimilator settling. And get our... I mean, Mana is obviously going to realize there's no hatchery, right? So he's going to start realizing soon maybe what's up. Puts a pylon over here. That's good vision on that right side, which is where Sola's obviously, probably looking to play from. We're still building, gateway coming through. Just have ourselves the simulator pylon coming up for a few moments here. Get that underway. Get that settled down as the Zealot continues to come about. The drone going to come over, nibble up at these minerals, work away at that, and away we go. One drone returns some minerals to the hatchery. Inslings just going to come through. We're going to see the Zealot and the Cybercore continue to come up as well. Continue to get that going. Gonna see the battery. I'm gonna come down. A couple of Lings gonna take some swipes. Zealot's coming through. Gonna see the Zealot gonna try and fight. Queen and the Ling just gonna be shooting. A couple of drones gonna come up. Obviously, we are mining out these minerals, opening this access point, but Mana's been kind of on top of it, and at this point, he's gonna create a wall off, and is going to be. I mean, obviously just has himself the defense for the moment. I mean, we will see what goes on from here, but Sola is kind of committed with the hatch across the map, so... See that Ling speed and the extra Lings coming over. Just gonna see the Stalkers trying to shoot. Queens and Lings moving about. A couple of drones down already for Sola, who just tries to mine out the rest of these minerals up top. The Lings have the Ling speed, but man, the Stalker count already being so high means you can start poking away. I do love to see that that Stargate on the way up as well right now. So we got the Stargate coming up. Start getting some Stargate units out here. There's a lot of potential there. Battery not ready yet, so the Zealot will go down. Close to Warp Gate. We start a couple more units off the gateways, but I actually think we'll end up cancelling those just to warp in. Yep, we do. And we hold on for the moment. Honestly, looking good for now. Batteries finishing. The only awkward part is there's no Nexus, so those batteries are not going to be full energy. A little weird, but Sentry's now warping in too, and this should be cozy on the defense, especially with force fields available. We protect the battery on the top side, so that's going to be a defense. Nicely done. And Sentry's just going to continue through. A couple Lings getting pushed back the other way. Oracle still building up. Probe and the Pylon on the way over as well. Queen in the hatch coming online. And an Adept on into the mix for the moment. Let's try and shoot. The gateway will survive. I see the Queen's firing, pushing back the other way. Again, Nexus and the Oracle coming about. The Probe coming up. Again, drones and the Overlord coming through as we get ourselves continuing to produce here. Just having the Stalker Sentries and the Adept gathering through. At this point, he's already looking. I mean, obviously, Solar gets a base back up at home, and Mana is only just expanding now, but I mean, obviously, Solar's tech is going to be absolutely in the bin. Like, he's got very little gas to work with here. This hatchery will go down, so he's going to expand up to 3 bases at home. These Lings are going to try and run by, but there's a force field if required, and we put it down very preemptively, which is nice. Why not? Hatcher on the top, like I said, our 3rd base coming in from Solar here, but I actually think Mana just pushes out. Like, what do we have defensively from Solar? He can make Lings and Queens. He's going to start a Rotor now. I think that's too late, especially considering a world where Mana's going to have triple Oracle, so he's going to actually have the damage output to really deal with. lings, as long as you keep those oracles away from the queens. I don't see any reason why you don't at least push across the map as mana. It feels very safe. You've got force fields to get away with if you need to. You know, you've got the oracles to help you out. At the very least, pushing across the map seems very safe. Revelation's good to, again, knock down some of these creep tumors and knock some of the creep down. There is still creep on that right side, mind you. So continue to wiggle our way to the top. Just going to make our way straight over there. The roads are on about to finish. Hatchery will be done soon. The army will step forward and we will commit in. There's a couple of force fields on the queens. We're just going to dive and just send it. One oracle goes down quickly, but we get rid of 2 queens now 3. Just no lings here. Roaches are in production, but as they spawn, they're going to be in pretty low numbers. As Mana is on the verge of knocking Solar down and winning this for Liquid. I mean, the Spore Crawler are going to try and help as well against the Oracles. Honestly, the Oracles aren't even that much of a factor anymore. Those Zealots, again, they're catching that Queen because of the Force Field in a great position too. And obviously no instant reinforcements, no Prism or anything in this scenario, but I don't think that that's going to matter. This is looking good here for Mana, as those Roaches are low HP. They're going to end up dying. Force field on the ramp as well, just keeping a bunch of the reinforcements away. So all of these drones are just straight up in trouble. Spore will try and shoot. Another force field coming down. Just going to see Azalt still coming about. I mean, everything just dropping. This is looking good. Mana's going to do it for Team Liquid. He's going to close it out. Series started with him getting a bit messed up by Rogue's early aggression. So we'll try to bring the early aggression, and Mana says no, no, no. GG's, Mana 5, or Team Liquid 5, with Mana on that final win, and Falcons 4. Falcons 3 to end us off. I'm giving everyone points, apparently. GG's. Thank you, True Cat Mysteries, for the 63-month resub. Subs for the sub god. Thank you so much, indeed. It's been one of them days where, like, I feel like we've had plenty of subs come through, and we end the day down, like, 5 subs from where we started. Yeah, this next week's probably going to be a bit rough, because this time last month we had the Team Liquid map contest going on, so we had a pretty good time on the stream for about a month or so. About a week or so. So the next next few days on the stream, probably going to see some subs disappearing. So if you have enjoyed and you want to support, do consider supporting and subscribing. It helps us out a lot. Allows us to run more StarCraft 2 in the future, of course, and everything. If you really enjoyed, obviously, I mean, first of all, just like and subscribe as well if you're watching on the YouTube, and follow on Twitch. I don't really actually have that much to say. I'm just going to leave it there. We're back with more WardiTV Korean Royale qualifier action tomorrow, so we'll get going with that. That should be fun. Looking forward to it. Hey, Karyu Kangam, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 32-month resub. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, more WardiTV Korean Royale qualifier action tomorrow. Basically the same as today, only I won't be on for as long tomorrow. So, that's what's happening tomorrow. And I don't really know if I've got anything else to say, to be honest. I don't think I've got anything else to say. I think that's just it. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft, huh? Thanks for watching. Ignore the StarCraft in the background. That's just me getting ready to make a YouTube thumbnail. Thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate you all. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys on... on tomorrow's stream. Some ads on the outro. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.